Chapter 986. Spatial Distortion. Killing God Tyrannical Fist's fourth move. This was a powerful attack borrowed from the experts of the Hell World. This spatial distortion was supported by Lin Fei's supreme divine power. The Ice Fairy's laws were tyrannical, and her physical cultivation was far inferior to her opponents. Other than Shen power experts, if they encountered this move, they would definitely die. Ruthlessly killing a flower. My fairy. Lin Fei, this guy, he said he was protective of the fairer sex, but in the blink of an eye, he killed a delicate fairy on the beauty ranking. There was no lack of admirers in the crowd. Seeing Lin Fei kill the Ice Fairy, the goddess in their hearts was completely enraged, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Bastard! You killed our goddess, pay with your life. You dare to kill a fairy on the beauty ranking? God and man are angered, I will take revenge for the fairy. 3 young people rushed out of the crowd. They took out the holy light plate behind them and forcefully crushed over. They didn't use any moves, after all, the holy light plate was also an attack. Sigh, Lin Fei lightly sighed, if you want to see your goddess, I will be a kind person and send you down to meet her. Lin Fei casually waved his hand, and the enraged holy light plates were sent flying. Space twisted, and the 4 dragons were killed. They were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow, and they went off to chase after their goddess. See, I am such a good person. Lin Fei looked around, whoever wants to be with the goddess, feel free to make a move. I will send you on your way for free. Kind my ass. Many people didn't dare to look at him, and they cursed Lin Fei countless times in their hearts. The beautiful fairy of Nether Palace was killed just like that, angering man and God. His methods were outrageous. They wouldn't kill a delicate beauty unless it was under special circumstances. After all, it was a beautiful scene. Lin Fei put away the ice marrow. He had vented his anger by killing the fairy of Nether Palace. As for revenge, what was there to worry about? All right, whoever wants to spar with me, come up. After killing the ice fairy, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei anymore. This brat was able to break the ice grand formation. His fleshly body must be extraordinarily strong. He could kill a few immortal kings with a wave of his hand. It wasn't worth it for a dead woman. Allow me. Among the crowd, a young man exuded a scholarly aura. I am a disciple of the crafting sect, Jin Wuya. Jin Wuya revealed his background the moment he stepped forward. Brother Lin, your godly strength is amazing. I admit that I am inferior to you. I am more proficient in array formations. Does Brother Lin have the guts to come in and give it a try? Formation? Interesting. Lin Fei did not refuse. Jin Wuya waved his hand and numerous formation flags flew out. The sky darkened, covering the sun as a formation was formed. This formation is the Big Dipper Great Formation. It's in harmony with the heavens and earth. He took out another treasure. This is a space-time teleportation array that I created. After setting up this array, it can teleport you 10 million miles away. Can it be considered a treasure? You're right. When the crowd heard the name of this formation, they all recognized the background of this person. Jin Wuya, an immortal from the crafting sect who was proficient in array formations. He was proficient in setting up formations to kill his enemies. Setting up formations was a piece of cake for him. In the great metropolis world, he was one of the few experts in array formations. Brother Lin, please. Lin Fei walked into the Big Dipper Great Formation. Jin Wuya sat down cross-legged as the formation started to revolve. The sun and moon moved through the heavens and the rivers flowed through the earth as a terrifying aura radiated forth, causing everyone to feel trepidation. What an idiot! Jin Wuya's formation contained killing intent within. Who would dare to enter? Upon seeing Lin Fei taking the initiative to enter the formation, many people silently regretted. Why couldn't they think of such a method? Walking right into a trap, where else could they find such a good thing? Affectionate Gidge, do you think that Lin Fei would be able to walk out? The female in the embrace of the amorous immortal king turned her gaze onto the formation. This Big Dipper Great Formation has over 100 formations within a formation. Each of them is extremely dangerous and this Jin Wuya is one of them. I believe that Lin Fei would be able to walk out. Jin Wuya's name was extremely famous in the great metropolis world. Using formations to attack was extremely rare. Once one was trapped, one would have no choice but to be blinded. Jin Wuya sat cross-legged on the holy light plate, unceasingly controlling the Big Dipper Great Formation. He used all sorts of profound techniques, causing the eyes of everyone to be dazzled. You've lost. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated as everything returned to normal. Lin Fei walked out from the formation and scathed, causing everyone to exchange glances of dismay. This was a formation that could trap even heaven-ranked immortal kings. How could Lin Fei walk out unscathed? Did they just see a ghost? Brother Lin is an expert. I admit that I am inferior to you. Jin Wuya kept the formation. I hope that in the future, I would have the chance to spar with Brother Lin again. After leaving behind these words, he turned and departed. Even Jin Wuya's formation was unable to trap Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, this Jin Wuya's formation is truly shocking. With more than 100 formations linked together, there are formations within formations. No matter how strong my physical body is, it will still be very difficult for me to break out of the formation. Lin Fei, let me spar with you. The fluctuations of the sea finally moved. The vast ocean behind him surged with waves, wanting to drown the entire great thousand world. He actually took a step out, already impatient and wanted to make the first move. This is sea god water, a divine item left behind by the sea god many years ago. It has the effect of cleansing the fleshly body and is one of the supreme treasures of our sea god world. Good stuff. Lin Fei could feel the miraculous effects of that azure blue water droplet. Of course it's good stuff. I'm just afraid that you won't have the life to collect it. Hai Dongpa laughed loudly. The sea god trident in his hands slashed forward. Take my move, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The sea god trident itself was a peak-level sage weapon, not far from a low-grade immortal weapon. When it slashed out with the power of the sage weapon, only a huge blue wave was left in the sky. It was a majestic sight. Hai Dongpa casually slashed out. His battle prowess was terrifying. Even those earth-ranked immortal kings had to admit that they were inferior to him. The experts of the great worlds were indeed outstanding. Facing this wave, Lin Fei was unmoved like a mountain. His eyes were filled with battle intent. This was a true expert, an attack that contained the power of 40 million dragons. Body explosion style. Lin Fei punched out, landing on the shocking wave. A total of 45 million dragons exploded from within the wave. He broke through this attack in one move. Lin Fei indeed has the strength of an earth-ranked expert. Freak too freakish. Breaking the opponents, riding the wind and breaking the waves with a single punch. From today onwards, no one would dare to underestimate Lin Fei. Hai Dongpa's first move failed. The sea god trident continued to slash out, creating hundreds of shocking waves. Each wave was comparable to an earth-ranked immortal king. Eternal instant. The shocking waves surged over. Hai Dongpa waved his hand and unleashed an eternal emperor's innate ability. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. This is my killing move. Lin Fei, just admit defeat? Hai Dongpa laughed loudly. Chapter 987. Not good, junior apprentice brother Lin is in danger. In the air, Su Yi exclaimed. Hai Dong used the Eternal Emperor's eternal instant ability. Time completely stopped, but the range wasn't so large that they could still feel it. Deputy Principal Greenwood didn't know much about Lin Fei. At most, what he knew came from the outside world. Some were good, some were bad. After seeing him today, his impression of him had changed. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei was a hot-blooded man. In such a situation, there might not be anyone in the college who could do it so well. Deputy Principal Greenwood had killed people like flies. He worshipped the principle that fists were the most important. He killed a fairy from the Netherworld Palace in front of everyone. Even back then, he might not have had the courage to do so. Don't worry, junior apprentice brother Lin Fei will be fine. Even the Ice Fairy's ice power can't break through his defense. Hai Dong's attack is domineering, but it might not succeed. Deputy Principal Greenwood was very calm. In the sky below, towering waves filled with the aura of the sea. Everyone felt like they were in a vast ocean. Facing that ocean, they felt a sense of helplessness. Lin Fei Dai. The emperor's inheritance belongs to me, the great Hai Dong. Hai Dong had already predicted that Lin Fei would have a strong physical body. His first attack was just a test. Only now did he use his true killing move. Boom! Eternal Instant was the Eternal Emperor's great ability. It was an Emperor-level ability. Hai Dong used an Emperor-level ability. Its power wasn't at the true Eternal Instant, but it was enough to deal with Lin Fei. He could stop for 3 breaths. The Sea God Trident was like a towering mountain crushing down on Lin Fei's body. The towering waves also drowned him in the sea. Is he dead? Everyone stuck their heads out. This move was too terrifying. Anyone who faced it would die without a doubt. Hai Dong was astute. He took the chance to use his true killing move. No one could defend against this move. Hai Dong, this move of yours is not bad. Lin Fei's voice spread out from within the attack. Immediately, a young man walked out, coughing blood. He was in a sorry state as he walked out from the tyrannical attack. Eternal Instant. The ripples in the sea clearly hesitated, and in that moment of hesitation, Lin Fei also unleashed the Eternal Moment, an almighty divine ability of an Eternal Emperor. Eternal Light Shroud. What? Lin Fei is also the great sovereign's successor? Very few people knew about this, so they were naturally surprised. The successor of the great emperor? No wonder he was so awesome. The eternal power shrouded the area, and the waves of the sea were restrained by the power of the divine ability. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei slapped down with his palm, using the power of 70 million dragons. The shock waves of the sea were restricted and forced into the ground. The Fantian seal was activated, turning into a boundless mountain that pressed down. The ground continuously trembled, and one mountain after another collapsed. This sea god trident is not bad, I want it. After the Fantian seal slammed down, Lin Fei stretched out his hand and the sea god trident landed in his hand. Another top-grade saint artifact. He rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, he had cultivated a few body refining techniques and was able to resist the attack of a top-grade saint artifact. If it was his original body, he would definitely be heavily injured. Ah, let me up. Beneath the Fantian seal, the ripples in the sea roared. Eternal Instant passed, and an endless mountain pressed down on him, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't escape. Only then did he know how serious the situation was. Hearing the sound of the ripples, the result was obvious. Everyone's gazes fell on the endless mountain. What background did Lin Fei have? He had taken out a top-grade saint artifact that was not inferior to the sea god trident. Even the ripples in the sea couldn't escape. Lin Fei put away the Fantian seal. The ripples in the sea roared and rushed out. The heaven-flipping seal smashed down from the sky once again. The ripples in the sea cried out and smashed into the ground once more. Lin Fei, you bastard, you shameless bastard. The ripples in the sea were suppressed like this. His body was almost flattened, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He cursed Lin Fei for being a bastard. Lin Fei slapped his head. I'm sorry, this saint artifact hasn't been in my hands for long. I haven't refined it for long, so I'm not too comfortable with it. Come out, I promise nothing will happen this time. Everyone rolled their eyes. Was that even possible? The Fantian seal was put away once more. This time, the ripples in the sea were extremely fast, and he even took out a dark green fish scale. This time, it was a tragedy again. Hearing Lin Fei's "Aya" sound, the Fantian seal suppressed it once more. When it reached the ground, the ripples in the sea caused the flesh to explode into a ball. This thing isn't easy to control. Lin Fei shook his head and put away the Fantian seal once more. At least he hadn't made a mistake. After using the Fantian seal 3 times in a row, the ripples in the sea were completely suppressed, and his body was smashed to pieces. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. His body collapsed, and he recovered once more. His complexion was much worse than before. Hurry up and return my sea god trident. The ripples in the sea had lost too miserably. Everything he had learned had been smashed by the Fantion seal. Although he didn't specialize in cultivating his divine body, and his divine body wasn't bad, he still couldn't withstand a mountain like the other party. This was simply asking for his life. Boom! The Fantion seal once again landed on the ripples in the sea, causing him to spit out blood and hover between life and death. You want the sea god trident? Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei stood on the Fantion seal. His divine power surged, causing the ripples in the sea to cry out for mercy. Brother Lin, you and I are both sovereign's inheritors, so why must you be so ruthless? Everything can be discussed. Can I redeem it? The ripples in the sea cursed Lin Fei inwardly. He didn't know where this bastard had found such a saint artifact, but his own body wasn't strong enough. After collapsing once, his endurance was declining, and his origin energy was affected. 1 month from now. Lin Fei forcefully sealed the sea god trident with his energy. When the time comes, I'll hold an auction, and the highest bidder wins. You have to come early, otherwise your treasure will change owners. The ripples in the sea spat out a mouthful of blood. Fury filled his heart, and he wanted to slap Lin Fei to death. Auction? This was the sea god world, a treasure of the imperial sea. You want to use it for an auction? Many people from the great metropolis celestial world had come. After hearing this, they all remembered it in their hearts. This was a treasure that could increase one's combat strength. If it really could be auctioned, then they had to give it a try. The ripples in the sea appeared once more. He clenched his teeth. Lin Fei, you have guts. Hairball, put away the sea god trident. Lin Fei tossed Neptune's trident to Furball. Right before everyone's eyes, Furball made a grabbing motion with his little hand, and Neptune's trident disappeared, leaving everyone looking at each other in dismay. An expert who comprehended the space laws? To be able to take away the trident without leaving behind any fluctuations, if this wasn't the space laws, then what could it be? They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Benefactor Lin, this old monk is right. I wonder if you can return the divine talisman to this old monk? 2 monks descended from the sky. Buddhist radiance illuminated the world. Buddhist masters had arrived. Great monk benevolent, long time no see. I missed you. Lin Fei smiled. If you hadn't given me the divine talisman, how could I have my current achievements? You don't want the divine talisman? Fine. Lin Fei casually tossed the Fantion seal over, suppressing the great monk benevolent into the ground. Chapter 988. The great monk merciful was famous. No one expected that Lin Fei would smash him into the ground with one move. Savage. Everyone said the same thing. The immortal king who thought he was stronger than Lin Fei didn't dare to make a sound. Perhaps other than those old geezers, such as peerless geniuses, who would dare to say they could defeat Lin Fei. Competing in formations? Even Jin Weia, a formation expert from the weapon refining sect, admitted his inferiority. Hai Budong from the sea god realm didn't dare to make a sound after dropping his trident. It was only natural that the great monk merciful would be smashed into the ground by someone. Benefactor Lin, don't you think you went too far? Another Buddha, Miao Lingzi, said in a low voice. Did I? Lin Fei said seriously, everyone heard it. He wanted to say the talisman. I gave it to him out of goodwill, but he couldn't hold it. Am I to be blamed? The Fantion seal flew out and landed in his hand again. The great monk merciful had an invincible golden body, but this Fantion seal tore his kasaya. He was in a sorry state. Benefactor Lin, I'm impressed after not seeing you for 3 days. The great monk merciful said this, but his heart wasn't calm. He cursed Lin Fei 100 times. His old bones didn't feel good. He was extremely fearful of the Fantion seal in Lin Fei's hand. You're too polite. Lin Fei played with the Fantion seal. Then I wonder if the great monk still wants the talisman in my hand? The great monk merciful was only an earth immortal king. With one hit from the Fantion seal, he lost all face. He was afraid that Lin Fei would attack again and smash him into the ground. He hurriedly said, this item is fated with Benefactor Lin. How would this old monk dare to accept it? Everyone thought that the Buddhist experts were amazing, but after one hit from the Fantian seal, their attitudes changed dramatically. They couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that his senior brother Miao Lingzi was about to make a move, Great Monk Mercy quickly pulled him aside. Senior brother Miao Lingzi, Lin Fei isn't a simple person. Junior brother's divine talisman has been completely fused with him to refine this seal. We can't fight it head-on. The Great Monk Merciful had suffered losses before, so even if he was furious, with the Fantian seal in his hand, it would be enough to crush him. He was afraid that his senior brother Miao Lingzi would fall for it. Miao Lingzi clasped his hands together. Thank you for the reminder, junior apprentice brother. I nearly broke my vows. Why don't we wait and see first? Good. Of the two eminent monks of the Buddhist sects, one was suppressed, and the other was no longer making a move. This made everyone sigh. Lin Fei was indeed a savage person. Even the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects did not dare to act on their own. I didn't think that Lin Fei would be able to raise his strength to such a level in just a month. Even the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects are beginning to fear him and dare not make a move against him anymore. A black-clothed woman in the crowd raised her head and looked at Lin Fei in the sky. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a cold light. If we had used our full strength back then, we would have definitely captured him. The Divine Palace's elder Qing shook his head. He had missed a great opportunity. The person who had chased him back then now stood at an extremely high position and needed to raise his head to look up at him. Whether it was the people of the Divine Palace or the others, all of them felt a sense of helplessness. Lin Fei had already formed momentum, and once his momentum formed, it was difficult to suppress him. I want to compete in divine strength with you. A giant, bare-chested man wrapped in simple beast hide appeared. His muscles bulged and he was brimming with berserk strength. As he strode forward, the void immediately collapsed. When this giant man walked out, everyone felt like he was a mountain that they could not climb, as if he could kill them with a single punch. Agutai is finally going to attack. This giant man was Agutai, a pure strength-type expert. Agutai had appeared in the great metropolis heavens. When he attacked, he relied on his pair of iron fists. The so-called genius disciples would not last more than 10 punches in front of his iron fists before being defeated. Iron fists were synonymous with Agutai. Competing in divine strength, I like it. Lin Fei licked his lips. He didn't need to look to know that this person's divine strength was incredible. Agutai took out a treasure, a fruit the size of a fist. It exuded a heroic aura. This is a sacred fruit of our great universe, the heavenly origin sacred fruit. Only 10 of them are born every 1 million years, and they contain boundless divine strength. This sacred fruit contains boundless divine strength. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense. The divine power in his body was restless, and he had to forcefully suppress it. He was shocked that such a fruit existed in this world. For this heavenly origin sacred fruit, I, Lin Fei, will use my full strength. The great heavenly origin sacred fruit shocked many people. Those who were knowledgeable all recognized this young man's origins. Extraordinary, it was truly an extraordinary item. A supreme treasure. After consuming the heavenly origin sacred fruit, one can increase their divine strength by several million, or even 10 million dragons. Reaching the heavens in a single step. Damn, it can't be that fierce, right? Who doesn't eat it and immediately increase their divine strength? The heavenly origin sacred fruit contains boundless divine strength, but that doesn't mean that everyone can contain surging divine strength. Body explosion is the most common. Everyone cried out in alarm. Reaching the heavens in a single step, but when they heard about body explosion, they were left dumbfounded. Agutai's eyes flickered with fighting spirit. He took 3 steps forward, his aura rising with each step. Divine power runes danced around his body. I, Agutai, have had peerless divine strength since childhood. No one has ever surpassed me in terms of divine strength. I hope that you won't disappoint me. A large number of black divine power runes flew into the sky, covering the entire sky. They formed a massive hammer that contained immense divine power. He took a step forward, grabbed the hammer, and smashed it down on Lin Fei. Good. Lin Fei was also filled with fighting spirit. Divine power runes soared into the sky and also transformed into a black hammer. He wanted to compete in pure divine power with Agutai. Boom boom boom. The two hammers stirred up a storm of divine power. With them at the center, the space in the sky began to shatter like ice, and the cracks continued to spread. Everyone retreated hundreds of thousands of li, fear still lingering in their hearts. Everyone could see the divine force runes intertwining and emitting rumbling noises. The two of them were fighting with their lives on the line. You hammer, I hammer, they fought ferociously. Agutai's body has been blown apart. Lin Fei's lower half has been blown apart. Agutai's head has been blown apart. The divine power runes of the two had transformed into a terrifying area. This battle was truly a battle that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. If they had gone up, they would have died countless times over. Boom! The two once again engaged in close combat, abandoning the hammers and relying on their fists. Haha! When the two separated, they were both badly mangled. If it wasn't their hands, then it was their legs. It was a ghastly sight, but they were both body-refining experts and could regenerate their flesh and blood. Even so, everyone spat out a word when they saw this. Madman! If he wasn't a madman, then what was he? Brother Lin, you have the strongest divine power I have ever seen. Unfortunately, I only used 70 million divine power just now. Agutai's body sparkled with starlight as his flesh and blood began to regenerate. From Lin Fei to Brother Lin, everything had changed. Chapter 989. P.S. Thanks to Zhao Cheng and Tang Yuan. Happiness, good health. Book friend 1402131737292260. Emotional 8858. Little Book fan 201202. Hot Pot fan. Fong Fong. Contentment. Transparent Future, and the others gave out their rewards. It was almost the middle of the month. Seeing that they had been fighting for 2 consecutive days, they roared and asked for monthly votes. Monthly votes were motivation. The exit of the central sacred ruins. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The hills and mountains had long been razed to the ground. No one had ever thought that a battle between two forces could be so fierce. Force cultivation was a system that was difficult to cultivate. It was not as simple as chi refinement, where one only needed to keep increasing their immortal power. First of all, one needed a powerful body refinement technique to cultivate a type of divine power that could resist attacks. Secondly, one needed to have a body full of divine power. The cultivation of divine power was just too difficult. Many people had cultivated hundreds of thousands of dragon divine power or millions of dragon divine power, but it was difficult for them to improve. As for 10 million dragon divine power, only the top forces could cultivate it. The others were not lucky enough, and they could only dream of it in their lives. Today they had witnessed the power of force. It was a battle that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth, a battle between real men. Lin Fei, who was weak, was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. His divine power was endless. Only then did everyone realize that realm and laws were not the key. Divine power was the key. Lin Fei's combat power had already reached the peak, and he was known to be invincible under the earth grade. Agutai was also not simple. His divine power surged like a flood, and his punch was full of infinite divine power. Any attack or move seemed weak at this moment. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, the two figures separated again. After that, they did not attack again. The space behind them had completely collapsed. The wind that would make immortals pale was like tickling them. Cough, cough, cough. Agutai kept coughing blood. There was a big hole in his chest, which had been punched by Lin Fei. His left hand was also broken. Even with his divine body, he could not withstand the explosive power of that punch. Brother Lin, I admit defeat. His words shocked the crowd. Agutai had lost? How was this possible? The victor had clearly not been decided yet. If it weren't for the coincidence, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. Agutai cultivated divine power and walked the path of strength, which made Lin Fei feel a sense of sympathy for him, so he generously agreed. This world is all about strength. This time I lost to you, so I've lost. Agutai's flesh wriggled as his wounds healed. However, his complexion wasn't good. The next time we meet, I hope you can break through your limit. Otherwise, you won't be my opponent. That day shouldn't be too far away. I will definitely break through my limits. Lin Fei and Agutai had a great battle. This was a hot-blooded battle between men. Beyond the limit is the true soaring of dragons and leaping of tigers. In front of me, chi refinement cultivators are nothing. Agutai didn't seem disappointed at all, and he turned around and left. Just as he was about to disappear, Agutai's voice sounded out, "Be careful of that war sky. He's extremely terrifying." Agutai, a master of strength, walked away confidently. No one dared to believe it. After Agutai left, a group of people caught up with him, their killing intent surging. It seemed that they were either here for revenge or to kill and plunder. A bunch of people in a hurry to die. Lin Fei snorted inwardly. After the previous battle, he knew better than anyone that Agutai's battle prowess had reached 80 million dragon god power. Even if Agutai was injured with 80 million dragon god power, he could still sweep through all his enemies. That was why Lin Fei had said they were courting death. Agutai said that beyond the limit is the true soaring of dragons and leaping of tigers. It seems that in his world, there was once a super expert whose body had reached 100 million dragon god power. That's why he said that. And that war sky, even an expert like Agutai is afraid of him? It seems that we need to pay special attention to him. This battle had ended, and Lin Fei's impression in their hearts had improved once again. Who else wants to fight? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, like a great bell, reverberating in the sky. Agutai's iron fists were invincible. He had killed a genius in 10 punches. In the end, he had admitted defeat personally. Even if they had some ability, who would dare to fight? Lin Fei's body was stained with blood. He looked like an undefeatable god of war. Challenge him? What if he was beaten to death? No one dared to challenge him. Amorous Immortal King, White Bone Crown Prince, and the other peerless geniuses had finally raised Lin Fei to the same level. Agutai was also a peerless genius. Now that Agutai had admitted defeat, Lin Fei was equivalent to another Agutai. Amorous Immortal King, why don't we fight together? White Bone Crown Prince transmitted to Amorous Immortal King. White Bone, are you afraid? Amorous Immortal King laughed. Don't tell me you're not afraid? Agutai's strength is on par with us. He walks the path of close combat. Even if we fight him alone, we won't dare to say we can win, right? White Bone Crown Prince mocked. Amorous Immortal King was indeed afraid of Lin Fei. Agutai had fought once before, and the battle ended in a draw. He had used all his methods and barely managed to maintain a draw. Lin Fei had become a powerful enemy. Amorous Immortal King naturally wouldn't admit it. He was still afraid of Lin Fei in his heart. We can cooperate, but I want 5 slots for the Emperor Key. Deal. White Bone Crown Prince agreed decisively. You have to fight with your full strength. After the two of them discussed, they reached an agreement to join forces to deal with Lin Fei. After the battle with Agutai, they had exhausted a lot of energy. It was the right time to fight. Who wants to fight with me? If you don't want to fight, I'm leaving. Brother Lin, we will fight with you. Do you dare to fight? Amorous Immortal King and White Bone Crown Prince flew over. They were no longer tough. Lin Fei was on the same level as them. That was why they could treat him like this. If it was someone with lower strength, they would kill without hesitation. They wouldn't be polite at all. Many people cursed the two's shameless actions. If they had known earlier, they would have joined forces. They could afford to pay for the treasures. Amorous Immortal King and White Bone Crown Prince were experts on the same level as Agutai. If the two of them fought Lin Fei alone, wouldn't that be robbing a burning house? There's nothing I don't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed loudly. But your treasures have to be double. At least it's worse than the heavenly origin grand sage fruit. Amorous Immortal King was fond of women, but he admired Lin Fei. When the two of them joined forces, even an expert on the level of Agutai couldn't help but avoid them. Two peerless experts joining forces, who would dare to agree? Everyone thought that Lin Fei was crazy. Any one of them was enough to make them suffer, let alone two of them. The two of them had defeated many geniuses in the great celestial realm. Hence, the local geniuses didn't dare to act recklessly for fear of being killed. Lin Fei's arrogance was truly boundless. Brother Lin, this is a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect. It's a white bone sarira transformed from the victorious fighting Buddha. It's said that it contains boundless divine might. Since you are walking the path of divine might, I believe you will like this treasure. The white bone crown prince took out a box. After opening the seal, Buddhic light illuminated the area. A white bone sarira appeared, and Buddhic chants rang out continuously. White bone crown prince, how audacious of you! You even dare to take out a sarira of our Buddhist sect? Great monk Merciful spoke in a stern voice. I advise you to hand it over. Smelly monk, you are courting death. The white bone crown prince slashed out with his divine spear. The great monk Merciful was merely an earth-grade immortal king. A beam of cold light slammed into him, causing the Buddhic light around him to crumble. The great monk Merciful was flung through the air, heavily injured. I want this item. The passionate immortal king also took out a treasure. Since the white bone crown prince took out the white bone sarira of the victorious fighting Buddha, I can't be inferior to him. Why don't we make a pair of good things? This is a heaven-shaking divine axe used by a supreme ancient immortal back then. It weighs over 10 million jin and is one of the best treasures in the world. If Brother Lin can defeat us, it would be equivalent to you obtaining an additional treasure. A black axe floated before the passionate immortal king. Runes could be seen all over it. Clearly it was sealed. If not, the passionate immortal king wouldn't be able to wield this axe. Lin Fei's eyes turned sharp. He swept out with his divine sense and knew that the passionate immortal king wasn't lying. Under the seal, the aura that leaked out was pure and ancient. Once the seal was undone, it would definitely be a supreme treasure that was several times stronger compared to his adjudication staff. He would be able to wield it easily. The two of you make your move. The passionate immortal king and the white bone crown prince exchanged mutual glances. The white bone crown prince stabbed his divine spear towards Lin Fei. At the same time, 9 bone dragons that were over 10,000 meters long roared as they rushed towards Lin Fei. The bronze war chariot transformed into a bronze warrior that cleaved down with its axe. The moment the white bone crown prince attacked, he instantly exuded a killing aura. This was especially so for the bronze war chariot. It was a terrifying puppet that exuded a cold aura that caused people to shiver involuntarily. Lin Fei's runes flew out, transforming into a black hammer. With a grab, he smashed the nearest bone dragon, breaking it into 2. An earth-ranked bone dragon couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lin Fei's hammer. Boom, 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 Lin Fei didn't evade. The bone dragons bit him, leaving white marks on his body. With a swing of the hammer, another bone dragon was broken. Clang! The bronze warrior cleaved down with its axe, similarly leaving white marks on Lin Fei's body. With a kick, the azure dragon was smashed into the ground. Pink Nation! The passionate immortal king also didn't expect that Lin Fei was even more terrifying than he imagined. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the encirclement of the white bone crown prince. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 990. The amorous immortal king's attack was extraordinary. Just this attack alone was enough to cause one to be unable to extricate themselves, truly losing themselves. The crimson mist transformed into millions of beauties. Some were thin, some were thin, some were exposed. Even the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards of an emperor were nothing more than this. The experts present could see that the amorous immortal king's attack was condensed from the power of laws. Anyone who was struck by it could forget about escaping. When a person was enveloped by desire, they would be immersed in an endless path of desire. Brother Lin, this is the kingdom of beauties. I wonder how would you break it? The white bone crown prince was also extremely wary of this kingdom of beauties. He once again summoned the bone dragon and the bronze puppet swung down with its axe. Amorous immortal king, don't be anxious. Lin Fei, who was within the Kingdom of Beauties, could also sense how extraordinary this Kingdom of Beauties was. Within his boundless sea of consciousness, crimson mist permeated the air. Not only was his physical body being attacked, his mind was also under attack. Within his boundless sea of consciousness, divine light surged. That deity emperor appeared, a full 30,000 meters tall. Divine light shone down on everything. The beautiful fairies fled in panic, exploding one after another. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei's heart palpitated. The amorous immortal king was able to reach such a level, he almost fell for it. Watch space distorted. Everyone could see that the surrounding space was being distorted. Inconceivably, this attack was broken. Go! The Fantian seal was summoned by Lin Fei and pressed down on the white bone crown prince's head. The huge seal directly caused the white bone crown prince's expression to change. The divine spear stabbed upwards, trying to deflect it. The Fantian seal was not an ordinary object. It didn't budge at all and directly suppressed the white bone crown prince. The white bone crown prince was extremely powerful. He kept his spear and used both his hands to block the attack. His expression changed again as he exclaimed in shock, "How could this fellow Lin Fei have such a treasure? Amorous immortal king, quickly come and help me." The Fantian seal was forged using the treasures of the plentiful treasures immortal king. In addition to the treasures of the Buddhist sect, how could it be compared to ordinary top-grade saint weapons? Pung, a large number of golden warriors appeared around the white bone crown prince. They must have been extremely powerful warriors summoned to resist the Fantian seal. When the amorous immortal king saw that the white bone crown prince was being held back, he was extremely surprised. After all, he knew very well how strong the white bone crown prince was. How could he be unable to block the attack of a saint weapon? Show! Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand and a saber formed from god energy runes slashed down from the sky, stopping the passionate immortal king. This slash was made up of pure divine power, and its strength reached 80 million dragon divine power. After fighting with Agutai, Lin Fei had gained some understanding of offensive methods. He would use divine power runes to attack from a distance. Everyone's expression changed as soon as the blade was unleashed. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's control over his strength had improved once again. I'll block. The gigantic disk of holy light behind the amorous immortal king blocked this saber strike. But even so, his blood and chi churned wildly. He was even more terrifying compared to Agutai. Damn, how could his strength be greater than Agutai's? The holy light plate blocked the attack, but it was also damaged. Again, this slash was filled with astonishing divine power. Show! Lin Fei attacked once more, rejoicing that his attack had become even more tyrannical after fighting with an expert like Agutai. Slash after slash, the ferocity of the amorous immortal king's attack shocked everyone. The amorous immortal king's physical body was not very strong, so Lin Fei immediately held the upper hand. Saber light slashed out without any regard for his life, tyrannical to the extreme as he struggled to block. Ancient saber art, rising sun slash. A resplendent light as bright as a star appeared, and a cold wind blew past everyone's chests. Lin Fei understood. The divine power runes transformed into runes, and Lin Fei's saber art was at his fingertips. The amorous immortal king is about to lose. The ancient saber art Lin Fei has learned, and when unleashed with divine power, its power is extraordinary. Many people could see the result. Lin Fei was truly a monstrous genius. The amorous immortal king had used all his methods, but he still could not block Lin Fei's tyrannical saber art. If it was a pure saber art, he would not be too worried, but the saber art contained divine power, so it could be said to be a double attack. One wrong step. Brother Lin, you win. As he spoke, the saber light that filled the sky vanished. The amorous immortal king's body was filled with countless saber scars, a ghastly sight to behold. This was in addition to the fact that he had a set of sacred armor on him. But even so, the sacred armor was already in a damaged state. When the amorous immortal king admitted defeat, the white bone crown prince knew that the situation was hopeless. The Fantian seal had completely suppressed him, and he had completely lost his chance. He admitted defeat on the spot. Brother Lin, this treasure is? The Fantian seal, crafted not long ago. Lin Fei kept the Fantian seal. Brother Lin, good move, the Fantian seal is indeed a treasure. Those who are weaker than me, a Fantian seal will definitely be heavily injured. If the treasure is found, it will probably be a celestial artifact in the future. The White Bone Crown Prince lost, and he still brought trouble to Lin Fei. As expected, the White Bone Crown Prince's words caused a commotion. Celestial artifact. The Fantian seal could become a celestial artifact? No one would doubt the White Bone Crown Prince's words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Fantian seal suppressed him, and he was unable to break free. Clearly he had lost. This White Bone Crown Prince really knows how to attract hatred for me. Lin Fei looked at the White Bone Crown Prince with disdain, and he was not worried that they would attack. Whoever dared to use the Fantian seal, he would teach them a lesson. The amorous Immortal King and the White Bone Crown Prince lost, and they painfully handed over the treasures and left. Two more peerless geniuses lost to Lin Fei, and even though the other geniuses were tempted, they did not dare to act rashly. They knew their own strength very well. During this time, a few more peerless geniuses attacked, but the result was the same. Lin Fei's simple attack completely suppressed their strength, and regardless of close range or long range, they were far inferior to him, so they could only admit defeat. At this time, everyone knew that unless a heaven-stage immortal king appeared, no one would be able to snatch the great emperor's key from Lin Fei. From now on, there would be another young expert in the great metropolis heaven. Brother Lin, as expected of someone valued by master. He defeated all the geniuses and made a name for himself in the great metropolis heaven. The crowd saw Zhan Tian, who had not made a move, slowly walk out. Zhan Tian was an extremely mysterious person this time. No one knew where he came from, and he was extremely powerful, a terrifying existence that made people fear him. Perhaps Zhan Tian could defeat Lin Fei. This thought appeared in many people's minds. Well said, well said. Lin Fei remembered Agutai's words. Brother Zhan, could it be that you also want to have a battle with me? Since Zhan Tian had appeared, a battle was necessary. The next successor of the Eternal Emperor was rumored to have strength comparable to a heaven-stage immortal king, a first-rate existence. We are fellow apprentice brothers. If we fight and kill, wouldn't we become a joke to outsiders? Zhan Tian said indifferently. There's no need for a battle. Brother Lin, just give me the qualification. What do you think? Chapter 991. Brilliant move. Truly brilliant move. The crowd assumed that Warsky would fight Lin Fei, yet this was the outcome. Warsky was asking for a qualification in front of the crowd. On second thought, Warsky had an advantage that no one else could compare to. They were both successors of the Eternal Martial Monarch, and they came from the same place. The Eternal Martial Monarch was their master, at least nominally. Warsky was not wrong in saying so. It was reasonable. Brother Warsky, since you've spoken, isn't it just a qualification? So what? Lin Fei immediately made up his mind. He did not hesitate and gave out a qualification. If the monarch key is taken away by someone else, don't blame me. Warsky was indeed a mysterious person. Lin Fei could not see through the other party. His body was sealed by a mysterious force, and a terrifying aura was hidden within the seal. Lin Fei would not hesitate to fight Warsky. It was just a qualification. If they were to fight, a bloody battle would be unavoidable, and he would end up giving it to the other party instead. With 2 monarch keys, he had 20 qualifications. So what if he gave one away? Besides, even if he did not give it away, Warsky could still get a qualification with his strength. Lin Fei did not believe that he could not get one elsewhere. Brother Lin, you sure are straightforward. Warsky burst into laughter. He glanced at a certain spot in the sky. It's not my intention to ask for a qualification for free, so here's a gift for you. Come out. Dong dong dong, the crowd saw Warsky taking a step forward. Deafening thunder rumbled, and his blood rumbled as he threw a punch at a certain spot. Hua hua, 2 silhouettes appeared in the void, and they seem to be in an extremely sorry state. Aren't they the Sky Demon Emperor's men? I know them, that's the demonic Sky Immortal Emperor, one of the 6 generals under the Sky Demon Emperor. Who exactly is this War Sky, to be able to knock them out with a single punch? When the demonic Sky Immortal King and Blood Slave Immortal King appeared, everyone held their breaths. These were subordinates of great sovereigns, just their names alone were enough to drive them crazy. Not just anyone can target the successor of our eternal emperor. You can't, and neither can the great emperors behind you. War Sky stepped forward. Brother Lin, I'll take care of these 2 for you. The demonic Sky Immortal King was one of the great generals under the celestial demon monarch. He had never been looked down upon by anyone before, so he could not help but fly into a rage when he heard War Sky saying that he would teach them a lesson. Impudent! The Blood Slave Immortal King slashed out with a saber light, causing the blood sea to surge. This time, it was his true body, no longer a clone. With a malevolent laugh, he slashed out 2 more times. No one had seen much of Warsky's strength. Most of it was just rumors. How dare you use such a method? What a disgrace! War Sky snorted coldly. A gigantic drum appeared behind him, and with a thunderous boom, the blood-colored saber light shattered. The Blood Slave Immortal King's face turned pale as his body exploded. Who are you? Who the hell are you? The demonic Sky Immortal King was a heaven-ranked immortal king, yet he was intimidated by the sound of the drum. The Blood Slave Immortal King's strength was not to be underestimated. Even he would need 3 moves to kill the Blood Slave Immortal King. You don't have the right to know. War Sky shook his head. Dong 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 dong, the gigantic drum continued to move despite the absence of wind. It felt as if the entire world was a beating heart. Bang bang bang, the place where the demonic Sky Immortal King was standing exploded. The demonic Sky Immortal King was intimidated at first, then fear. He felt as if someone was grabbing his throat. I'm the subordinate of the celestial demon monarch. You can't kill me. A mass of flesh and blood exploded and turned into rain on the spot, falling from the sky. A heaven-ranked immortal king died just like that? Everyone's limbs turned soft. Wasn't War Sky a little too terrifying? He had killed a heaven-ranked immortal king with a single move, even putting the celestial demon monarch in his eyes. Alright, I'm leaving now. War Sky took a few steps forward and disappeared without a trace. The terrifying aura he left behind made everyone unable to recover from their shock. A heaven-ranked immortal king's treasure can't be wasted. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and kept the storage ring. This was the storage ring of a heaven-ranked immortal king. Looking at the direction War Sky left in, he felt as if a huge boulder was pressing down on him. Where did this War Sky come from? The attack earlier was so terrifying. What kind of attack was that? Even Lin Fei himself couldn't sense the power of the previous attack. Lin Fei, you have to be careful of this person. He's a great enemy. Luckily, he doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. He Yao's words followed. Lin Fei could hear the seriousness in He Yao's tone. Brother He Yao, did you recognize who he was? An emperor-level expert rumored to have died a long time ago. He Yao could not help but shiver when he mentioned the words emperor-level. Lin Fei inhaled a cold breath. How is that possible? His words were powerless. Do you know what kind of power that was? I couldn't tell. The power of Dao. Even if it's just a 10,000th of it, it's not something the demonic Sky Immortal King could withstand. Most importantly, the aura of Dao was perfectly concealed. Even an emperor-level expert wouldn't be able to sense it. If it wasn't for that year, Lin Fei came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't sense the power. The power of Dao. Even if Lin Fei fought the demonic Sky Immortal King himself, he would at most come to a draw. It was impossible for War Sky to kill the demonic Sky Immortal King so easily. Master, that person was too terrifying. If he wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be able to stop him even if there were 10 of me. At this moment, Shui Ying's trembling voice came. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Shui Ying was a heaven-ranked immortal king. Almost no one in this realm could kill him. Yet he was currently filled with fear towards War Sky. Brother Black Demon, Why would a martial monarch be interested in the treasure of a martial monarch's cave after his resurrection? Lin Fei did not dare to doubt it. If Wuxia was an immortal monarch, even if he wasn't, he would still be a powerful existence with one foot in the immortal monarch realm. He was not someone Lin Fei could fight against. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be chaotic. After that, no matter how Lin Fei tried to contact him, Black Demon did not say anything. Screw it, Wuxia just wants a qualification. It's not like I'll lose anything by giving it to him. Lin Fei pondered. Wuxia killed the Sky Demon Emperor's subordinate. He's trying to attract more hatred for me. I'll go. The central ruins fell silent after the demonic Sky Immortal King's death. Everyone looked at Lin Fei cautiously. Regardless of why Wuxia had made a move, the two of them were both successors of the celestial demon monarchs. If they offended Lin Fei, it would be hard to guarantee that they would not offend Wuxia. The celestial demon monarch was an unprecedented demon monarch, and he had killed Lin Fei without any hesitation, not giving them any face at all. Forget it, the martial monarch key isn't something we can covet. Let's just focus on searching for treasures. Many people gave up on the idea of snatching it. The successor of an eternal martial monarch possessed such terrifying strength. What kind of terrifying scene would it be if he went all out? One had to admit that Wuxia's domineering move had deterred everyone by killing a heaven-ranked immortal king. After a long period of silence, a towering demonic aura descended from the sky. A middle-aged man with glittering eyes appeared before the crowd. He did not conceal his majestic aura at all. The Sky Wolf Immortal King has made his move. The Sky Wolf Immortal King was a heaven-ranked immortal king of the Wolf tribe. Now that he had made his move, it was equivalent to a heaven-ranked immortal king interfering. Bang! Another terrifying aura appeared after the Sky Wolf Immortal King. Similarly, a golden lion appeared behind the huge man with towering demonic aura. The Lion King of the Golden Tribe is here. Two heaven-ranked immortal kings appeared consecutively like two mountains. Big Brother Lin, are you all right? When the Golden Lion race appeared, a few youths behind the Lion King asked Lin Fei, startling everyone. I'm fine. I'm fine. Lin Fei was also surprised when he saw Tai Yi and the others. He immediately understood that the news must have come from this Lion King. Sure enough, the Lion King's gaze was sharp as he looked at Lin Fei. The Lion King was a powerful tribe to begin with. His gaze was like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through Lin Fei. Lin Fei had fought with the Sky Devil Emperor before, let alone a heaven-ranked immortal king. He faced the Lion King fearlessly. This matter happened in the blink of an eye. Daoist Lin, good spirit. As expected of the successor of an eternal martial monarch. The Lion King's words caused everyone to fall into a reverie. Could it be that the two of them were related? You're flattering me. Lin Fei laughed. At least, this Golden Lion King was not an enemy. Although he was not afraid of heaven-ranked immortal kings, it was better to have one less. Junior brother Lin Fei, how have you been? Another group of people descended from the sky. Lin Fei saw Elder Su Yi and knew that the people from the academy had arrived. The leader was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was a heaven-ranked immortal king. The people from the Holy Sky Academy are here. It's even the Vice Dean Qing Mu. It's rumored that he has been a heaven-ranked immortal king for a long time. Senior brother Su. Lin Fei always remembered Su Yi's help. Su Yi relaxed. He was afraid that junior brother Lin Fei would not give him face. Lin Fei was already a heaven-ranked immortal king. He was far stronger than him. Junior brother Lin Fei, come over quickly. This is the Vice Dean Qing Mu. Vice Dean Qing Mu? This was the first time Lin Fei saw the Vice Dean. Disciple greets Vice Dean Qing Mu. Vice Principal Qing Mu nodded in satisfaction and smiled as he said, Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you've done well. You've not brought shame to the Academy's name. This old man has seen everything that happened today, and if anyone dares to be rude to you, this old man won't mind beheading them. This last sentence was actually said to everyone. Even the Vice Dean Qing Mu of the Holy Sky Academy had appeared. He was another heaven-ranked immortal king. He had not fought for many years. Lin Fei chuckled, "Thank you, Dean." This disciple was really afraid that they would make a move. Although Vice Dean Qing Mu knew that Lin Fei's strength was comparable to an initial stage heaven-ranked immortal king, he still felt very comfortable after hearing these words. Chapter 992. The departure of War Sky and the appearance of Celestial Wolf Immortal King seemed to be certain that they could defeat Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion clan seemed to know Lin Fei. Then, Vice Dean Qing Mu of the Holy Heaven Academy, who was also a Heaven Immortal King, came. Vice Dean Qing Mu immediately said that Lin Fei was the focus of the academy and said that whoever dared to make a move would be punished. Obviously, he was angry and was ready to kill. Whoever dared to make trouble for Lin Fei now would be beheaded. Vice Dean Qing Mu was also a hot-blooded man in the past. After becoming the Vice Dean of the Holy Heaven Academy, his reputation grew day by day. No one dared to underestimate the power of his words. Vice Dean Qing Mu, how arrogant. Do you want to protect that thief, Lin Fei? Vice Headmaster Greenwood was a heaven-ranked immortal king. No one dared to underestimate him. Even the Skywolf Immortal King didn't dare to underestimate him. After hearing this, a look of joy appeared on his face. This Lin Fei's killing intent is too heavy, he even wants to destroy flowers. If this continues on, there's no guarantee that he wouldn't become a devil in the future. If Vice Headmaster Greenwood wants to protect him, don't you think that's a bad thing? At the end of the sky, a black glass dragon flew over. That dragon was formed from the cold air of the netherworld. Everywhere it passed, space froze, and a chilling aura swept over. The Heaven Immortal King of the Netherworld Palace had appeared. Everyone remembered that Lin Fei had killed the Ice Fairy and the other disciples of the Netherworld Palace. Now that the Netherworld Palace had appeared again, it was obvious that they wanted to capture Lin Fei personally. So it's old Mo. You're quite arrogant. You dare to touch someone from our academy? Vice Dean Qing Mu was furious. After seeing Lin Fei's invincibility, he regarded him as the focus of the academy. Moreover, Lin Fei was a saint. Under such circumstances, if Lin Fei couldn't be protected by the academy, who would dare to join the Holy Heaven Academy in the future? Even if the Netherworld Palace was one of the top 10 forces, Vice Dean Qing Mu wasn't afraid. Old man Qing Mu, long time no see. I wonder if you've grown. An old man with fluttering clothes stood on the black glass dragon. He reached out and grabbed the ice staff, pointing it at Vice Dean Qing Mu. You think I'm afraid of you? Back then, Vice Principal Qing Mu had a fiery temper. Even though he was getting older, his temperament was still the same. A towering tree appeared in front of him. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, covering the sky and covering the earth. It exuded boundless vitality, blocking in front of him. The frost staff struck the tree, and the huge tree started to wither. The tree was covered in ice, and it looked like it was going to collapse. It would not be able to withstand this attack. Old man Qing Mu, you can't do it. Vice Dean Greenwood laughed heartily. Who says I'm not good enough? Rather, it's you who is still the same as before, not having improved at all, ha. Hua hua hua, the towering tree shook and released a bright green light. A boundless life force soared into the sky. The ice on the surface of the tree cracked, and branches came crashing down. The frost staff shattered on the spot, and the towering tree disappeared. The two of them had each made a move, and it was clear that they were evenly matched. Old Mo's strength has improved tremendously in the past 100 years. He might even be at the peak of the initial stage. Vice Dean Greenwood was shocked. This brat Lin Fei was truly gutsy. Since Lin Fei was a disciple of the academy, he couldn't allow him to be injured no matter what. Little did he know, old Mo was also shocked. Vice Dean Greenwood, who hasn't made a move for several hundred years, has already grasped the Greenwood element to such an extent. He was able to block the attack from my frost staff. I'm afraid his cultivation base is also at the peak of the initial stage of the heaven rank. At their level, it was extremely difficult to break through. After a single exchange, MOD stopped attacking. He pointed at Lin Fei. Vice Dean Greenwood, your Holy Heavens Academy is no longer the same as before. I advise you to hand over that brat Lin Fei, lest I act personally. Although you are a heaven rank immortal king, This time around, Lin Fei has committed a grave crime. Not only did he kill a disciple of the Netherworld Palace, he even destroyed a flower. This time around, I've brought 3 heaven-rank immortal kings with me. Do you think you can block him? As expected, another 3 heaven-rank immortal kings appeared behind MOD. Their auras weren't any weaker than MOD's. They glared at MOD with killing intent in their eyes. The Netherworld Palace was one of the 10 major powers. With 3 heaven-rank immortal kings and 4 heaven-rank immortal kings, they could completely suppress the Holy Heavens Academy. Very few people in the great metropolis world could reach this level of strength. 4 heaven-rank immortal kings were indeed a terrifying force. On the other hand, the Holy Heavens Academy only had 1 heaven-rank immortal king, Vice Dean Greenwood. As for Lin Fei, he was automatically ignored. Sweeping across Earth-rank immortal kings was already his limit. Fighting against a heaven-rank immortal king? They might not be able to. The people from the Netherworld Palace were certain that the Holy Heavens Academy would win. If it was in the past, when the Holy Heavens Academy was filled with experts, they would still give them some face. But today was different. The Holy Heavens Academy was no longer as glorious as before. On this trip to capture Lin Fei, they lost disciples one after another. Especially the Ice Fairy, who was a personal disciple. If they didn't capture Lin Fei, the Netherworld Palace would probably become a joke. For against one, they would definitely win. Old Mo, do you think that we are afraid of you? Vice Principal Qing Mu had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Our Holy Heaven Academy is indeed inferior to your Netherworld Palace. But if you want to take our Academy's disciple, this old man will not let you succeed even if I have to go all out. Immortal King Mo, you are also a heaven-rank immortal king. If word gets out that you are bullying the weak, you will become a joke. A sudden voice interrupted them. Only then did they notice that the Golden Lion clan leader had spoken. Protecting Lin Fei? Or provoking the Netherworld Palace on purpose? The Golden Lion clan was a powerful clan among the demon race. They never helped outsiders, but these words sounded very awkward to MOD's ears. Does your Golden Lion clan also want to interfere? MOD's face darkened. Even though the Lion clan was one of the clans, the demon race had always been very united. Their demon race had a demon monarch, and their strength was not to be underestimated. You are mistaken. I just can't stand it. Sheba laughed. Your Netherworld Palace is coming aggressively. My tiny Golden Lion clan doesn't think that we can win against you. MOD felt like he was listening to a joke. One was the demon race, and the other was the Netherworld Palace, one of the top 10 factions. Old thing over there, don't you want to bring people to capture me? If you have the guts, then do it. I have been waiting for your Netherworld Palace for a long time. At this moment, Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. He pointed at Immortal King MOD and the other immortal kings behind him. Do you believe that I will use you as interest today to become my stepping stone? Chapter 993. They had seen arrogant people before, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Fei who didn't know when to back off. The Netherworld Palace was one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. They had sent 4 heaven-stage celestial kings just to make a move. It was a huge move, and it showed how much importance they attached to this matter. Lin Fei didn't care about the situation and contradicted the Netherworld Palace in public. If they were in his shoes, none of them would dare to do the same. 4 heaven-stage celestial kings weren't ordinary people, and they could kill them easily. Lin Fei is dead for sure this time. He killed a disciple of the Netherworld Palace first, and then he destroyed a flower. Once he is brought back to the Netherworld Palace, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. 4 heaven-stage celestial kings will definitely take care of Vice Dean Qing Mu of the Holy Heaven Academy. Everyone shook their heads. What an unwise move. Vice Dean Qing Mu didn't vent his anger on Lin Fei because of this. After all, the people of the Netherworld Palace were used to being domineering and doing whatever they wanted. Lin Fei was able to talk back to them. His temperament was just like him in the past. Lin Fei, when that old ghost makes a move later, I will hold them back. You leave first. Vice Dean Qing Mu transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. In his opinion, He had reached the end of his life, and he wouldn't be able to improve much in his lifetime. Junior brother Lin Fei was different. At such a young age, his battle prowess had reached such a level. Even he was far inferior to him in the past. Vice Dean Qing Mu didn't want Lin Fei to fall into their hands. Once he fell into the hands of the Netherworld Palace, it would be a nightmare, and the hope of the academy would be destroyed. Lin Fei's talent was extraordinary, and he was definitely a monster. In the future, it was possible for him to become a supreme celestial emperor. Vice Dean Qing Mu was going all out, and he was going to stop them even if he had to sacrifice himself. Hearing this, Lin Fei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although this was the first time they met, Lin Fei discovered that Vice Headmaster Qing Mu was very much to his liking. This was especially so in terms of character. The moment Vice Headmaster Qing Mu appeared, it was as though he had found an ally. Despite knowing that he wasn't a match for 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings, he still gave Lin Fei the chance to leave. Dean Greenwood, those 4 heaven-stage celestial kings aren't really that dangerous, Lin Fei said via voice transmission. I wonder how many celestial kings Lord Dean can hold back? Vice Headmaster Qing Mu was an experienced person. When he heard Lin Fei's words, his eyes flashed with a bright light. If we go all out, it wouldn't be a problem to delay 2 of them. Because they are heaven-ranked immortal kings of the Netherworld Palace, they are extremely powerful. The heaven is celestial Fei, to off to say to Lin. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Why don't we leave the 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings behind? This way, the Netherworld Palace will know that the Holy Heaven Academy is still the same as before. Vice Dean Qing Mu knew that Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person, but to say that 4 heaven-stage celestial kings would be captured was beyond his imagination. If an ordinary disciple said this, Vice Dean Qing Mu would definitely reprimand them for biting off more than they could chew. How could 4 heaven-stage celestial kings be dealt with so easily? But junior brother Lin Fei was different. From the beginning to the end, Vice Dean Qing Mu only saw calmness. Why was he calm? It was because he had a certain level of confidence in the matter. Maybe it was possible? How confident are you? 70%. Lin Fei didn't dare to say 100%. Even if it was 70%, Vice Dean Qing Mu was still shocked. He didn't know where junior brother Lin Fei's confidence came from. Qing Mu, I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Hand over Lin Fei, or you'll suffer. MOD said proudly. Father, help big brother Lin. On the other side, Shi Tianchong transmitted his voice to his father, hoping that his father would help. Your big brother Lin is stubborn. This matter won't be easy. Shi Ba shook his head. There was nothing he could do. 4 heaven-stage celestial kings, plus the Netherworld Palace's deep foundation. At the same realm, the battle prowess of the Netherworld Palace's heaven-stage celestial kings was several times stronger than ordinary celestial kings. This was the first time Shi Ba saw Lin Fei. He could vaguely feel a domineering aura from him. It was a domineering aura that wouldn't be obstructed by anything. Yield? That was impossible. The Netherworld Palace is furious. If there's hope, try your best to keep him alive. Shi Ba sighed. Youngsters don't know how to keep a low profile. It's hard for them to grow in such an environment. 1 breath. 2 breaths. MOD reported. The 3 heaven-stage celestial kings behind him fanned out, waiting for the order to attack. Let's see if you agree or not. MOD believed that Vice Dean Qing Mu wouldn't offend the great Netherworld Palace for Lin Fei. Although the Holy Heaven Academy was strong, it was far from the Netherworld Palace. It would take a lot of effort to destroy the Holy Heaven Academy. Old Mo, just give up. Our Holy Heaven Academy won't do such despicable things. Vice Dean Qing Mu's voice was loud and clear. At most, we'll fight. There's no dean in the Holy Heaven Academy who's afraid of death. MOD originally wanted to give Qing Mu a chance, but he didn't give him any face. He said coldly, Qing Mu, you're still the Qing Mu from back then. You don't know when to advance or retreat. We haven't fought for hundreds of years. Let's have a good spar today. 3 elders, go and take down that kid Lin Fei. Kill everyone in the Holy Heaven Academy. Leave no one alive. Sky reaching green wood. Vice Dean Qing Mu was the first to act. A towering tree with luxuriant branches and leaves appeared. With a shake of his body, a tray ant appeared. It looked similar to Qing Mu. Swish, 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 the tray ant moved, delaying Immortal King Mod and the other Heaven Stage Celestial King. Qing Mu, you'll regret it soon. Mod pointed his ice staff at the towering tray ant. He didn't think that Lin Fei could fight against two Heaven Stage Celestial Kings. No matter how strong he was, there would be a limit. Lin Fei is finished this time. Those two Heaven Stage Celestial Kings are Ting Yu and Fang Bai. They're both experts of the older generation. The auras of two Heaven Stage Celestial Kings pressed down. Everyone in the vicinity felt fear. Even though they were affected by the aftershock, their expressions still changed. Blood shadow. Every time the people of the Netherworld Palace came, Lin Fei would kill them. This time, he would kill 4 of their Heaven Stage Celestial Kings first. In any case, there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. Master, I've tolerated them for a long time. Blood Shadow turned into a ray of blood light and charged towards the Heaven Stage Celestial King. A mere Earth Stage Celestial King. You're courting death. Teng Yu waved his hand and shot out a cold chi, freezing the void. An Earth Stage Celestial King could be killed easily. Bang bang bang. Blood Shadow's speed didn't decrease at all. He continued to charge forward. The ice formed from the frost chi shattered as he punched at the Soaring Leap Immortal King. With a loud bang, the Soaring Leap Immortal King was sent tumbling through the air and slammed into a mountain. How dare you touch Master? I'll beat you to death today. Blood Shadow rushed down like a cannonball and destroyed many hills. Heavens, did I see it wrong? Lin Fei's subordinate sent a Heaven Stage Celestial King from the Netherworld Palace flying with a punch. Impossible. The attack of a Heaven Stage Celestial King is shocking. He can't possibly block it. It was rare for an Earth Stage Celestial King to send a Heaven Stage Celestial King flying. Vice Dean Qing Mu, who was in the middle of the battle, finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was only one Heaven Stage Celestial King left. Could Lin Fei really handle it? If he couldn't, he would be completely defeated. Little bastard, how dare you play tricks? Fang Bai didn't expect that one of Lin Fei's subordinates would have such strength to send Ting Yu flying. The 3 words were extremely eye-catching. Don't take it head-on. Everyone knew about Fan Tian's seal's invincible might. Many of those who supported the Netherworld Palace hurriedly reminded him. The compassionate monk and Hai Budong from the Sea God's realm had both suffered a great loss at the hands of Fan Tian's seal. Fang Bai's palm slammed upward, and his immortal energy collided with Fan Tian's seal. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had arrived in front of Fan Tian's seal. The gravity pressed down, and the 3 heads and 6 arms attacked with a palm technique, a fist technique, a saber technique, and a sword technique. Fang Bai's attack missed, and he was in danger. Under the attacks of the 3 heads and 6 arms, each attack had the power of 90 million dragons. Fang Bai's body was immediately covered with wounds, and he kept vomiting blood. Do you think a Heaven Stage Celestial King is powerful? You're dead today. Lin Fei rushed forward again, and the heaven-shaking divine axe appeared in one of his arms. He swung it down, and one of Fang Bai's arms was sent flying, and his face turned pale. Netherworld profound energy. Fang Bai didn't expect Lin Fei's combat strength to be so terrifying that he could injure a Heaven Stage Celestial King in the blink of an eye. This was unprecedented. 2 plates of holy light appeared behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the whistling Netherworld energy kept cutting at Lin Fei's body, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered with wounds. A Heaven Stage Celestial King's combat strength was extremely powerful. Just the cold energy formed by the Netherworld energy had the power of 100 million dragons. An ordinary person would die without a doubt if they were hit by it. The 2 plates of holy light were fully activated, and Fang Bai turned around and attacked with all his might to kill Lin Fei. He was a Heaven Stage Celestial King, and he was injured by a perfected golden immortal. Relying on the invincible golden body, Lin Fei punched with his left hand, punched with his right hand, and slashed with his left saber and right saber. He was fighting in close combat, and the number of wounds on his body was increasing. Lin Fei vomited blood. The crushing power of the 2 plates of holy light was indeed sharp. Lin Fei, I have to admit that you are an expert in combat. Combined with your 3 heads and 6 arms, ordinary celestial kings are no match for you. Unfortunately, all of this is useless against me. Although Fang Bai was injured, he was no match for Lin Fei, and he was finally able to catch his breath. Lin Fei was bound to lose. Lin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms. He stretched out his hand, and a long saber made of divine runes appeared in his hand. With a whoosh he slashed out. Now that you know why I fight in close combat, you will understand immediately. The saber transformed from Lin Fei's divine runes struck like lightning. Fang Bai's eyebrows twitched, and a wave of fluctuation came from his left arm, as if something was about to break out of his body. Not good, this is divine power. Bang 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 bang, Fang Bai's expression changed drastically. Starting from his left arm, the flesh and blood exploded all the way up, and his 4 limbs also began to explode at the same time. A powerful force continuously exploded every inch of his flesh, and in an instant, this heaven-stage celestial king was badly mutilated. I'm a heaven-stage celestial king, you can't kill me. Fang Bai shouted. Chapter 994. A heaven-stage immortal king from the Netherworld Palace, Fang Bai, had died. Even though his opponent was an early-stage heaven-stage immortal king. The word heaven-stage represented supreme authority. A heaven-stage immortal king was a terrifying existence that could wipe out a mid-tier sect. Lin Fei actually killed a heaven-stage immortal king from the Netherworld Palace, Fang Bai. This is too terrifying. Monster, he's a peerless monster. War Sky killing a heaven-stage immortal king with a wave of his hand is already terrifying enough. Who would have thought that Lin Fei is also a monster? He's only slightly weaker than War Sky. The combat power of a heaven-stage immortal king is too low. A heaven-stage immortal king killing a fellow who was at most an earth-stage immortal king didn't need any hesitation. 100 people had the same thought. The reason why heaven-stage immortal kings were so famous was because their strength was terrifying. They could sweep away earth-stage immortal kings. Most earth-stage immortal kings would be killed if they encountered a heaven-stage immortal king, except for a few monsters. This kind of monstrous genius was rare and extremely rare. They had underestimated Lin Fei's combat power. His strength was not that of an earth-stage immortal king, but a heaven-stage immortal king. Lin Fei himself was a heaven-stage immortal king, and the servant beside him also had heaven-stage immortal king combat power. Their mouths were so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. Junior brother Lin Fei killed a heaven-stage immortal king, Fang Bai. The elders of the Holy Sky Academy were dumbfounded, especially Su Yi, who was completely excited. At first, they thought that Lin Fei was extraordinary, so they took extra care of him. Who would have thought that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds in such a short time? That was a heaven-stage immortal king. In less than a few breaths, he was completely killed. The suppressed emotions of the elders of the Holy Sky Academy erupted like a volcano. Immortal Emperor above, their academy finally produced an incredible demon-level character that could kill a heaven-ranked immortal king. What he killed Fang Bai? Azure Wood, who was in the middle of the battle, prepared to bring out his full potential and fight to the end. No matter what, he had to get Lin Fei to leave. When Vice Dean Qing Mu heard Fang Bai's cry of despair, he just happened to see junior brother Lin Fei cleaving the heaven-ranked immortal king apart with a single slash of saber light, killing him cleanly and cleanly. Vice Principal Qing Mu was completely excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He finally understood why Zhang Xian had said those words earlier. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei had the combat prowess of a heaven-ranked immortal king, and the servant beside him also had the same combat prowess. Vice Headmaster Greenwood discovered that he had to re-evaluate this junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. No, this was the invincible king conferred by the immortal emperor. Old Emo, you're dead today. Vice Headmaster Greenwood exhaled in satisfaction. He finally didn't have to fear his opponents. They had 3 heaven-ranked immortal kings on their side, and their side also had 3 heaven-ranked immortal kings. No, How could he kill Fong Bai? That's a heaven-ranked immortal king, an invincible existence. Mod screamed. The mountains behind him instantly exploded, and astral winds blew past his body. He could only watch helplessly as Fong Bai died in the hands of that bastard Lin Fei. Elder, save me. Mod felt as if he had lost his parents after Fong Bai died. In the blink of an eye, he heard another immortal king let out a cry of despair. His body was pierced through, and he struggled in pain before turning into a dried corpse. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. Lin Fei, you're dead. How dare you kill two heaven-ranked immortal kings of our netherworld palace? Mod's hair and beard stood on end, and his clothes fluttered loudly. He had completely gone mad. Another heaven-ranked immortal king had died. When Lin Fei erupted with the combat prowess of a heaven-ranked immortal king, it was already terrifying enough. But now, he and his subordinate had also killed a heaven-ranked immortal king. What kind of joke was this? Earth-ranked immortal kings were dispensable. If one was lost, they would at most receive a few words of reprimand. But now, two heaven-ranked immortal kings had died in the blink of an eye. Mod didn't even know how to face the higher-ups when he returned. Two heaven-ranked immortal kings. Old thing, you're mistaken. Today, I'm going to kill your father too. Lin Fei rushed forward and slashed out with the divine saber in his hand. Over 100 beams of saber light shot out, and every beam of saber light contained the force of 90 million draconic dragons. The saber light was so dense that it was more than enough to kill any earth-ranked immortal king. Din Qingmu, leave this person to me. Our Holy Heaven Academy isn't a place that anyone can bully. Whoosh whoosh whooshed, hundreds of saber lights formed from divine force runes, and their power was extraordinary. Mod was also a heaven-ranked immortal king, but he was only at the peak. Even so, he was still very powerful. Hundreds of saber lights were enough to kill an earth-ranked immortal king countless times. As expected of an expert from the Netherworld Palace, Missouri D took out 3 holy light plates in a single breath. Instantly, exclamations of shock could be heard. The holy light plates rotated and blocked the saber lights. Pu. Under the full power of the 3 holy light plates, Mod spat out a mouthful of blood and was injured. If it was someone else, they would have died countless times. Elder, save me. With this, the last heaven-ranked immortal king fought against the Blood Shadow and Vice Din Qingmu. After a few breaths, he screamed and followed in their footsteps. Leave quickly. They're too strong. Hundreds of saber lights slashed down, and each of them shook his light disc. After hundreds of saber lights, the 3 holy light plates were filled with cracks and were damaged. Heaven-shaking divine axe, die for this, daddy. Lin Fei took out the heaven-shaking divine axe. This was a top-grade saint artifact. Under the control of powerful divine force, only a single divine axe was left in the sky. Cold light radiated in all directions, and the sky shook along with it. A saber light slashed down like the dawn before darkness. Bang bang bang. The 3 holy light plates that were strong enough to block the saber light were all shattered, and Mod, a heaven-ranked immortal king, was cut in half, and he died completely. Hoo, Lin Fei panted heavily. Even he felt a certain amount of fatigue after that attack. The sky returned to normal after the axe slashed down. The powerful elders of the Netherworld Palace were all killed, and none of the 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings were left alive. Mod brought 3 heaven-ranked immortal kings and a group of earth-ranked immortal kings with him. It could be said that they came with great momentum. Their deaths scared the disciples of the Netherworld Palace. Go back and report to the sect. We must kill a monster like Lin Fei. How could Lin Fei let them leave? The heaven-shaking divine axe slashed out rays of light, and no matter how fast they ran, they were all cut in half. They fell from the sky, and all of them were killed. Who would have thought that I have the great emperor's key? You'll end up like the heaven-ranked immortal kings of the Netherworld Palace. With the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, Lin Fei was like a peerless deity standing before everyone. His voice was deafening, echoing in the sky like a great bell. Chapter 995. P.S. Many thanks to Brother Little. Thank you to the two from Ijia for your tips as well as your monthly votes. This humble one has a wish. I hope that my monthly votes can surpass 100. Everyone, please fulfill this humble one's wish. Killing God. These two simple words, there was no other word that could describe the current Lin Fei. In the end, he used the sky-shaking divine axe to execute the sky-splitting strike and killed Elder Mod of the Netherworld Palace. The horrifying scene was still fresh in their minds. It was as if they were under the attack of the sky-shaking divine axe at that moment. They had all underestimated Lin Fei. He was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. What was laughable was that they almost lost their lives when they tried to snatch the heaven-shaking divine axe. He had painstakingly cultivated his entire life in order to reach his current level. However, all of this had become a joke in front of Lin Fei, a peerless genius. A huge joke. Wasn't the Netherworld Palace awesome? The moment they acted, 4 heaven stage immortal kings were killed. But in the end, didn't all of them die? Not a single one survived. Instead, they helped to boost Lin Fei's reputation. More importantly, they died because of their arrogance, truly capsizing in the gutter. Big Brother Lin is mighty. Shi Tianchong was like thunder as he flew down from the sky. He didn't expect that he would make such an awesome friend, an extremely awesome friend. The Netherworld Palace was already shocking enough. But even so, the 10 major powers that everyone was afraid of actually lost 4 heaven stage immortal kings to Lin Fei. How glorious was that? 4 heaven stage immortal kings. Each of them was a major character in their own right. There would definitely be a place for them in the great constellation. Shi Tianchong himself couldn't control his emotions. Although he didn't make a move, he felt that he was the one who did it. Even lofty existences would be killed by others one day. Brother Lin, you truly scared us to death. Tai flew down, full of worship. He was truly prostrating himself on the ground. Lin Fei was not someone he could catch up to. Now that a heaven stage immortal king from the Netherworld Palace acted, they were more anxious than anyone else. They didn't know what to do. The heavens had played a huge joke on them. Lin Fei displayed his strength, killing 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings in a single move. 2 of them died in his hands. How imposing was that? This was a level they would never be able to reach in their entire lives. An accident, an accident. Lin Fei chuckled. After killing 4 heaven stage immortal kings, even the other immortal kings in hiding wouldn't dare to make a move. For a power as terrifying as the Netherworld Palace, even Lin Fei dared to act against them, let alone them. As for the Earth-grade immortal kings, they had no choice but to curl up their tails, not daring to say anything. They didn't even see an Earth-grade immortal king. How could they be chopped to death by a single axe strike? They didn't want to be the next one. If you don't dare to come out, then scram. Lin Fei said coldly to the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, the group of people who were watching the show immediately scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. They were afraid that Lin Fei would make a move on them. It was definitely a matter of life and death. At the entrance of the central ruins, the atmosphere finally quietened down. The benevolent monk and Buddha Miao Lingzi who wanted to make a move left unwillingly. Lin Fei was so domineering that it was a complete mess. Fellow Daoist Lin, you're truly impressive. Lian Ba walked over. This young man who was a junior in his eyes had the qualifications to stand together with him. Someone who could make Lian Ba call him Daoist was someone who was on the same level as him. Ordinary people wouldn't hear this term at all. They hadn't reached this level yet. Lin Fei was different. He was young and had sufficient combat prowess. As for his cultivation base, it was completely negligible. Shi Tianchong had never seen his father being so polite to a young man. His face was filled with pride. Father, I already said that Big Brother Lin is unique and different from the masses. Do you understand now? At the start, Lian Ba spoke because he wanted to spare Lin Fei's life so that he could repay the favor he owed. But who would have thought that Lin Fei would erupt with such overwhelming combat prowess, killing the heaven stage immortal king of the Netherworld Palace? You flatter me. Lin Fei spoke. His gaze turned and landed on the heavenly wolf immortal king. Sir, your words earlier were not small. You seem to want to make a move against me, right? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King did want to make a move. But after seeing Lin Fei's might, he was completely frightened. When he heard these words, he instantly sensed a dangerous aura. As an expert of the demon race, he was extremely sensitive to danger. It's over. How can Lin Fei be so powerful? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King immediately sensed a powerful killing intent locking onto him. He didn't need to look to know that the blood shadow was targeting him. Daoist Lin, you are mistaken. I'm only here to watch the show. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King spoke in an incomparably aggrieved manner. That blood shadow fought head-on against the Heaven Stage Immortal King and wasn't injured at all. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King silently suspected that the other party's combat prowess was exceptionally strong. In addition to the terrifying Lin Fei and the headmaster of the Sacred Heavenly Academy, wouldn't he be insta-killed? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King didn't dare to move. He glanced at the Lion Ba of the Golden Lion race for help. Watching the show. I think you want to take advantage of the situation, right? Lin Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. In any case, you are not a good person. Just as well, I'll send you to accompany them. Daoist Lin, don't be angry. Maybe this is really a misunderstanding. The relationship between Lion Ba and the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King was ordinary and they would often fight. But as a member of the same demon race, if he was killed by Lin Fei in front of everyone, it wouldn't be good for him. Why don't we do this? Let him admit his mistake and apologize. How about that? The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King wanted to curse. Since when did he have to lower his voice? But there was no other choice now. Who asked the other party to be so strong? If he wanted to deal with him, it would be a matter of seconds. Fight against them? He had no confidence at all. As for the spectators in the air, they didn't appear at all. Daoist Lion is right. This is indeed a misunderstanding. I'm just here to watch the show. I definitely won't be greedy for Daoist Lin. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King took out his interspatial ring. This is 100 million true spirits. I hope Daoist Lin will kindly accept it. Asking a Heaven Stage Immortal King to take out 100 million true spirits was considered a huge loss. Lin Fei didn't look at the interspatial ring. He coldly laughed. 100 million true spirits? Do you think I'm a beggar? What's 100 million true spirits? My master can obtain them in a matter of seconds. Who cares about your true spirits? Blood Shadow's eyes flashed with a murderous light as he laughed. I might as well kill you on the spot. Don't all the things on you belong to my master? One couldn't help but say that Blood Shadow's performance infuriated the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. Don't go too far. At most, we'll just fight until both of us suffer heavy losses. Lin Fei crossed his arms and mocked. Fight until both of us suffer heavy losses? You don't have the qualifications. It's better to kill a person like you. Lion Ba glanced at the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. Heavenly Wolf, if you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If you don't want to die, quickly take out treasures as compensation. Maybe Daoist Lin will spare you. Stupid, truly stupid. There was no helping it. Lion Ba saw everything clearly. Just kill him. Blood Shadow strode forward. The dense smell of blood turned into a torrent that seemed to drown the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King did intend to show off. When he saw that Blood Shadow was about to make a move, Lin Fei didn't seem to want to stop him. He cursed 100 times. I'll give. In order to survive, the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King took out a treasure and handed it over with great pain. This should be enough, right? Don't push me too far. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite. Lin Fei didn't care about anything else and kept the treasure. Wait, I heard that your Heavenly Wolf clan has a powerful physical cultivation technique called the Heavenly Demon Body Refinement. Lend it to me and I'll let you go. The Heavenly Demon Body Refinement is our Heavenly Wolf clan's body refinement technique. What do you want to do? Of course I want to take a look. Don't tell me you want to cultivate it. Lin Fei said casually. Are you going to give it to me or not? What an insatiably greedy Lin Fei. The Heavenly Wolf Immortal King regretted coming here alone. He was a Heaven Stage Immortal King of the demonic race. Today, he was being cornered by a young man and couldn't even leave. He had lost all face as a heaven stage immortal king. Forget it, I'll leave first. The heavenly wolf immortal king mused. The heavenly demon body refinement technique isn't something that just anyone can cultivate. This is especially so for humans. I only need to modify the key points and it'll be best if you suffer cultivation deviation. What if I'm not willing? Blood Shadow had a fiendish look on his face. Of course I'll kill you. Your blood and chi is much denser compared to that human. It'll be much more delicious to absorb. Wrong. He's a heavenly wolf. Master said that after killing him, barbecuing him would be the most delicious. Hairball licked her lips. I can finish him in a single bite. F***K, what kind of people did this Lin Fei bring with him? The heavenly wolf immortal king didn't doubt Qin Wentian's words at all. He was a heaven stage immortal king. He didn't want to be barbecued by others. Most probably, he would become the most sullen joke of the demonic race. At most, I'll lend it to you to read. If you want to do anything, I'll just self-detonate. The heavenly wolf immortal king acted tough and threatened Qin Wentian to hand over the heavenly demon body refinement technique. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan the heavenly demon body refinement technique. He secretly activated the system and recorded the technique. After that, he coldly laughed in his heart. I knew that this bastard would play tricks. Sadly, you didn't know. Scram. A moment later, Lin Fei calmly spoke. The heavenly wolf immortal king felt as though he was granted amnesty. He instantly vanished without a trace. Smelly brat, just you wait. Swish. Lin Fei slashed out with a saber light. A groan rang out in the air as blood splattered everywhere. Lion Ba watched from the side as he felt shock in his heart. This Lin Fei was truly violent. This time, the heavenly wolf immortal king was so dejected. He would definitely come back to settle the score. Dao friend Lin, you have truly offended the heavenly wolf immortal king. He has two brothers who are both heaven stage immortal kings. He should be going to look for them now. Lion Ba sighed. It's good that he came. My master just happened to lack the main ingredients for barbecue. Hairball didn't mind. Barbecue that fellow, the taste would definitely be very good. Chapter 996. After Lin Fei killed the Heaven Immortal King from the Netherworld Palace, he threatened the Celestial Wolf Immortal King and extorted a fortune from him before letting him go. If anyone else were to see this scene, they would probably think that Lin Fei was a real lunatic. Apart from a madman, no one would dare to threaten a Heaven Immortal King. More importantly, the Demon Immortal King was one of the major forces in the great metropolis world. How long are you going to watch? Do you want me to invite you all out? Lin Fei retracted his gaze from the sky and said in a carefree manner. Daoist Lin, you're really something. Even the Celestial Wolf Immortal King was scared away by you. The Celestial Wolf Immortal King wasn't the only one in the void. There were other Heaven Immortal Kings. They originally wanted to watch the show. A perfected golden immortal wasn't worth their attention. They could easily suppress him with a casual move. There was no need to think about anything else. In the end, Lin Fei's performance surprised them. Lin Fei had the ability to kill Heaven Immortal Kings. MOD was a peak early-stage Heaven Immortal King. Killing him with a few words meant that his combat strength was at the peak early-stage Heaven Immortal King. Even a mid-stage Heaven Immortal King wouldn't dare to act rashly. On Lin Fei's side, besides himself, there was a mysterious subordinate, Blood Shadow, and the Vice Dean, Greenwood. They were all Heaven Immortal Kings. Junior brother Lin Fei, this person is called the Golden Valley Immortal King, an elder of the Blazing Sun Valley, the Vice Dean reminded. Lin Fei knew that the Blazing Sun Valley was one of the 10 major forces. This person was like a blazing sun, with a golden crow circling behind him. He was a very powerful expert. As for the others, are you not planning to come out? Lin Fei continued. Whoosh 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 whoosh. This time, as Lin Fei's voice fell, the auras of Heaven Immortal Kings descended one after another. Each of them was very powerful. There were more than 10 Heaven Immortal Kings. Lin Fei, you're a peerless genius, a peerless monster. But there's a saying in this world, 2 fists are no match for a chaotic fist. You might be able to scare away the Heavenly Wolf Immortal King, But that doesn't mean you can scare us away. One of them, a fat middle-aged man, said mockingly, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the great emperor's key. Otherwise, we'll have to take action." "Who the hell are you?" Blood Shadow, Hairball attacked together. Lin Fei let out a roar and rushed forward first. He waved his heaven-shaking divine axe and wielded a long saber made of divine power with 3 heads and 6 arms, slashing at the fat immortal king at the same time. No one had expected Lin Fei to have such a bad temper. He attacked without saying anything. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei's attack was too fast. He exploded with a battle prowess of over 100 million divine force, shattering a large area of the void on the spot. This fat fellow was indeed suppressing Lin Fei while he had the advantage in numbers. "You dare to be so disrespectful to our master? You've got guts." Blood Shadow slammed his palm down from the sky. The faces of all the heaven immortal kings changed. This servant of Blood Shadow was more terrifying than they had imagined. "I'll bite." Hairball, in her human form, could still traverse through the void. She could bite off a large piece of flesh. The powerful physique of a heaven immortal king was nothing but a joke in front of Hairball. "You're courting death." The fat immortal king was called Wang Wei. He was an elder expert of a large sect. Although this sect was still a distance away from the 10 major powers, it had great potential. Bang! Blood Shadow's palm slammed into Wang Wei's body, causing his frail body to explode. Lin Fei's axe cleaved down, causing Wang Wei, a heaven-ranked immortal king, to be flustered and at a disadvantage. "Don't kill me, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." After a dozen breaths, Wang Wei cried out in despair. Lin Fei, Blood Shadow, and Hairball, dealing with a heaven immortal king wasn't difficult. After all, they had the initiative and could suppress the opponent. After dealing with a heaven immortal king, Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He looked around and said unhurriedly, "I'm a person who is easy to negotiate with. But whoever dares to be fierce to me is asking for trouble. I can only send him to hell. If you guys aren't afraid of death, make your move. Although I'm not a peerless expert, I'm not a coward. At most, we'll die together. I'd like to see how many of you will be left alive." Lin Fei killed Immortal King Wang Wei in a dozen breaths, giving them a show of strength. A heaven immortal king was killed just like that. The reason was just one sentence. The last sentence hit the bottom of their hearts. They didn't join forces to attack Lin Fan because they were worried about this problem. At their level of cultivation, who would be willing to die? It wasn't worth it. If they didn't have to die together, they definitely wouldn't. That was why they allowed Wang Wei to speak. It was just to test Lin Fei's character. Lin Fei's ferocity was boundless. The 3 of them joined forces and killed a heaven immortal king. It was a clean kill. Make a move? They really didn't dare. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid of death. Lin Fei's combat strength was beyond imagination. Before figuring out his true strength, they wouldn't dare to make a move. It was because of this that Lin Fei found a perfect opportunity to make them hesitate. Lin Fei took in their expressions one by one. This was exactly the result he wanted. "Don't you guys want the great emperor's key? Go back and tell the people behind you. 1 month later, I'll take out 10 spots to auction in the Holy Heaven Academy. Whoever can get it will depend on your luck." After a series of threats, Lin Fei threw a heavy bomb. Auction spots? The remaining heaven immortal kings felt their hearts trembling. They even suspected that they had heard wrongly. There was such a good thing? Not only were the heaven immortal kings stunned, even Lion Tyrant, Vice Headmaster Qing Mu, and the others were stunned. Taking out 10 spots to auction? Vice Headmaster Qing Mu looked at Lin Fei and couldn't help but be impressed by his decisiveness. The treasures of an eternal emperor were something that everyone would be moved by. Only a few could take out 10 spots to auction. However, junior brother Lin Fei did it. In that case, a huge problem had been solved. If anyone dared to make a move, they would definitely be surrounded by everyone. The great emperor's key was with Lin Fei. If anyone dared to make a move, it would be equivalent to destroying their hope. The powers behind them would definitely not agree to it. If anyone dared to make a move, they would become their public enemy. Brilliant move. A truly brilliant move. Although 10 spots didn't count for much, but compared to 100 spots, taking out 1/10 of the spots was enough to make them envious. Chapter 997. They had to admit that the idea that Lin Fei had thrown out had caused their temporary alliance to vanish without a trace. Rather than dying together, it was better to get a spot in the auction. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. He was a young man, full of youthful vigor. With his age and strength, it just proved that young people were impulsive. They were hot-blooded and could do anything. They had a way out of this embarrassing situation. There was no need to continue wasting time. If this continued, there would only be two outcomes. One was to attack and fight to the death, and the other was to destroy indiscriminately. No matter what, neither of the two results was what they hoped for. Daoist Lin, our blazing sun valley will take our leave first. Golden Grain Immortal King clasped his hands. He didn't care about anything else. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Daoist Lin, we will take our leave too. We will take our leave first. The heaven-rank Immortal Kings did not have any thoughts of fighting. They returned to their sects and reported the news to their superiors. In the blink of an eye, none of them were left. Din Qingmu, you won't be angry that I did this, right? Lin Fei turned around and said to Vice Din Qingmu. He had thought about this idea for a long time. Although his strength had improved greatly, there was still a gap between him and a heaven-rank Immortal King. He could not be invincible among them. He could not be invincible, and it was not good to make too many enemies. Hence, the scene from before appeared. He took out 10 spots to auction and let them fight it out. It would be best if they fought to the death. It was none of his business anyway. How could Vice Din Qingmu be angry? He was overjoyed. More than 10 heaven-rank Immortal Kings had appeared. Even he felt great pressure. Even if they attacked together, they might not be able to resist. Lin Fei's actions had indeed made Vice Din Qingmu's eyes light up. Unknowingly, the disaster had shifted to him. 10 spots were enough for them to fight for. At the same time, 10 spots had solved a big problem. Junior brother Lin Fei, you've done well. You've done better than this old man had imagined. Vice Din Qingmu heaved a sigh of relief. If he had faced this problem, he might not have been able to do it. With just a simple sentence, Vice School Head Qingmu was unable to come to a decision in a short period of time. Lin Fei, on the other hand, could do it. In this aspect, Deputy Dean Aoki could only sigh in admiration. When faced with killing without any fear, they were similarly left in the dust. Lin Fei turned to Tyrant Lion and said, "Fellow Lion, we are fated to meet. War Sky has taken one of the remaining 10 spots, and I plan to give you one of the remaining 9 spots." Lion Tyrant had never expected such an ending. The group of heavenly stage Immortal Kings, brimming with killing intent, left in the blink of an eye. What made Tyrant Lion even more surprised was that Lin Fei would make such a decision and even wanted to give him a slot. As a heaven-ranked Immortal King of the demonic races, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Tyrant Lion did not plan to bid for the 10 slots. But a sentence that came out of nowhere completely stunned him. Giving him a qualification? This was a great opportunity waiting for him. It was unbelievable. How can I accept this? Tyrant Lion hurriedly said, "Your son and I are friends, you don't have to be so polite." Of the 10 slots, 2 were gone, and 8 were left. Excluding himself, there were still 8 people left. As for why it was given to the Golden Lion clan, there was naturally a reason. Tyrant Lion knew that he owed a huge favor, and with his ability, he could not return it. The treasure of the Eternal Great Emperor was very tempting, and it would play a decisive role for the Golden Lion clan. Fellow Daoist Lin, our Golden Lion clan will always be your friend, the firmest ally. Tyrant Lion said solemnly, and no one doubted the importance of these words. This is not a place to stay for long. Dean Aoki and I will leave first. Since the other party had agreed, Lin Fei naturally did not plan to stay. At the end, he invited Tai and the others to be guests at the Holy Heaven Academy. He is so young, but with such means, there will be a place for him in the great metropolis heaven. Looking at Lin Fei's departing figure, Tyrant Lion sighed. With the promise of a slot, Tyrant Lion did not dare to stay any longer. There were more important things to do next. Junior brother Lin Fei, do you know that the Golden Lion clan has an ancient existence? Vice Dean Aoki asked on the way back. I guessed it. Lin Fei smiled. Can you tell me the specifics? Vice Dean Aoki did not know whether to laugh or cry. You are really bold, even I am worried for you. At the beginning, Vice Dean Aoki could not think of a reason and felt very pained to give away a slot. It was only until on the way back that he came to a realization. What a good move. Others might not know, but our Holy Heaven Academy knows. Back then, the great emperors gathered in the great metropolis Heaven, and among them, the demon race had more great emperors than the human race. Once they reached the peak of the Heaven realm, they would have a portion of the divine might of an immortal emperor. Their combat strength would increase explosively, and they would be able to fight against some human immortal emperors. The Golden Lion clan just happens to have such an existence. If he is still alive, he should be an ancient existence that has lived for 700,000 to 800,000 years. The reason why Lin Fei gave away a slot was to pull in an ally. From the system's evaluation, the Golden Lion clan had a noble bloodline, and it was easy for them to produce experts. The demon race was one of the major powers in the great metropolis Heaven. Lin Fei had reason to believe that the Golden Lion clan would have a terrifying expert. Giving away a favor was not a loss. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had guessed correctly. It's good to have an expert. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Vice Dean Aoki suddenly asked, but what if the Golden Lion clan is not willing to stand on your side after getting the slot? Lin Fei said casually, Lord Dean, you seem to have forgotten something. The slot is still in my hands, and it is not up to them to decide who to give it to, it is up to me. Su Wan and the other elders sucked in a breath of cold air, and a chill rose up in their hearts. This move was perfect. The central sacred region was a piece of news that spread like wildfire across the entire great metropolis Heaven. Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei defeated the geniuses of the various factions, and he even exploded with the battle prowess of a heaven-rank immortal king, killing a heaven-rank immortal king in one move. At first, no one believed it, but as the news spread, everyone believed it without a doubt. A peerless monster. He could even kill a heaven-rank immortal king. He was not someone they could afford to offend. An even crazier piece of news spread. Lin Fei, this peerless monster, did not have 3 great emperor's keys, but 2. And one of them was in the hands of the Hell Crown Prince's faction, and Lin Fei had taken out 10 slots to be auctioned in a month's time. This piece of news completely drowned out the previous one. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, no matter how terrifying, killing a heaven-rank immortal king, it had nothing to do with them. It was an existence that they could only look up to. On the contrary, the slots for the great emperor's keys were of utmost importance. Lin Fei would take out 10 slots? What a joke! As the news continued to spread, everyone no longer doubted that the great metropolis world was going to make a move, and the immortal emperors who had not made a move yet were going to make a move. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei was on his invincible peak, enjoying his rare days of peace. After returning from the central sanctuary, Lin Fei enjoyed his 3 days of peace and did not see anyone. As the news spread, everyone knew that Lin Fei, who had just made a name for himself previously, was now famous in the great metropolis world. Senior brother Lin Fei was a peerless expert that could rival a heaven-rank immortal king. After activating the array, Lin Fei set it up again and plundered a lot of materials. After setting it up, no one would be able to barge in unless they were immortal emperors. Holy Heaven Academy, deep in the void. A huge palace stood in the depths of the void. Circles of space-time turbulence rippled around the palace, completely concealing the entire space. Even an immortal emperor would not dare to barge into this area. The space-time turbulence was truly terrifying, and someone had to guide them to enter the palace. Barging in by force would not end well. The palace was empty, and no one was there. Our academy has finally welcomed a peerless monster. Holy Heaven Old Ancestor must be taking care of us. In the empty space, there was a burst of mental energy, and it was filled with excitement and transcendence. In the originally empty main hall, waves of spiritual fluctuations kept erupting. No silhouettes could be seen, but from the powerful spiritual fluctuations that erupted. Without exception, these were all true great experts. Another mental energy came. At this age, Lin Fei's talent is comparable to Holy Heaven Old Ancestor. We must focus on nurturing such a genius. I suggest pulling him up from his position as a religious son and make him a vice dean to set a real example. A few mental energy groups agreed with this reward. From a religious son to a vice dean, a huge increase in authority was enough to reach the heavens in a single step. As a vice dean, many of the Academy's secrets, secret manuals, and supreme skills would not be restricted. No, this old man does not agree with this decision. Another powerful mental energy came, opposing the previous decision. Lin Fei's killing intent is too heavy. Our Holy Heaven Academy is not as glorious as before. Lin Fei killed heaven-rank immortal kings outside, including people from the Nether Palace. This will undoubtedly bring trouble and potential danger to the Academy. If things go wrong, the Academy will become a target for everyone. That's right, our Holy Heaven Academy has not participated in this kind of thing for a long time. I think we should take back the 2 monarch keys. With them under our control, it will be enough to raise our Academy's status, and we will also obtain great fortune in the treasure hunt for the Eternal Monarch's treasure. The other mental energy groups were clearly dissatisfied. No, how will the people of the Academy look at us in the future? The mental energy groups in the palace quarreled with each other, as if it had become a market. Chapter 998. In the depths of the Divine Sky Academy, a majestic palace stood amidst the turbulence of time and space. Just as a large amount of spiritual energy was arguing, another even larger spiritual energy descended from the sky, crushing them and causing a large amount of spiritual energy to explode. Silence. Finally silence. The palace temporarily quieted down as the exploded spiritual energy recovered. The terrifying spiritual energy just now surpassed the limit of a heaven-rank immortal king. Supreme Elder, I believe that junior brother Lin Fei is the pride of our Divine Sky Academy and should be promoted to the position of vice principal. He is completely qualified. The previous spiritual energy spoke again after a moment of silence. Bullshit, Lin Fei is born to be a troublemaker. What did he do in such a short time? Killing countless people, using cruel methods, recruiting enemies everywhere. If this continues, the entire Academy will be implicated. The Academy might even become the public enemy one day. We must restrict Lin Fei in advance. Voices of opposition came one after another. Obviously, the 2 sides had different thoughts. One side wanted to nurture, while the other side wanted to restrict the other. Due to the previous argument, they were clearly restrained and weren't as intense as before. All right, stop arguing. The largest spiritual energy was like the leader of the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone quieted down with a single word. Lin Fei is the pride of our Divine Sky Academy. This cannot be erased. He has brought glory to our Academy. The Supreme Elder's spiritual energy fluctuated. He must be rewarded for his contributions. This cannot be denied. However, this matter is of great importance and has brought pressure to the Academy. The merits and demerits will be offset. Are you satisfied now? Even the Supreme Elder had to resolve this matter. His words were completely reasonable. Demerits will be offset, no reward, no punishment. The Divine Sky Academy was not as glorious as before. This matter was of great importance and had to be carefully considered. Supreme Elder's words are reasonable. Since this is the case, we must take back the Great Emperor's key. The opposing opinion was unrelenting. Lin Fei's strength is abnormal, but it doesn't mean that he can block the sneak attack of others. The Great Emperor's key must be in our hands. Otherwise, there won't be any accidents. What a joke! It's simply the biggest joke in the world. Although our Divine Heaven Academy isn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, it was still set up by the old ancestor's sacred heaven. Do you think anyone can sneak in? The Sovereign's key is junior brother Lin Fei's fortuitous encounter. Don't forget that he's one of the successors of the Eternal Emperor. That mysterious war sky killed the subordinate of the Sky Devil Emperor in an instant. What do you think they'll do if they find out? The battle in the central sacred ruins had highlighted one person, Zhan Tian, one of the Eternal Emperor's successors. His strength was unfathomable, and some people suspected that he was an emperor-level expert. Although Qin Wenyan had suspicions, since he was able to kill heaven-ranked immortal kings so easily, his future would definitely be limitless. By taking away junior brother Lin Fei's emperor's key, they had clearly offended a potential expert. Once the other party advanced to the emperor realm, the Holy Heaven Academy's doomsday would come. The spiritual fluctuations stopped. It was obvious that they were afraid. We don't dare to offend that mysterious expert, Zhan Tian, but Lin Fei has a total of 8 quotas. It's necessary to hand over 7 of them. Since they couldn't hand over the sovereign's key, they had to settle for the next best thing. Shameless, you're really shameless. Junior brother Lin Fei is a student of our academy. What's the difference between this and snatching? Shameless? Wrong, this is to protect Lin Fei. At this age, possessing a precious treasure is a crime. We're just protecting him, it's not shameless. The spiritual group in the palace was the true upper echelon of the Holy Heaven Academy. Every spiritual group had an extremely high authority. Apart from cultivating in seclusion, they basically wouldn't be noticed by the public. Who said that Lin Fei can't protect the sovereign's key? Ordinary heaven stage immortal kings wouldn't be a match for him. In our academy, is there any peerless genius that can compare to Lin Fei? Killing a heaven stage immortal king at this age was practically impossible. Killing a heaven stage immortal king is just because they don't get along. As long as he goes all out, a peerless genius can also achieve that. It can't be considered a display of strength. The spiritual group retorted, if Lin Fei wants to control the remaining sovereign's key, he must show enough strength, otherwise, he doesn't deserve it. Lin Fei's strength is tyrannical. Since that's the case, he'll have to display strength that will convince us. What we see is false. How about this? Didn't Lin Fei make a bet with the Phoenix Academy? Let him personally make a trip to the Phoenix Academy. If he can return unhurriedly, that would be his strength. No, absolutely not. The Phoenix Academy also has the old antiques. If Lin Fei goes there, it's the same as entering the dragon's pool and tiger's den. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape. This will only harm Lin Fei. A disdainful voice came, of course, we won't let Lin Fei be trapped in the Phoenix Academy. At that time, the experts of our elder group will personally protect him in secret. It's nothing more than testing whether he has the strength or not. Oh no. Very quickly, the quarrel started again. This kind of test was indeed too dangerous. At their age, they didn't dare to go to the Phoenix Academy. In the past 100 years, the influence of the Phoenix Academy had been expanding. Their strength had also been increasing, and they had the momentum of catching up. Within the Phoenix Academy, there were experts overseeing it. Now was different from the past. With Lin Fei possessing a treasure, it was no different than a sheep entering the tiger's den. The elder who nurtured Lin Fei didn't wish for this kind of test to happen. All right, everyone quiet down. The Grand Supreme Elder's spirit ball glowed brightly and stopped them from continuing. The Sovereign's key was one of the treasures of the great metropolis world. It would be a lie if the Holy Heaven Academy didn't feel any pressure. How to deal with this problem had instead become a difficult problem. Let's follow the old rules and vote. The Elder Group was the upper echelon of the Holy Heaven Academy. There were a total of 18 people. Including the Supreme Elder, there were 19 people. Usually, they would decide through voting. Let's vote then, who's afraid of who? The result was soon out. There were only 6 people who didn't want Lin Fei to go. There were 10 people who wanted Lin Fei to go, for more people. As for the rest, they all gave up. Among the 18 elders, there was a small power. They were all very cautious in this kind of matter. If Lin Fei is able to display his true strength in the Phoenix Academy, then we will allow him to have 5 of the remaining quotas. The Supreme Elder said, the result is out, everyone stop quarreling. Arrange someone to inform Lin Fei and let him be mentally prepared. At that time, a few of you will protect him in secret. Make sure nothing happens to Lin Fei. Chapter 999. Sigh, Breaking through the limit of God power is extremely difficult. On the invincible mountain peak, Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder. God power runes flew up and down. Each God power runes could cut through the void and kill an immortal king. After refining the victorious fighting Buddha's relic and the treasures he got from the peerless genius, Lin Fei raised his God power to 990 million dragons. After reaching this limit, no matter how many God power pills he refined, he could not break through the limit. Lin Fei's deep gaze looked into the endless void. Perhaps, my opportunity will be in the dragon world. After reaching the limit, Lin Fei knew that it was impossible to break through the limit in a short time. He could not rush it. Come out. A huge seal appeared above Lin Fei's head. It was the Fantion seal. After the seal flew out, the heaven suppression bell flew out. A huge volcano appeared. It was the heaven and earth smelt. Finally, the heaven-shaking godly axe flew out. Refine. The Fantion seal flew into the volcano. The heaven suppression bell flew in as well. The raging fire kept burning. Lin Fei formed seals like stars. It was the multitude stars technique. An hour later, the Fantion seal flew out again. It was covered in runes and let out a buzzing sound. It tore through the void on the spot. I've finally fused the Fantion seal. The Fantion seal's grade has increased by quite a bit. Lin Fei played with it for a while. He put away the Fantion seal. After a round of refining, it surpassed the supreme grade saint artifact. If he continued to smelt some treasures, it would evolve into a pseudo-immortal artifact. You go in too. Lin Fei threw the heaven-shaking godly axe into the heaven and earth smelt. He took out the judgment staff and threw it into the smelt. Another hour later, an aura that surpassed that of a supreme-grade sacred artifact erupted from the heaven and earth furnace. Another pseudo-immortal artifact that was similar to the Fantion seal appeared. Lin Fei reached out his hand and grabbed it. Cold light shot out in all directions. The divine axe that was as heavy as 1,000 caddies spun in his hand without the slightest pause. The Fantion seal is the main attacker, and the sky-shaking divine axe is also the main attacker. Coupled with the divine power talisman, my combat power will increase by a large margin. Lin Fei had benefited immensely from his battle with Agutai. After the system was reactivated, it could deduce the powerful attacks of divine power talismans. This was the true use of divine power, not just brute force. It was thanks to the system's guidance that Lin Fei was able to kill the Nether Palace's experts that day. The attack power of the talisman formed from divine power was an important factor in determining the strength of the enemy. The heaven-shaking divine axe also played a huge role. Today, Lin Fei had refined the two sacred artifacts again, and they were almost pseudo-immortal artifacts. Their power had increased by a lot, and if he used them again, it would be much easier to kill immortal kings. After putting away the heaven-shaking divine axe and the heaven and earth furnace, Blood Shadow walked up from behind. Master, the Vice Dean Qing Mu came to look for you. Lin Fei's gaze was calm. Go invite him here. All right. Lin Fei looked at the scenery outside the invincible peak and sighed. The peaceful days are over. I hope you guys don't go overboard. Not long later, the Vice Dean Qing Mu arrived. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. Your strength has increased again. Dean, you're really perceptive. You even noticed this. Lin Fei stood up and smiled. Dean, please take a seat. Even though his divine power had increased by a few million dragon god force and reached the limit, it didn't mean that Dean Qing Mu couldn't see it. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a table appeared in front of him. There were melons and fruits on it, and they were of very high quality. For people at their level, celestial fruits were just for tasting. They weren't really useful. Vice Principal Qing Mu felt uncomfortable to be treated so courteously. He sighed softly and said, Junior brother Lin Fei, this senior brother of mine has failed you. Lin Fei said, Dean, you don't have to blame yourself. I've killed countless people outside and offended many enemies. It's normal for me to end up like this. Ever since he came back, Lin Fei knew this. In any sect, if there was a disciple who easily caused trouble, they would definitely be punished. Lin Fan returned with the Great Emperor's key and killed the Heaven Immortal King. It would be a lie if the Divine Heaven Academy didn't feel any pressure. Din Qingmu thought that Lin Fei would be angry. When he heard the result, he was furious. He couldn't be as calm as Lin Fei. I'm getting old. Din Qingmu sighed again. Originally, we were going to recommend you to be the vice dean. Unfortunately, someone interfered. In the end, we didn't know what to do. I hope junior brother can forgive us. Lin Fei shook his head. It's fine. I'm a good person. Tell me, is there any punishment from the higher-ups? Din Qingmu hesitated for a moment and said, there's no punishment, but there's no corresponding reward. The higher-ups have given you a test regarding the ownership of the remaining Great Emperor's key placings. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I wonder what the test is? The high-level elders said that if you can go to the Phoenix Academy and complete the bet from last time, and come out unscathed, it would be equivalent to you having the ability to establish yourself. Vice Dean Qingmu also had a belly full of anger when he mentioned this. Phoenix Academy wasn't a small academy. They also had experts. Lin Fan was clearly sending himself to death. So, I have to make a trip to the Phoenix Academy? Lin Fei said indifferently. Only I have the right to the remaining Great Emperor's key placings? If you can come out, you'll have the right to 5 placings. Din Qingmu snuck a glance and saw that Lin Fei wasn't angry. He let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the higher-ups' request, he definitely wouldn't have done such a shameful thing. Their appetite isn't small. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. Din Qingmu sensed a wave of killing intent. This junior apprentice brother Lin Fei was finally angry. After seeing that scene that day, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Even though Din Qingmu was quite dissatisfied with the higher-ups' decision, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only say, I think the higher-ups are doing this for your own good. After all, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Din Qingmu didn't stay for too long. No matter how thick his skin was, he couldn't sit still in this sort of situation. After telling the higher-ups what had happened and comforting Lin Fei, he found an excuse to leave. He simply didn't dare to face that gaze. Master, the higher-ups elders are all trash, Blood Shadow said fiercely. Should we kill them all? Sky Dragon, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. This Blood Shadow had a bad temper, wanting to kill people for no reason. After Blood Shadow returned, Sky Dragon was reduced to a lackey. Furball was stronger than him, and Blood Shadow was cruel enough to kill him with one hand. Lin Fei shook his head. It doesn't matter. They are elders of the upper echelons. Every one of them is powerful. The current me is indeed no match for them. Once I break through the limit of divine power, I want to see if they will still dare to say such words. I want this academy to be mine. Lin Fei was very dissatisfied with the higher-ups elders' decision. He was very disappointed. Master, as long as I continue to devour, once I become a pseudo-emperor, they won't dare to punish Master even if they were given 100 guts. Bloodshadow's gaze was fierce. He wanted to beat up all the higher-ups elders who had offended his master. No rush. That day won't be too far away. Hairball saw that her master was in a bad mood. Then, are we still going to Phoenix Academy? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Of course, the Phoenix Academy is a good place. This time, when I go to the Phoenix Academy, I must turn that place upside down. Not to mention, my flipping sky seal and sky shaking divine axe need to be constantly merged with treasures in order to advance to immortal tools. I believe the Phoenix Academy will not disappoint me. If it weren't for the fact that the flipping sky seal and the sky shaking divine axe had not yet reached the level of a fairy weapon, Lin Fei would have integrated the golden scissors, a fairy weapon, into them instead of worrying about not being able to integrate them properly. Junior brother Lin Fei, aren't you going to come out and welcome us personally? A group of young men appeared outside the invincible peak, gathering outside the restriction. Rumbling sounds echoed in the invincible peak, and it was filled with an unbridled aura. Lin Fei looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It seems like some of the elders don't like me. Great, I'm in a bad mood today. You guys are out of luck to come knocking on my door. Outside the restriction, the 8 young men had arrogant looks on their faces. They had the symbol of a religious sun on their left chests. They were the religious sons with the highest status in the academy. Even the elders had to give them face. It was rare for 8 religious sons to arrive at the same time. I wonder what kind of luck Lin Fei has. He got 2 emperor's keys consecutively, and he's the successor of the eternal emperor. He's now a celebrity in our world. He's the successor of the eternal emperor. I heard that Vice Principal Qing Mu wants him to be the vice principal. He has quite a temper. 8 of our senior brothers are here, but he doesn't come out first. Instead, he wants us to wait for him. He's indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. The restriction on the invincible peak opened, and a black figure came out. My master is angry. Hand over all your treasures and scram as far as you can. Hairball came up with her hands on her waist and scolded them. Hairball had learned how to behave like a bandit after this trip. She knew that they were in the Elysium Academy, and they couldn't eat people. But robbing people was not a problem. Ha, you're just a little brat. What a boastful tone you have. Like person, like servant. One of the religious sons laughed, ignoring Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm the North Dark Saint. Aren't you going to greet me? We're your senior brothers, high-ranking religious sons. We heard that you've gotten many opportunities recently, so we're here. Aren't you going to invite us to your peak? You have to know that this is your honor. How many personal disciples and true disciples can't even wait for this day? Another holy son said. Lin Fei crossed his arms and smiled. Senior brothers. Chapter 1000. A few saints had come to the invincible peak personally. This scene was noticed by the surrounding disciples, and they were all envious of Lin Fan. A saint was the most prestigious existence in the school. Perhaps, one of the saints could become a dean in the future. Of course, he could even become a great emperor-level expert. Even if the chances were slim, it was not an opportunity that everyone could have. Ever since the news of the sacred ruins spread across the entire great metropolis, the disciples of the Holy Heaven Academy had worshipped Lin Fei countless times. But when they heard Lin Fan's words, they were slightly surprised, but they did not show much of a reaction. It was as if what Lin Fan said was right and there was nothing to doubt. I'm dying of laughter. Junior brother Lin Fei, do you know who you're talking to? The North Underworld saint laughed. I'm the saint of Tianqi. We came to see junior brother out of goodwill, but who would have thought that junior brother would be so arrogant? Another saint, the saint of Tianqi, said with a sullen face. The 8 of them were the saints of the school, and not the kind of saints who were inexperienced. They had a certain status and reputation, and could do whatever they wanted in the school. But now, a junior brother who had not been confirmed as a saint dared to talk to them so arrogantly? He even wanted to rob them of their treasures. Not many people in the school would dare to say something like that. The 8 saints were all proud. Lin Fei's words had achieved their goal. As for robbing them of their treasures? Was that even possible? It was completely impossible. Junior brother Lin Fei, we are very angry now. We heard that you have obtained quite a lot of treasures. If you can't satisfy us, you will have nowhere to stay in the school in the future. Lin Fei made a chest-puffing gesture and said calmly, Since you won't listen to me, I'll do it myself. Fantian seal. Lin Fei waved his hand and flung out his Fantian seal. A large seal pressed down on them on the spot. 8 large plates of holy light were brought out in an attempt to block Lin Fei's Fantian seal. The Fantian seal pressed down, and the buzzing sound waves were like threads that swept across their bodies. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly, and cracks appeared on their holy armor, which continued to expand. With a crash, they completely shattered, and their fleshly bodies split open. With a rumble, the 8 holy children were crushed into the ground by the Fantian seal. From the moment Lin Fei attacked to suppressing them, it was all done in one go. My body! Damn Lin Fei! The grade of the Fantian seal had increased. Although it was not an immortal artifact, its power was extraordinary. It was not something that they could withstand. This Fantian seal caused their fleshly bodies to explode on the spot. It was equivalent to being killed in an instant, which was why they hated Lin Fei so much. This was equivalent to making them lose a certain part of their talent. After putting away the Fantion seal, the 8 holy children attacked angrily. The Fantion seal pressed down again, smashing their fleshly bodies into pieces again. All sorts of angry voices came from below again. Lin Fei said calmly, "Hand over everything, and you will be spared the pain." T. Dream on. This matter is not over yet. They had come under orders, and of course, they wanted to extract some treasures from Lin Fei. Who would have thought that the moment he took out his treasure, he would completely suppress them, then continue to enjoy it? Lin Fei would not be polite to them. The Fantion seal smashed down again, and even a heaven-stage celestial king would have a headache, let alone a human-stage celestial king like them. Boom, boom, boom. The onlookers felt a chill down their spines. They finally understood why no one dared to make a move against the people from the Invincible Peak. Senior brother Lin Fei was too violent. The 8 holy children's bodies were smashed into pieces, and they were completely ignored. Junior brother Lin Fei, we were wrong. We are willing to hand over our things. Reviving again and again had consumed a lot of their energy, and it affected their bodies greatly. Their faces were pale, and there was not a single trace of blood in them. Lin Fei was a monster. It wasn't that they didn't take out their divine artifacts. Divine artifacts that usually possessed extraordinary power were smashed to pieces in the face of the flipping sky seal, which was a divine artifact. The 8 holy children were completely terrified. They had suffered heavy losses, and if this went on, they would need to recuperate for at least a few hundred years. It was a huge loss. The Fantion seal stopped above their heads, covering the sky. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to suffer? Lin Fei said seriously. Hand over your storage rings. Hairball had already flown up to the Dark North Holy Child and slapped him. The fragile Dark North Holy Child's body exploded on the spot, leaving behind a storage ring. How dare you call me a brat? You must be tired of living. The remaining 7 saints sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat, who looked down on them, had shattered the Dark North Saint's body with a single slap. He was another monster. When Hairball looked over, they were shocked. Don't kill us, we will give you our storage rings. After Hairball's little demonstration, the 7 saints did not dare to resist. They directly handed over their storage rings, not daring to hold anything back. The sky-flipping seal above their heads was incomparably domineering. It was a true colossus, and they were completely no match for it. Junior brother Lin Fei, can we go now? Lin Fei kept the Fantion seal. Scram. The 8 holy children felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not fight anymore. The Fantion seal had suppressed them. How could they fight? After sending the 8 holy children away, Lin Fei returned to his Invincible Peak. However, the news spread like wildfire in the school. The 8 holy children were no match for Lin Fei. The 8 holy children were too ashamed to face anyone. They announced that they were going into seclusion, but in fact, they were recovering. They are all poor bastards. There were not many things in the storage rings that the 8 holy sons had obtained that caught his eye. Lin Fei gave them to his servants as a reward and kept the time defy the sky. Seeing the defying space, Lin Fei could not help but think of the Chaos Beast. Now that my divine force has reached the greater success stage, I have reached the limit. I don't know how to break through. Maybe that Chaos Beast will have a way. Lin Fei's heart shook. When I went into seclusion in the defying space, I met that Chaos Beast. That's why I improved so quickly. I really have to go and see him. Even now, Lin Fei did not think that he would be able to contend against that ferocious beast of chaos, even if his divine power had reached the great accomplishment stage. It could even kill a divine dragon with a wave of his hand. From the looks of it, the divine dragon was at least at the immortal king level, but it was killed. One could imagine how powerful that Chaos Beast was. Alright, let's go and see that Chaos Beast. The defying space of the 8 holy children was turned over by Lin Fei. Chapter 1001. P.S. Thanks to Ordinary Stranger, Yangbin 69, for the tip. You're saying that junior brother Lin Fei beat up the Dark Saint and the other 7 saints and stole all their treasures? On a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, Vice Dean Qing Mu was shocked when he heard the news. This was completely within his expectations. Yes, it spread throughout the entire academy. Vice Dean Qing Mu sent them away. I told you that Lin Fei is young and impetuous. It's inevitable that he would find someone to vent his anger on. The North Dark Saint and the others are really bold. They deserve to be punished. Before Vice Dean Qing Mu left, he was still worried that the actions of the higher-ups would arouse Lin Fei's disgust. If a person could not vent their anger, that would be terrifying. He had been worried that Lin Fei would go overboard, but the moment he turned around and left, Lin Fei would make a move. There's a Vice Dean behind the North Dark Saint and the others. This matter must be dealt with. Vice Dean Qing Mu thought for a moment, tore open the void, and walked out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another mountain. Dean, you must avenge us. The North Dark Saint was crying. That Lin Fei is too arrogant. We originally went to congratulate junior brother Lin Fei, but we never expected him to be so vicious. Not only did he attack us, but he also stole our treasures, causing us to suffer a great loss. The enlightening Holy Sun had an aggrieved expression. The 8 saints each complained to a middle-aged man in front of them. Aggrieved, really too aggrieved. Before going into seclusion, they couldn't help but complain about Lin Fei's evil deeds. Otherwise, how could they survive in the academy in the future? No matter where they went, there would always be people pointing fingers at them. Vice Dean Qing Mu, what brings you here? The middle-aged man stood up and looked at the sky. The North Dark Saint and the others were shocked when they saw Vice Dean Qing Mu, and they hurriedly greeted him. Vice Dean of Mount June, you don't come without a reason. Vice Principal Qing Mu nodded to them. In truth, I came here for junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. I heard that he did something extraordinary just now, so I came to find out more about it. The expressions of the North Dark Saint's son and the others instantly changed. They had just been humiliated by Lin Fei, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. In the blink of an eye, Vice Dean Qing Mu had come. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Although Vice Dean Qing Mu did not blame them, the North Sea Saint and the others knew that they were here for them. The status of Mount June's Vice Dean was the same as that of Qing Mu's Vice Dean. Divine Heaven Academy had a total of 6 deans, 1 principal and 5 vice deans. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu's words made the Jun Shan Vice Headmaster unhappy. The 8 saints were all injured and their vitality was greatly damaged. All their treasures had been taken away, which had a great impact on their strength. He had to punish Lin Fei. Vice Dean Greenwood, could it be that you think that Lin Fei is not responsible for attacking the North Dark Holy Sun and the others? The North Dark Holy Sun and the others are all the saints of the academy. They are important targets for training, but look at what Lin Fei has done. Vice Dean Qing Mu did not need to look to know. He sneered. Jun Shan, you and I are both deans. We should know the decision of the higher-ups. What do you think will happen if the higher-ups find out that the North Dark Holy Sun and the others are here? Vice Dean Qing Mu had access to news from the higher-ups. When he heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched. He had overlooked one thing from the beginning. Before this matter came to a conclusion, no one dared to do anything to Lin Fei. That Lin Fei can't use this to run amok. Vice Dean Qing Mu said, I'm just reminding you out of goodwill so that you don't get caught up in it. As for whether you listen or not, that's your business. Goodbye. Before leaving, his gaze swept over the North Dark Holy Sun and the others, sending a chill down their backs. You've gone too far. Vice Dean Qing Mu snorted angrily. You bastards, why didn't you go earlier or later? You're just looking for trouble. The North Dark Holy Sun and the others did not understand what was going on. They looked at him with grievance. You guys better recuperate. Put Lin Fei's matter aside for now. Vice Dean Qing Mu also knew about that matter. As for Lin Fei, as the Vice Dean, I will naturally stand up for you guys. On the other side, Lin Fei did not know that the North Dark Holy Sun and the others had complained. After leaving Invincible Peak, he arrived at a valley in a few breaths' time. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're here? The last time he came, Lin Fei was still in the Xian Immortal realm. But this time around, he was already a perfected golden immortal with monstrous battle prowess. The two perfected golden immortal monarchs that were stationed there personally came up to him and were extremely courteous. Lin Fei nodded and walked into the valley. When he saw the palace, someone was already there to welcome him. Junior brother Lin Fei. The person who came to welcome him was attendant Zhang. When he received the news outside, he was shocked on the spot. Everyone in the school knew what the name Lin Fei represented. He was a peerless monster who could kill a heaven-stage immortal king. Attendant Zhang, I want to go to the heaven-defying space. Please open it for me. Lin Fei took out the token. It's no trouble at all. Administrator Zhang still remembered what happened last time like it was yesterday. After not seeing Lin Fei for 3 days, he had a whole new level of respect for him. Lin Fei's growth was too terrifying. By the way, Attendant Zhang, have there been any changes in the heaven-defying space recently? Changes? Attendant Zhang did not understand, but still answered. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about this heaven-defying space. What secrets were hidden in it? The array was opened, and Lin Fei entered the heaven-defying space once again. Just like before, Lin Fei appeared on a platform. Chaotic chi lingered around him, and it did not decrease in the slightest. Okay, I couldn't get out last time. Now that I've cultivated the invincible golden body and the heavenly demon divine body, my defense has improved again. I can investigate this place now. The heavenly demon divine body that he got from the heavenly wolf immortal king, despite the other party's dirty tricks, was easily recovered by the powerful system. Open. Lin Fei used his palm as a knife and slashed out. The chaotic chi that he could not pass through before was split into two, creating a passage. What a strong pressure. Lin Fei walked out of the platform, and a terrifying pressure followed. It was the divine power of millions of dragons. So that's what happened. No wonder you had to open a platform. He continued to fly forward, and the pressure of the space kept increasing. From the original millions of dragons, it reached 20 to 30 million in the blink of an eye. If one's physical body was weak, even 100 lives would be useless. It was still a white blur in front of him, filled with large amounts of chaotic chi. It was endless, and he could not see the end. Lin Fei kept using his divine power to slash the chaotic chi, or else he would not be able to move an inch. Wave after wave of space pressure kept increasing, and it was really going to crush him. What is this place? It's so scary. He could not fly in the chaotic chi, and he could only walk step by step. Fortunately, he had enough time this time, and he was not afraid of wasting time. A month later, Lin Fei walked 5 million miles. Half a year later, Lin Fei walked 5 million miles. Under normal circumstances, a distance of 50 million miles was nothing to him. Walking 5 million miles in half a year might be a huge achievement in the eyes of others, but it was nothing to Lin Fei. Compared to the Chaos Beast, it was a far cry. The Chaos Beast came and went like the wind. It was 1,000,000 feet tall, and it withstood the pressure of space. With its large size, it was even more difficult to move. 90 million dragon divine power. Lin Fei carefully took a step forward. The pressure from the surrounding space seemed like it was going to crush him. In half a year, he went from a few million dragon divine power to the current 90 million dragon divine power. Even a heaven-ranked immortal king would have to surrender in the face of such power. Open for this, daddy. Lin Fei held the heaven-shaking godly axe in his hand, and an axe light slashed out. Amidst the boundless chaotic chi, a passageway was rapidly torn open. Go, go, go. Invincible golden body was pushed to the limits. The heaven-shaking godly axe continuously slashed open the surrounding space pressure, and loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Poo, piu, piuked. When the space pressure reached 100 million dragon divine power, Lin Fei started to vomit blood, and cracks started to appear on his invincible golden body. Go, go, go. Lin Fei was not willing to stop here. He wanted to know where his limit was. This place was mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Fei coughed blood as he walked, and his invincible golden body started to be damaged. Dense cracks appeared, and his body seemed like it would explode at any time. After cultivating the heavenly Fei divine body, my defense can withstand 130 million dragon divine power. At this level, Lin Fei's divine body was in a state of collapse. If he continued forward, it would definitely collapse. Lin Fei knew that in half a year, the distance he walked was only the distance of a flute. In this heaven-defying space, he was still limited to a certain place. He was very depressed. There are indeed places in the boundless world that I cannot see through. Just this heaven-defying space is enough to give me a headache. Lin Fei shook his head and was about to give up and continue forward. Someone is absorbing the chaotic qi? In the chaotic qi, there was a slight movement, and Lin Fei immediately noticed it. After observing for a while, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. To his left, someone was absorbing the chaotic qi. Could it be someone from my academy? The immense pressure of the space made Lin Fei want to rest for a while, and he walked in the direction of the movement. One day later, Lin Fei walked to the place where the movement was coming from. It was also a platform. On the platform, a young man was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the chaotic qi. The movement was far less than what Lin Fei had done in the past, but it still created a whirlpool in front of him. It's not someone from the academy. In the chaotic qi, a pair of eyes landed on that young man, but did not see the academy emblem hanging on his chest. Could it be that this heaven-defying space is not just someone from the academy? There are other people cultivating inside? For some reason, such a thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Haha, I have finally broken through to the Earth-rank Immortal King realm. Boom 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 on the platform, that young man stood up, and like a giant, he threw his head back and laughed. The surrounding chaotic qi exploded, and a terrifying aura crushed the chaotic qi. A peerless expert with combat strength comparable to a heaven-rank immortal king? Chapter 1002. The Against the Heaven space was extremely mysterious. Originally, he wanted to look for chaotic beasts, but he encountered another heavenly platform. This made him realize that there might be a big secret in the Against the Heaven space. Should I capture him and interrogate him? No matter who the heavenly platform belonged to, Lin Fei thought that he had torn open a layer of mysterious veil in the Against the Heaven space. Perhaps, the secret would continue to be revealed to him. Open! Lin Fei split open the chaotic energy and strode towards the heavenly platform. The chaotic energy created a path and the heavenly platform gradually appeared in front of him. The guy who had just advanced to the Earth stage was shocked when he saw an immortal walking towards him. Obviously, he couldn't digest the news, but when he saw the opponent's realm, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How is this possible? A perfected golden immortal can walk outside? Outside the heavenly platform, there was a terrifying existence. Even they didn't dare to go out casually. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Fei didn't say anything. He slashed at the heavenly platform with his palm. The blade light landed on the heavenly platform's restriction, causing the heavenly platform to shake and ripple. Bang, bang, bang. The palm blade kept landing on the restriction, creating ripples. After swinging his saber countless times, Lin Fei blasted open the other party's restriction with one saber strike and charged in. You're courting death. Yaden was a genius disciple of a big sect. When he saw the intruder, he immediately made a hand seal. It was his seal of life and death. Inside the Against the Heaven space, Yaden's celestial king cultivated as usual. He didn't show any mercy. Bang! The seal of life and death descended from the sky. The word, die, struck the opponent's body and sank into his body. Haha, no matter who you are, you'll die today after being hit by my seal of life and death. No one understood his seal of life and death better than him. No matter how this person came here, he had to pay the price for barging in. Are you talking about this? Yaden looked at the black-clothed man. His body shook, and the void exploded. The word, die, flew out, shattering in front of him. A blade light slashed down from the opponent's hand. How is this possible? This is my seal of life and death, and you actually forced it out. Yaden was shocked. Seeing the saber slash down, he once again used the seal of life and death to meet it. The left side had the word, life, and the right side had the word, death. The two merged together, and their power increased greatly. He did not believe that the other party could block his seal of life and death. Bang! The saber slashed down on the seal of life and death, and the terrifying power kept vibrating. Yaden coughed up blood. The seal of life and death shattered in front of him. Following that, another blade light slashed down, causing the void to collapse. The blade slashed his body, sending him flying. His body cracked and looked like it was going to shatter in the next second. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly and throw my life away for nothing. For you, I have no enmity with you. Yaden was on guard. He did not know where this person in front of him came from, but he was terrifyingly powerful. He had broken his seal of life and death with a single saber strike. This saber strike did not contain any laws. It only contained the absolute power to break through heaven and earth. Whoosh! Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed down. No matter how Yaden was on guard, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He could smell the scent of death. What do I ask? Answer or else die. Yaden's limbs were numb, and his qi and blood were surging. His body felt like it was going to explode. A terrifying power flowed in his body, and even the power of laws couldn't suppress it. The other party could kill him with a single thought. Which sect are you from? Even though the other party's strength had reached the level of a heaven-stage immortal king, Lin Fei's divine force had reached the limit. When he used the divine force runes to attack, he had reached the point of perfection. How could the other party block him? I'm from the origin returning sect. Yaden didn't dare to fight head-on. He hoped that the other party would be frightened by the sect. Unfortunately, the other party didn't show any changes. Yaden's heart sank. As for teleporting back, he didn't dare to have this thought. Origin returning sect? Lin Fei remembered that there was such a sect. In the great metropolis realm, it could be ranked as a first-rate sect. The sect master was even a pseudo-heavenly emperor. Lin Fei asked questions one by one. Only then did he learn that this heaven-defying space had existed for a long time. As for how it had appeared, they didn't know either. They only knew that the heaven-defying space had been created by their sect's ancestor. After asking for a while, Lin Fei didn't get any useful information. However, he knew that there were many disciples of the origin returning sect cultivating nearby. Another important piece of information was that many sects had heavenly platforms in the heaven-defying space. So this heaven-defying space is for public use. Lin Fei seemed to understand. In other words, if the experts of the origin returning sect could be here, then other experts could also be here. Do you know the location of the Netherworld Palace? Yaden's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He lowered his head and looked very sullen. I don't know, I really don't know. After a long time, Yaden didn't see anyone. He carefully raised his head and saw that the young man in black had disappeared. He was sitting paralyzed on the ground. What a terrifying guy. It's not that I haven't seen a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven, but a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven can break my seal of life and death. Who is this guy? At this time, Lin Fei left the heavenly platform. After learning some information and his own guesses, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the heaven-defying space. Lin Fei had an idea. His main purpose was to find the primordial chaos beast. In the meantime, he could make a move on the geniuses of the Netherworld Palace. Sooner or later, he would make a move. Since he met him, why not collect some interest? The heaven-defying space was very big. Lin Fei didn't know where the Netherworld Palace was, but it didn't matter. With the help of the system, he searched for people nearby and found his way to the Netherworld Palace. The geniuses in the heaven-defying space were very strong. Unfortunately, they were on a heavenly platform and were in a restricted state. They were no match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't kill them. He just robbed them of their belongings. One heavenly platform after another was taken by Lin Fei. Unfortunately, they didn't know the specific location of the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei wasn't discouraged. He had plenty of time. A month here was 10 years outside. It was only a matter of time before he found the Netherworld Palace. Boom! On another heavenly platform in the heaven-defying space. Surging divine power shot out and crashed into the heavenly platform's restriction. A black-clothed man raised his blade and slashed down. Rays of blade light containing terrifying divine powers slashed on a middle-aged man, causing him to vomit blood. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Stop fighting. The middle-aged man had a shield in front of him. It was covered in cracks like a spider web. His eyes were filled with pain. He didn't know how this person appeared. This person's combat strength was terrifying. Plus, he was restricted on the heavenly platform. Hand over your treasures. Lin Fei was used to it. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't hand it over. He obtained another storage ring with many treasures inside. Do you know where the Netherworld Palace is? The middle-aged man was covered in cold sweat. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes. You're an enemy of the Netherworld Palace? Why are you looking for them? Chapter 1003. I finally found it. My 1 month of hard work wasn't in vain. A month later, a black-clothed man walked out from the vast expanse of chaotic chi. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on a rooftop in the depths of the void. This black-clothed man was, of course, Lin Fei. Ever since a month ago, he had barely gotten a direction from an immortal king. It took him a whole month to find the cultivation area of the Nether Palace. Within the primal chaos chi, numerous vortexes of primal chaos chi turned into huge black holes that continuously absorbed the primal chaos chi. There were at least 100 of these vortexes. From this, it could be seen that their cultivation aptitude was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, they would be able to create such vortexes. The Nether Palace is indeed one of the top 10 forces. The geniuses cultivating in the heaven-defying space are far better than the other sections. The chaotic chi whirlpools they produced are 10 times more than the others. Only a few people can compete with them. After spending more than a month searching for the whereabouts of the Nether Palace, Lin Fei was in a good state of mind. Even if he encountered the attacks of the chaotic beasts, he would still be safe. Nether Palace, I'll make you vomit blood this time. Lin Fei's eyes emitted a cold light as he walked toward the nearest platform. The chaotic chi constantly flowed around him and finally rushed into the chaotic chi whirlpool. Who's spying on me? A middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on the rooftop suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he looked at the chaotic chi. It must be the chaotic beasts. Once I have the power to resist the pressure of the space, I'll kill them all. As the middle-aged man closed his eyes and continued to absorb the chaotic chi, the formation on the rooftop exploded. The chaotic chi also exploded, and a black-clothed man rushed in. Fantion seal. A huge seal smashed down from the sky, turning into a boundless mountain that covered the entire rooftop, not leaving a single corner open. Who's sneak attacking me? The middle-aged man's eyes emitted a cold light that collided with the seal. The seal didn't stop and smashed into the middle-aged man, causing the entire platform to shake. Who's sneak attacking me? With a rumble, the Fantion seal fell through the air and crashed down again. Bang bang bang, the Fantion seal had become a terrifying existence. Every time it smashed down, it shook the huge rooftop, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. After more than 10 attacks, the arrogant and domineering voice gradually weakened until it completely stopped breathing. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away the storage ring. Then, with a wave of heavenly flame, he burned the corpse cleanly, leaving no trace behind. This is the first one. Licking the corner of his lips, he charged toward the second genius from the Nether Palace. The area of the rooftop was too small. Lin Fei's first move was the Fantion seal, which reduced the area infinitely. He didn't even need to do much to kill his opponent. After killing 5 geniuses from the Netherworld Palace, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. The 6th genius from the Netherworld Palace was a heaven-rank immortal king. When Lin Fei took out the Fantion seal, he sensed it and blasted a strike towards the location where Lin Fei appeared. Who are you? How can you come here? This genius was a heaven-rank immortal king. He was shocked by the person who appeared out of nowhere. Then he was attacked by a vast sea of divine power, wave after wave, as if he was going to be drowned in it. Lin Fei relied on the invincible golden body and the Fantion seal to fight head-on. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he killed the heaven-rank immortal king. A heaven-rank immortal king is a good training target. Killing 10 or 20 heaven-rank immortal kings should be enough to make your hearts ache, right? After a bloody battle, Lin Fei killed the heaven-rank immortal king and went to the next genius from the Netherworld Palace. Almost all the geniuses who could cultivate in the heaven-defying space were heaven-rank immortal kings. At the very least, they were Earth-rank Great Circle immortal kings. Their battle prowess was comparable to a heaven-rank immortal king. At this time, in a boundless mountain range, a gigantic black palace towered over the mountain range like a colossus, suppressing the entire mountain range. Heaven-defying treasure palace, these 4 words were written in flamboyant calligraphy, expressing its boundless charm. Have you heard? Our people were defeated by a kid from the Holy Heaven Academy. I heard about this too. Elder Mod personally led a team, but all of them died outside. Our Netherworld Palace was mocked because of this. Inside the heaven-defying treasure palace, 2 middle-aged men were discussing in low voices. I know, our Netherworld Palace is one of the top 10 forces, but we couldn't even take down a brat. Instead, we failed miserably. Fortunately, he died. Otherwise, let's see how he would survive in the future. These 2 middle-aged men were heaven-rank immortal kings, responsible for guarding the heaven-defying treasure palace. Usually, when they had nothing to do, they liked to chat. The most humiliating thing that happened to the Netherworld Palace recently was that they were defeated in the Central Sanctuary. In private, many elders would talk about it. Elder Mod led 3 heaven-rank immortal kings and a group of earth-rank immortal kings, but all of them died in the Central Sanctuary. Not only that, but it also boosted Lin Fei's reputation. At the mention of Lin Fei, they were angry. If they were allowed to make a move, they would not let a puny Lin Fei escape. Elder Song, Elder Gao, something bad has happened. Just as the 2 elders were exchanging words, an earth-ranked immortal king disciple ran up to them in a panic. Little Mu, you are an earth-rank immortal king, 1 step away from becoming a heaven-rank immortal king. What is making you so flustered? Elder Song scolded. Elder Song, something happened in the heaven-defying treasure palace. The disciples who went to cultivate in seclusion died one after another. So far, we have lost contact with 32 senior brothers. Elder Song and Elder Gao's expressions changed. They exchanged a glance and disappeared in front of them. In the heaven-defying treasure palace, there were hundreds of black columns. Most of them had lost their color and were deathly white. The black columns were very eye-catching. Oh no, it's senior brother Tian Fei's. There were many disciples in the vicinity of the main hall. When one of the black pillars turned ashen white, they immediately screamed, their eyes filled with fear. The heaven-defying treasure palace was nurturing the Netherworld Palace. Whenever someone entered the heaven-defying treasure palace, one of the black columns would light up. If no one was there, the black column would turn grayish-white. The disciples of the Netherworld Palace gasped again when one of the black columns turned grayish-white. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they had lost 2 senior brothers. Heavens, another senior brother has fallen. Who can tell me what happened in there? Why is this happening? This situation had never happened before. It was completely beyond their imagination. The qualification to enter the heaven-defying space was a very strict matter in the Netherworld Palace. Those who weren't truly capable didn't even need to consider it. Those who could cultivate in the heaven-defying space were, without exception, powerful senior brothers with true strength and reputation. The elders are here. Elder Song and Elder Gao appeared at the same time. Hearing that the heaven-defying treasure palace had changed, the 2 of them scanned it with their divine sense and broke out in a cold sweat. The black columns had turned grayish-white. It was not normal for a black column to turn grayish-white without any warning. How can this be? The 2 of them saw that one of the black columns had turned grayish-white. Isn't this junior brother Tian Li's platform? He is a peak early-stage heaven-ranked immortal king. How can he die? When the 2 elders saw this scene, their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. For example, the disciple in front of them was someone they recognized. He was the personal disciple of an elder, and his strength was extremely powerful, almost on par with them. But he disappeared just like that? The loss of a genius in the heaven-defying treasure palace had a great impact on the Netherworld Palace. Now, more than 30 geniuses had been lost in front of them. Whoosh, the two elders did not dare to stay any longer. They each entered an empty rooftop to check the situation inside. Not long after, the two of them came out with even worse expressions. Something happened. I couldn't see anyone on the rooftop I was at just now. There were traces of a battle inside. Could it be a chaos beast that broke the restrictions? After understanding the situation, the two of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They saw more than 10 black columns had turned grayish-white. Quick, inform the elders. There was nothing they could do in such a situation. As the elders of the Netherworld Palace, they had some understanding of the heaven-defying treasure palace. It was a terrifying place full of dangers. In just half a day, they had lost almost 50 genius disciples. They could not accept such a huge price. Not long after, 3 elders with powerful auras walked out of the void. They were imposing without being angry. Everyone felt suffocated. Who did this? The 3 powerful elders' faces changed when they saw the changes in the black columns. They looked at Elder Gao and Elder Song with sharp eyes. The 2 elders trembled in fear when they heard the cold snort. As heaven-ranked immortal kings, Elder Gao and Elder Song were nothing. They could be killed with a flick of their fingers. Elder, we suspect that it was a powerful chaotic demonic beast that broke through the formation and attacked our people. This was the only explanation they could come up with. A powerful chaos beast? That's impossible. All the powerful chaos beasts near the heaven-defying treasure palace have been killed. How could there be a chaos beast? The 2 powerful elders clearly understood the situation. They exchanged looks and entered the grayish-white columns. They heaved a sigh of relief when the 3 terrifying auras left. The core elders are indeed terrifying. They suppressed us with just their auras. Elder Gao wiped the sweat off his forehead. With the core elders taking action, we don't have to worry anymore. In the heaven-defying treasure palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 core elders appeared. They each came out from a rooftop and gathered together. The pressure from the space was blocked by them. It's an expert who specializes in divine power. Take action. A red-browed immortal king said. Chapter 1004. Boom, boom, boom. On a platform in the depths of the chaotic chi, a handsome young man spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. In front of him was another young man with a fist as heavy as Mount Tai, causing ripples to form on the sturdy restriction array. I'm from the Netherworld Palace, you can't kill me. The handsome young man let out a cry of despair as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing his entire body to explode into pieces. The platform became completely silent. This heaven-stage celestial king is really not easy to deal with. Fortunately, I'm limited to this platform. If I were in another place, it would be really difficult to kill him if he wanted to escape. Lin Fei panted heavily. This was a heaven-stage celestial king who could reach the mid-level. Whether it was in terms of physique or strength, he had a huge advantage. Whoosh, in a breath's time, the wounds on his body began to heal. The invincible golden body divine body possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Even though Lin Fei's divine body was in tatters, he still managed to kill the other party. Good heavens, a top-grade sacred artifact. After checking, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. So far, out of all the heaven-ranked immortal kings he had killed, this was the one with the most wealth. In order to upgrade the Fanteon seal and the sky-shaking divine axe to celestial artifact, he had to continuously integrate a top-grade sacred artifact. A top-grade sacred artifact had extraordinary power, so it was naturally a good thing in Lin Fei's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, Lin Fei calmed down. 2 beams of cold light shot out from the chaotic chi and slashed at his body, leaving behind 2 wounds. His powerful invincible golden body was injured by 2 powerful saber lights condensed from the power of the law. So, it's you, Lin Fei, who killed our elder MOD. Boom. A core elder walked out from the left. His anger soared to the heavens, and the primal chaos energy in the surrounding area exploded. Lin Fei's heart moved, and his injuries recovered to normal. He was surprisingly calm and laughed. You're knowledgeable. I am Lin Fei. How is it? Are you very angry? Your Netherworld Palace's Bulsh * T genius disciple was still killed by me. Boom. Boom. Another 2 core elders walked out. A powerful aura locked onto Lin Fei. The moment they saw Lin Fei, the 3 core elders were shocked. They thought that it was a chaos beast, the strong kind. Who would have thought that it was Lin Fei? In the fight for the Great Emperor's key, the Netherworld Palace lost 4 heaven-rank immortal kings and became a joke. The elders of the Nether Palace gnashed their teeth in anger at Lin Fei. A fellow that no one took seriously, who possessed great luck and precious treasures, was so young and had such monstrous talent. He had killed 4 heaven-stage immortal kings of the Netherworld Palace with just the cultivation of a perfected golden immortal. Not only that, but now they were attacking the Nether Palace's heaven-defying space. This was a slap to the face. Their only question now was, how did Lin Fei get here? Elder Ming, suppress him first. Although the 3 core elders had no idea how Lin Fei had appeared, just the fact that he had killed the genius disciples in the heaven-defying space was enough for them to capture him. Nether Ghost Claw. The first core elder to come out was Elder Ming. His hand that was as thin as a stick made a grabbing motion, and a sinister wind blew, tearing apart the chaotic energy. A ghostly claw stretched out from the sky. The appearance of the 3 core elders made Lin Fei feel the pressure. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Open! Lin Fei raised the sky-shaking divine axe in his hand and sent out a light shadow to meet the Nether Ghost Claw. The sky-flipping seal flew out and smashed towards one of the core elders. He used the sacred dragon step and appeared in front of one of the core elders. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and he attacked the core elder. As they fought, Lin Fei learned how to seize opportunities. The 3 core elders were filled with cold killing intent. They had never seen a weak existence dare to attack them at the same time. Bang! The Nether Ghost Claw was shattered by the axe and reformed. Elder Ming's expression changed slightly. He was shocked. Monster, this guy is a monster. How can he block this old man's claw? No matter how much the outside world talked about Lin Fei, the core elders didn't believe it. It was nothing more than an exaggeration. With a single strike, Elder Ming's expression changed from disdain to trepidation, as well as unconcealable killing intent. Lin Fei truly had such strength. Careful! The Fantion seal was a peak-grade saint artifact. It could be said to have surpassed this level. That core elder, Elder Sky, felt a dangerous aura. 4 holy light plates flew out and collided with the Fantion seal. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and the primal chaos chi was shattered. It didn't shatter? The 4 holy light plates were enough to show how strong the opponent was. But now, a saint artifact was able to block the attack. Open for this old man. Swish, 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 the 4 holy light plates shook and transformed into 4 incarnations. They were actually 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings. The power of laws blasted onto the Fantion seal. The Fantion seal that was suppressing thousands of things started to tremble as the gravity around it started to collapse. Little bastard, this saint artifact of yours isn't bad. Sadly, it can't suppress this old man. Lin Fei had never tried to use the Fantion seal to suppress a mid-stage heaven-ranked immortal king. Moreover, it was a core elder who had refined 4 types of laws. He was merely trying to block his opponent. Lin Fei, you are truly a demon-level genius. If you were alone today, you might have been able to escape. Sadly, 3 of us core elders are here. You are destined to find it hard to escape even if you grow wings. The other core elder, Elder Yun, who was in the midst of the torrential attacks, also had 4 holy light plates in front of him. They were unceasingly dissipating the power of Lin Fei's attacks as a nonchalant smile appeared on his face. Eternal Instant. The wind from his fist changed as the eternal instant was blasted out from Lin Fei's hands. An eternal holy energy instantly enveloped the core elder. The strength of this core elder was simply too strong. Even though this was the ultimate art of an eternal emperor, Lin Fei's cultivation base was too low. He had no way to fully utilize it. Haha, it's useless. The eternal holy energy enveloped him. Elder Yun laughed loudly. This kind of enveloping energy was too weak. It was basically unable to truly confine him. At most, it would only slow him down. That might not be the case. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, forming a smile. Body burst art. A holy and pure aura, like a sheet of silver light, was released from Lin Fei's right hand. Elder Yun sensed a wave of danger. He saw Lin Fei's fist directly breaking through the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 holy light plates couldn't block Lin Fei's fist and were sent flying one after another. The terrifying fist pierced through the air and landed on Elder Yun's body, piercing through his entire chest. His flesh was badly mangled, and the terrifying energy exploded from within. A core elder had fallen just like that. Lin Fei turned back, his eyes cold. He had finally gotten rid of one of the core elders, alleviating the huge pressure on him. Today, all of you will die. After getting rid of a core elder, Lin Fei rushed towards Elder Ming. With the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, he chopped down towards Elder Ming. The primal chaos aura exploded into dust. Split the heavens. Chapter 1005. Elder Yun was suddenly killed by Lin Fei, and the 2 core elders could not react in time. They were completely enraged. From the beginning, when they discovered that Lin Fei had brutally killed the genius disciple of the Netherworld Palace, they had the same idea: to suppress him first and capture him on the spot, which was equivalent to making a great contribution. There was not much meaning in killing him. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would display such extraordinary strength, especially the last punch, which sent the holy light plate flying and blasted Elder Yun into pieces. Elder Ming and Elder Tian could not believe this scene. A small mistake had cost them a core elder. Bang bang bang, Fan Tian's seal was finally blasted away by Elder Tian's attack. He regained his freedom and strode into the Grand Lotus. Elder Ming, control the Heaven Mirror Lotus well. I will go and take down Lin Fei. This brat is too despicable. Even Elder Yun was killed by him. The Heaven Mirror Lotus was one of Elder Ming's supreme-grade sacred tools. In order to refine this sacred tool, he had spent a total of 3,000 years. It was the strongest treasure in his possession. Hua hua hua, hua hua hua. Inside the lotus, the black torrent rushed out. Under the scouring of the torrent, Lin Fei's invincible golden body was covered with densely packed marks. It was a ghastly sight. This is the Netherworld holy water. It is specially used to corrode the human body. Anyone who comes in here will definitely turn into a pile of bones. Being in the black torrent, Lin Fei immediately recognized it. This was not an ordinary thing. It was the sinister and vicious Netherworld holy water. In such a huge space, the black torrent was like a ferocious tiger, constantly rushing over. Even with Lin Fei's powerful invincible golden body, he could still feel the danger it brought. Fortunately, I killed an expert. I didn't expect them to detect it so quickly and send out 3 heaven stage intermediate immortal kings. Otherwise, if I was delayed, it would be big trouble. Xiao xiao xiao. Black saber lights flew out from the black torrent. They were thousands of feet long. Thousands of saber lights slashed down at Lin Fei. Lin Fei held the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, and with his body as the center, he unceasingly shattered the blade light. The blade light formed from the Netherworld holy water was exceptionally terrifying, and every time it smashed down, the power reached tens of millions of dragon god power. Once it was destroyed, it gathered again, unceasingly. This was to completely exhaust Lin Fei inside. Immortal binding rope. A core elder walked out from the torrent. It was Elder Tian. He took out a saint tool and turned into a jingguang, charging towards Lin Fei. This is a divine tool for binding people. Xiao Chen walked the path of strength. He did not need to care about other holy tools. However, ropes and other holy tools would bring with them immense pressure. Once he was trapped, his strength would be limited. Xiao xiao xiao, with the divine saber in hand, Lin Fei slashed at the rope. The jingguang formed from the immortal binding rope was extremely agile, dodging the saber lights. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was trapped. Expand, the invincible golden body contained several body-refining techniques. Lin Fei's body shook, and he turned into a giant. The immortal binding rope was also terrifying. As it expanded, he was unable to break free. Elder Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei, you don't need to struggle. This is one of my treasures, called the Immortal Binding Rope. Once you are trapped, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can forget about breaking free. An inconspicuous Lin Fei killed one of their core elders. Even though they had tied up Lin Fei, Elder Tian still had a stomach full of anger. Very quickly, Elder Tian sensed that something was wrong. Why did Lin Fei stop struggling? Gotcha! A dangerous aura came, and Elder Tian dodged. Even so, he lost an arm. Fresh blood flowed, and his face was full of shock. How did my arm break? At their realm, their physical bodies were incomparably strong. Ordinary opponents would not be able to break through their defense. But just now, he fell into the opponent's trap and lost an arm. Gotcha! Another dangerous aura came from the void. Elder Tian was a mid-level heaven stage immortal king. He took out 4 big plates of holy light and turned them into 4 incarnations, forming a formation to protect himself. Gotcha! A Jingguang arrived in front of him, and one of the incarnations was split into 2. Elder Tian vomited blood, and was completely moved. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at the torrent of void. Clang 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 sounds came from the void. Elder Tian retreated more than 10 steps, and with each step he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the long spear in his hand, it was full of holes and was severely damaged. How is it? Does it feel good? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei broke free. Ah, my celestial binding rope. Elder Tian felt pain again. The celestial binding rope was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. The long spear shook, and the spear light was like stars. In the sky above the torrent, densely packed stars could not be distinguished. He was furious. Gotcha! As soon as Elder Tian attacked, another incarnation met with misfortune, and its vitality was greatly injured. Swish, 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 with the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, Lin Fei turned into a tall giant. The heaven-shaking divine axe expanded, and with a swing of the axe, divine power turned into a torrent and swept away the stars in the sky. Bang, bang, bang! Elder Tian's strength was more terrifying than Lin Fei's. The stars shone brightly, and he crushed all the way. However, Lin Fei's divine power torrent was not just for show. It was continuous, and it rushed forward. The first wave was crushed, and the second wave immediately followed. Even though Elder Tian's spear art was amazing, he could not do anything to Lin Fei. Even if his attacks landed on the kid, most of the force was removed, and it could not be considered as damage. Sigh, you people from the Netherworld Palace only have the ability to bully children. There were countless wounds on Lin Fei's body. None of them were fatal, and it was not particularly strenuous. But Elder Tian was different. As a dignified mid-level heaven stage immortal king, every spear attack that could kill the opponent could not do anything to him. Gotcha! The other 2 incarnations were heavily injured, and Elder Tian could not detect the opponent's traces. He had no choice but to withdraw the incarnation formed by the holy light plate. If this continued, even the laws would be affected. With this withdrawal, a terrifying and dangerous aura descended from the sky again, and the long spear in his hand broke into 2 pieces. Spatial distortion. A large area of space collapsed, and Elder Tian's powerful physical body also felt great pressure. Like a meteor, Lin Fei appeared in front of Elder Tian. Elder Tian's eyebrows twitched, but he was unable to stop Lin Fei in time. Lin Fei's punch, which was imbued with silver light, landed on his chest. Celestial artifact. You actually have a celestial artifact. Elder Tian watched helplessly as his body was penetrated. After that, he saw another pair of golden scissors landing on Lin Fei's body, aiming at him. Beams of light and shadows appeared, cutting him into pieces. The black torrent gushed over, turning him into white bones. Huff! Lin Fei panted heavily. In order to deal with this core elder, he had consumed a large amount of divine power. Fortunately, I had the death incarnation to sneak attack, and I had a low-grade celestial artifact in hand, so I could kill him. A mid-level heaven stage immortal king was still under great pressure. The first core elder completely relied on his celestial artifact right hand to break through everything violently to kill his opponent. There's only one left. The black netherworld holy water turned into a torrent and kept washing his divine body. Lin Fei did not dare to stay for too long. Explode! The demon god punched deep into the torrent, and a silver light sprinkled down. The netherworld holy water exploded, but it was still much weaker in front of the celestial artifact. Elder Tian should be able to suppress that brat Lin Fei, right? In the heaven-defying space, Elder Ming activated the Heaven Mirror Lotus and used the netherworld holy water. Once an ordinary immortal king was in the celestial artifact, he would definitely turn into a pile of white bones. There had never been any accidents. Elder Ming used the celestial artifact to make Lin Fei suffer. Elder Ming's eyes changed, and the huge black lotus began to shake. What's going on? Just as he was about to check, a divine hand broke out of the lotus, and then a young man rushed out, and a large amount of netherworld holy water washed out. Fantian seal. The Fantian seal, which was sent flying, was full of cracks, but it was not too serious. It turned into a huge mountain and pressed down. Elder Ming's eyes widened, and a large plate of holy light behind him turned into a scimitar. He slashed the mountain, and instantly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. He did not expect that Lin Fei could come out from inside. How could you come out? Where is Elder Tian? Lin Fei turned into a rainbow light and rushed out. He laughed loudly. You are really an idiot. I have come out, so of course I killed the Elder Tian you mentioned. Ha! Impossible! Elder Ming shouted. The three of them were core elders, and they had celestial artifacts and treasures. How could they be killed? Lin Fei rushed up, and his godly right hand turned into a silver light that was filled with a holy aura. His fingers were like a mountain, and he grabbed at Elder Ming. The flowing chaotic aura stopped. Celestial artifact. This is the aura of a celestial artifact. Elder Ming's reaction was even faster. Under the silver light, that was a celestial artifact, and it had a different aura. How could he have a celestial artifact? Such a huge question mark, and he did not have time to think about it. At this moment, another Jingguang flash appeared, and Elder Ming's mind was shaken. Half of his body was cut off, and he did not have time to be vigilant of his surroundings. Half of his body was gone, and blood gushed out. In Elder Ming's position, treasures like celestial artifacts were still priceless, and even he could not get his hands on them. But this brat Lin Fei actually had celestial artifacts on him? 3,000 celestial arts, great sacrifice art. Elder Ming shouted, and in the end he went completely crazy. His aura suddenly rose, and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. In the blink of an eye, he was bathed in a bloody light. Xiao xiao xiao, 4 wheels of holy light turned into a heaven-stage celestial king, and 4 types of nomological powers attacked Lin Fei from 4 directions. Bang bang bang, 4 types of nomological powers bombarded Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his heads, 3 of his arms, and half of his body were blasted apart. It was a tragic sight to behold. After the sacrifice, Elder Ming's strength rose to a limit, and he was bathed in a bloody light. Lin Fei, you are indeed a person with great luck. For you, this old man used the great sacrifice art. It was all worth it. Elder Ming walked out from the bloody light, and with a slap of his hand, the death incarnation fell out from the chaotic aura. Its entire body was tattered, and it was on the verge of collapse. The power of this palm was too strong. After the sacrifice, Elder Ming's strength rose sharply, and he blasted out the death incarnation with a palm. Chapter 1006. Sure enough, another celestial artifact. Elder Ming could not imagine how a brat could have 2 celestial artifacts. Even for an expert of his level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to have a celestial artifact. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. I want both of your celestial artifacts. Elder Ming smashed his palm into the void and shook out the death incarnation. As for why the other party had a complete death incarnation, there was no need to think about it. He could imagine that once he got his hands on 2 celestial artifacts, his strength would skyrocket, and it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak of Heaven Stage Immortal King. These were two celestial artifacts. Boom! Elder Ming used the Great Sacrifice technique, and his strength skyrocketed. He smashed his palm down on Lin Fei, and it suddenly turned into a palm of a mountain, tearing the void and shattering the chaotic aura. Bang bang bang, Lin Fei took out the Fantion seal to block, and with the sky-shaking divine axe in his hand, he instantly chopped out hundreds of light shadows, and his whole body retreated. It's useless, you are destined to be suppressed by me. Hua hua hua. The strength of Elder Ming's palm surpassed 100 million dragon divine power, and reached the level of 300 million dragon divine power. It could be said to be truly destructive, sweeping away everything in the world. Hundreds of light shadows instantly disintegrated, and a dangerous aura shrouded Lin Fei. The invincible golden body could not withstand this terrifying power, and his body suddenly exploded. With one blow, Lin Fei's divine body collapsed. This guy used the Great Sacrifice technique, and his strength skyrocketed. His strength has reached at least 300 million dragon divine power, and it is truly destructive. Lin Fei's invincible golden body could withstand 150 million dragon divine power, and it was at its limit. Under the opponent's palm, under the attack of the four incarnations, his body was already on the verge of collapse, and it was not strange for it to collapse under one palm. Admit defeat. Elder Ming smashed Lin Fei with one palm and strode over, showing the attitude of a victor. He smashed down again, and the wind and clouds changed color. He had completely defeated Lin Fei. Bullshit. Deadly golden scissors, Fiend God's right hand. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and activated the two immortal artifacts, which shone with a dazzling light. The silver light and the Jingguang, one at the front and the other at the back, brought with them a terrifying power. With a flick of Elder Ming's finger, a terrifying power turned into a stream of light and struck the golden scissors. It was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away and collided with a large mass of primal chaos chi. Eternal Ksana, 10 times attack. The demon god's right hand turned into a ray of silver light, and a divine and majestic power covered this region. It was one of the Eternal Emperor's most famous techniques. With the eternal energy supporting his body, Elder Ming's body trembled as he regained his freedom. Your realm is too low and you are unable to unleash your true might. Any of your attacks in front of me are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. It's like a joke. He raised his palm and slapped out. A flood of divine might surged forth like a god descending. You are the one who can't even withstand a single blow. Exploding out with 10 times the attack, Lin Fei's chi and blood were rapidly consumed, and his body was covered with cracks. This move originally required the body as the foundation, but his body had been destroyed by someone before, and he was in an injured state, so it affected his body when he used it. The divine power that was originally close to 100 million dragons suddenly erupted, and it was almost 1 billion dragons' divine power. The demon god's right hand jabbed forward, and surging divine power stabbed into Elder Ming's palm. The divine power that was almost 1 billion dragons' divine power, and the majestic divine power completely crushed his opponent's power. Bang! The huge palm was pierced on the spot, and the majestic divine power radiated out, and it completely exploded with a bang. Go to hell. 10 times the attack, majestic divine power, a true ultimate move. Impossible, this palm of mine is the power after I sacrificed it. The total power is at least 500 million dragons' divine power, and it can destroy any existence. Elder Ming was clear about the terror of this palm, but it was blown up by Lin Fei's finger. The whole world seemed to have turned upside down, and it was completely beyond his imagination. The power that he sacrificed was inferior to a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Netherworld Indestructible Fist. A black sacred armor suddenly appeared on Elder Ming's body, and it was a top-grade Netherworld divine armor. The sacred armor was densely covered with runes, and it was wrapped tightly. A gigantic black creature descended from the sky. It was none other than the Nether Indestructible Fist that Elder Ming had unleashed. It was a nether hell beast that was 100,000 zhang in size. It opened its mouth and bit towards Lin Fei. The power of the sacrifice forced Elder Ming to attack with all his strength, and he was even more afraid of Lin Fei. Bang! Lin Fei also jabbed with his finger, and it was earth-shattering. It stabbed into the body of the netherworld hell beast, and a billion dragons' divine power crushed it on the spot, and the huge creature shattered inch by inch. How can his power be so strong? Elder Ming was completely crazy. The power of this punch compared to the previous palm was enough to increase to 700 million dragons' divine power. This moment of hesitation allowed Lin Fei's finger to jab over. The 4 incarnations returned to the holy light plate, and the power of laws gathered to form layers of law walls. Bang 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 bang. Elder Ming still underestimated the power of this finger. The 4 holy light plates shattered one after another, and they couldn't hold on for even a second longer. The terrifying finger stabbed into the netherworld divine armor. Bang! The netherworld divine armor released boundless rays of light. The multicolored light was resplendent. A netherworld divine dragon rushed out and exploded on the spot. The netherworld divine armor immediately lost its splendor. Elder Ming was filled with unwillingness as he watched his broken body being crushed into pieces on the spot. The might of this finger was too strong, to the extent that after Elder Ming was killed, it swept through 1,000,000 miles and destroyed 20 to 30 rooftops. The geniuses who were cultivating in seclusion lost their lives and died in an extremely sullen manner. Cough cough cough, Lin Fei's body was bleeding, and the golden invincible divine body was densely covered with cracks, and it could collapse at any time. 10 times the power, and my body almost couldn't take it. Fortunately, I didn't use my ultimate power. Don't mention killing people, I would be dead for sure. Ever since his divine power reached the limit, this was the first time Lin Fei had an explosive attack. Keep! At the place where Elder Ming died, only a black holy armor was left, and it lost its color. Lin Fei kept it, and looking at this holy armor, he couldn't help but pale. What a strong holy armor, to be able to block my finger and not be destroyed. Fortunately, he used the great sacrifice art, and his body was in the same state as mine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Lin Fei's guess was indeed correct. The netherworld divine armor on Elder Ming's body was a top-grade holy armor, and it could block the attack of 1,000,000,000 dragon divine force. Even if a heaven-stage celestial king at the perfection realm attacked, it would be difficult to kill him in one move. Unfortunately, Elder Ming used the great sacrifice art, and his body wasn't like usual. Man proposes, God disposes. After killing this powerful core elder, Lin Fei realized that the Netherworld Palace was more terrifying than he had imagined. A heaven-stage celestial king using the great sacrifice art was enough to make him go all out, not to mention the others. My body is still not enough. 10 times the power almost took Lin Fei's life. Chapter 1007. Elder Gao and Elder Song were relieved when the 3 core elders entered the heaven-defying space to look for the culprit. With their strength, they could easily deal with any danger. It's been a day. Why haven't the 3 core elders come out yet? Elder Gao frowned. He started to worry for some reason. They had been in the heaven-defying space for a long time. Elder Gao, the 3 core elders are powerful. It's impossible for anything to happen to them. They might come out soon. Elder Song wasn't worried at all. They knew the strength of the Nether Palace's core elders very well. Elder Gao said casually, I hope so. It was rare for geniuses to die in the heaven-defying space. It wasn't normal for geniuses to die one after another. This was a heaven-defying space that belonged to the Nether Palace. Just the name of the Nether Palace was enough to scare people away, not to mention killing people. No one would dare to do that even if they had 100 guts. Oh no, all the geniuses cultivating in seclusion have died. A disciple who was on guard barged in from outside, his face pale with fright. The 2 of them thought that the matter was over. Hearing this, they went to the heaven-defying treasure palace without hesitation. As soon as they appeared, a chill filled the heaven-defying treasure palace. They're all gone. The 2 of them exuded a chilling aura. In the heaven-defying treasure book, the black pillar had turned gray. In other words, all the young geniuses cultivating in seclusion had died. The 2 elders were furious and spat out a mouthful of blood. Something big has happened. The biggest thing in the history of the Nether Palace had happened. The two of them didn't dare to make a decision. They immediately reported to the higher-ups. They wouldn't have a good time in the future because of one bad guard. They couldn't figure out why the 3 core elders had gone. Could something have happened to them? They didn't dare to think about it. If the 3 core elders had died, who could have done such a thing? After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a terrifying aura descended from the sky and enveloped the entire heaven-defying treasure palace. The oppressive aura made it hard for people to breathe. Elder Mu, Elder Gao and Elder Song's foreheads were covered in cold sweat. This person's status was too high. He was the punishment elder of the upper echelons of the Netherworld Palace. In the Netherworld Palace, he truly had the power to decide the life and death of anyone. If they made a grave mistake, he could take them down with a single word. What's going on? Muyun Tianya's eyes were sharp, and his aura was cold. He was expressionless, especially after seeing the grayish-white pillar. We don't know what happened either. The 2 elders could speak ill of the core elders behind their backs, but in front of the higher-level elders, they didn't dare to say anything. The other party's auras scared them to the point that they didn't dare to move. 3 core elders, Elder Yun, Elder Tian, and Elder Ming, they've been inside for a day. Right at this moment, Muyun Tianya's face darkened. Say no more. 3 core elders have fallen. In the next second, Muyun Tianya and the others arrived at the against the natural space. Hua hua hua, wave after wave of spatial pressure flowed away from both sides as if they had encountered a boulder. A terrifying godly awareness emerged from his body and enveloped the area. His facial expression grew more and more unsightly. All the people of Tiantai were gone, even the 3 core elders were nowhere to be seen. Muyun Tianya took a step forwards, ignoring the spatial pressure. He reappeared millions of miles away and looked at the mountain. The killer is Lin Fei. Lin Fei, how dare you kill the geniuses of our academy, as well as 3 core elders, and leave your name behind. Boom 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 boom. With every word Muyun Tianya uttered, the towering mountain in front of him exploded. All the chaotic aura within a radius of 10 million miles around him exploded and turned into dust. The core elders behind him lowered their heads, they were furious. Lin Fei. The Lin Fei who had humiliated the Netherworld Palace. Elder Mu, he's just a Daoist golden celestial. How could he travel such a long distance to find us? Asked a core elder. They didn't know how big the against the natural space was. The 10 influential groups had established their own territories in the against the natural space and raised their own geniuses. They never interfered with each other's businesses. The elders had been planning to attack Lin Fei, but something had happened in the against the natural space. How dare he leave a message for them? That was like rubbing salt on the wound. He didn't care about the Netherworld Palace at all. Someone must have told him. No matter who he is, I will find him, said Muyun Tianya coldly. He was the punishment elder and wanted to kill him. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, you'll be punished severely. Let's seal the news. The core elders knew that the punishment elder was angry. Once Muyun was angry, it would be terrifying. Celestial Eye. Muyun Tianya drew a line between his eyebrows and a vertical eye appeared. A beam of cold light shot out and a screen appeared in the sky. It was a powerful spell. I wonder what their expressions will be like when they see the words I left behind. In the depths of the chaotic chi, Lin Fei carefully moved forward. After killing all the geniuses, he paid a big price and gained a lot. Before he left, he thought about it again and left that line of words to provoke the people of the Netherworld Palace. Even though killing so many geniuses wouldn't hurt them, it was inevitable that they would suffer a great loss of vitality. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. He looked at the sky and a force enveloped him. An angry vertical eye appeared in the chaotic sky. It was 10,000 zhang wide and eventually turned into a middle-aged man. Fantian Seal. Lin Fei immediately felt his hair stand on end after being stared at like this. Fantian Seal smashed toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes shot 2 beams of cold light at Fantian Seal. Fantian Seal, which he had always been proud of, was instantly penetrated by the two beams of cold light. This person is too strong. He must be one of the higher-ups of the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei put away the Fantion seal. His heart ached. He used the sacred dragon step and evanescent shadow to leave. Little bastard, how dare you kill people of the Netherworld Palace? There will be no place for you in heaven or hell. Wuxia and Xianxia pointed two fingers at the void where Lin Fei left. Lin Fei sensed danger. He activated the invincible golden body and half of his body was gone. He couldn't even take a breath. Kid run. This guy is formed by a celestial king in the perfected heaven realm. The opponent's casual attack had a crushing power that alarmed the black demons in the Senfu. Damn, a celestial king in the perfected heaven realm? Lin Fei didn't expect that he would attract a celestial king in the perfected heaven realm after he killed the opponent's expert. As he spoke, another cold light flashed and an icy voice said, "You can kill 3 core elders, so you have some ability. But in front of me, you're nothing more than a stronger ant." Fight. The opponent was formed by a celestial king's celestial king, but his strength was terrifying. He destroyed his invincible golden body in one move. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate him. The God Fiend's right hand shone brightly as he met the attack with his palm. Boom! The terrifying force sent Lin Fei flying thousands of miles away. His body was already heavily injured. The cold light flashed and bathed him in a bloody light. So it's a low-grade celestial artifact. I wonder how many times you can block me with your body. Wuxia and Xianxia's eyes were like torches. He could tell that the palm was actually a celestial artifact. It was indeed shocking to refine the palm of his right hand into a celestial artifact. But to him, it was just an accident. Damn it, the guy formed by a divine sense has a strength that surpasses 1 billion dragon divine force. As soon as the God Fiend's right hand came into contact with the power, Lin Fei's chi and blood surged. His body collapsed again. The invincible golden body collapsed again. In a short period of time, the invincible golden body crumbled unceasingly. This was the first time since the creation of this body. This was the first time he had suffered such a heavy blow. The strength of this elder from the Netherworld Palace was simply too terrifying, able to kill a heaven-ranked immortal king with a casual strike. The 3 core elders from the Netherworld Palace were nothing compared to him. Swish, swish, swish. Wuxia and Xianxia took a step forward and casually pointed. Cold light shot out in all directions like continuous raindrops. There was great terror in the coldness. Stop struggling, you ant. Every cold light had more than 1 billion dragon divine force. The distance of thousands of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei smelled the scent of death. His eyebrows twitched violently. He had never felt such terror before. Looks like I have to use my strongest divine force to turn the situation around. At worst, I'll die together with him. This high-level elder was too terrifying. Struggle ant. Any attack is weak in my eyes. Wuxia and Xianxia was the punishment elder. Even though he was formed by a divine ability, he was still incomparably powerful. In Wuxia and Xianxia's eyes, Lin Fei was just a strong ant. He dared to kill all the genius disciples of the Netherworld Palace who were cultivating in the sky-defying dimension. This was an unforgivable crime. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to interrogate Lin Fei, Wuxia and Xianxia would have already killed him. Boom! An unprecedented battle intent erupted from Lin Fei's body. His aura surged like a pillar. Eternal divine fist, 50 times attack. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei's chi and blood surged, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Lin Fei was drowned in the bloody light. Then, a terrifying divine might blasted out from the God Fiend's right hand. I'll destroy this divine ability of yours even if I die. A total of 5 billion dragon divine force. The sky darkened, and the chaotic chi stopped flowing. The cold light that Wuxia and Xianxia shot out all exploded. The two of them were not on the same level. This is your biggest trump card, right? A total of 5 billion dragon divine force erupted from Lin Fei's body. His body cracked inch by inch. It couldn't withstand the strength of the divine force. Boom! Wuxia and Xianxia's palm, which was like an endless mountain, exploded on the spot. 5 billion dragon divine force was not something that a divine ability could withstand. My real body will be here soon. I wonder how many times you can use this attack. The divine ability formed by the vertical eyes suddenly shattered. In the sky-defying dimension, a drop of blood flowed out of Wuxia and Xianxia's eyes and landed on his palm. Chapter 1008. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. In the heaven-defying space, Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. A heaven realm full circle expert is so strong. An avatar formed from a divine ability can burst out with 1 billion dragon divine power. Even my invincible golden body is no match for it. Lin Fei panted heavily. He had used a 50-fold burst of power to kill the other party's clone in one fell swoop. He had paid a huge price, especially the invincible golden body, which had exploded. Bursting out with 5 billion dragon divine power was not as simple as bursting out with 200 to 300 million dragon divine power. If he was at his peak, Lin Fei would not have to be afraid. He could directly use 50 times the attack, and his injuries would not be as serious as now. Even though he killed the opponent's avatar, Lin Fei still had a solemn face. He knew better than anyone that an avatar was so terrifying, let alone the real body. He was no match for it. The strength of a heaven realm full circle immortal king could be imagined. There was a huge gap between the two. Lin Fei forced himself to remain calm. Even if it was a heaven realm full circle immortal king, it was not a big deal. He could not be scared by a single person. Brother He, do you have any way to deal with this heaven realm full circle immortal king? After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. A heaven realm full circle immortal king was not so easy to deal with. There is a way, but the success rate is not high. He Yao was silent for a moment, then said to Lin Fei, under such circumstances, the chances of escaping from the hands of a consummate heaven stage celestial king were extremely slim. He Yao naturally did not wish for Lin Fei to die here. You really want to fight with him? Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Anyway, at this stage, a fight is inevitable as long as there is a chance. No one knew the current situation better than him. This place was a heaven-defying space, full of space compression power. With his current injured invincible golden body, he could not run far. Fight. This seemed to be the only way. Lin Fei hoped that Black Demon could come up with a solution. Even if the chances were slim, he could still fight for an opportunity for himself. I'll teach you an ancient array formation called the Sky Decimation Array. With this array formation, you should be able to trap the other party. Black Demon imparted an array formation to Lin Fei. Sky Destroyer Formation. After digesting the dermic array, Lin Fei's eyes lit up with joy. The Grand Formation of Heaven Annihilation is a grand formation grasped by a formidable immortal emperor all those years ago, and it must be set up with top-grade materials. Once it's activated, its might is peerless, and even perfection stage heaven rank immortal kings would be slightly fearful of it. It's sufficient to buy you an opportunity. Lin Fei couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air after inspecting the Great Heaven Annihilation Formation. This formation was indeed not an ordinary one. It required a large amount of top-grade materials to set it up. There were many top-grade materials that no one would believe that they could collect. But I don't have that many materials. Take out the materials you have. At most, its power will be weakened. Lin Fei changed his mind and decided that he could only rely on the Sky Destroyer formation for now. Damn it, let's fight. Even if the opponent was a peerless powerhouse, a perfection stage heaven rank immortal king, Lin Fei had to fight to the end. Swoosh, swoosh. Wuxia and Xianxia stepped forward, and wherever he passed, the chaotic chi was all blown away and turned into powder. His aura alone could crush the chaotic chi. Swoosh. A huge divine sense swept out. He hasn't left? Within the range of his divine sense, he saw that Lin Fei had not left. Humph, are you going to fight to the end? Seeing this scene, Wuxia and Xianxia snorted coldly. He had long wanted to kill this guy. He couldn't let a guy who could destroy his divine skill incarnation grow any further. There was only one result. If a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven could have such a combat strength, would his strength be even more terrifying when he advanced to the celestial king realm? Muyun Tianya couldn't allow such a peerless genius to live. Kill him, he had to kill him. In the blink of an eye, Muyun Tianya turned into a beam of light and crossed the distance of billions of miles. He walked out of the void and saw Lin Fei, who was not far away. "You're really bold. You even dared to kill the people of our netherworld palace. But you're just an ant. You can defeat my divine skill incarnation. So what? You're still my defeated opponent." Muyun Tianya said to Lin Fei coldly with a poker face. I'm really bold. You people of the netherworld palace can kill me, but I can't kill your people? What a joke. I've killed too many people. Lin Fei laughed loudly, ignoring the other party's words. Good. I was going to kill you, but now I have an idea, Muyun Tianya said. I'm going to refine you into a puppet. With your talent, even if you become a puppet, you'll still be very powerful. Whoosh! Muyun Tianya stretched out his hand. It turned out to be an ordinary nether ghost claw. The whole world suddenly darkened. Everything in sight was pitch black. Chilly wind blew, and evil spirits howled. With the strength of the exceptional realm of heaven stage, Muyun Tianya increased the power of an ordinary move by more than 100 times. You've lost. As soon as the nether ghost claw appeared, the world was plunged into darkness. In an instant, Lin Fei seemed to be in a dark world. Within a radius of his body, he was entangled by the black power of law. Each of the power of law was extremely strong. Bang, 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 Lin Fei's divine power shook from top to bottom. The invincible golden body turned into a bloody light and shook off the power of law. Then, he waved his hand and punched the palm with silver light. Under the palm formed by the nether ghost claw, a bloody mouth appeared. It was like a demon from hell. It swallowed the power in one gulp, but it didn't have any effect. Bang! Under the palm, Lin Fei was blasted thousands of miles away. During the process, the invincible golden body kept breaking and he didn't have time to reassemble it. Lin Fei, you're too weak. Muyun Tianya shook his head. Although you're a monster, few people can compare to you in such a short time after you ascended from the lower bound. It's a pity that you've offended the Nether Palace. You're doomed to a miserable end. He took a step forward and appeared above Lin Fei. Soul retrieval. Muyun Tianya stretched out his hand and a black vortex appeared in his palm. It shrouded the top of Lin Fei's head and was about to suck Lin Fei's soul out. Destroy the heavens formation, open, boom. 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 Beams of light were formed in the void. Each light beam was at least 10,000 feet tall. There were a total of 9 silver light pillars. Destroy the heavens seal. After the formation was formed, Lin Fei shouted and made a mysterious seal. A huge seal word fell from the formation, filled with an ancient aura. Muyun Tianya slapped his hand casually. The power of his palm contained billions of dragon divine force. A real peerless master landed on the silver light pillar. Was it possible for a formation to trap a heaven-level exceptional realm master? What was even more shocking was that when Muyun Tianya's palm landed on the silver pillar of light, ancient runes emerged one after another and silently disintegrated the billions of dragon divine power. Ancient formation. Muyun Tianya exclaimed when his attack failed. He shot beams of cold light at the ancient seal in the sky. Each beam of cold light was enough to kill a heaven-level immortal king. The seal word flew down and flashed with silver light. It was vast and mysterious. Muyun Tianya's attack landed on the silver light and was unbelievably disintegrated. There was no way to stop it. Accompanied by a burst of cold light, the seal was sealed on Muyun Tianya's body. Now's the time. Lin Fei's eyes lit up and he rushed in without saying a word. Damn you, Lin Fei. What kind of formation did you set up to seal my law power and my celestial force? Muyun Tianya's expression changed. An ordinary-looking formation had sealed his power. Only his physical body was left. A formation that can hit people. Lin Fei punched out. It was the 100 tremors of divine power. Wave after wave of terrifying power exploded within the formation. Muyun Tianya's power was sealed, and his flesh was instantly torn apart, turning into a bloody mess. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers and the space was distorted. Even though Muyun Tianya's power was sealed, His physical body was still extremely strong. The terrifying power could not shake Muyun Tianya's divine body. It only left a few cracks on his body. I have to say that you're quite capable. Unfortunately, you can't seal me for too long. Moreover, my divine body is not simple. No matter what you do, you won't be able to kill me. Muyun Tianya did not panic. With his own strength, it would not take long for him to break the power seal. He was still confident that he could defeat Lin Fei. This guy is really strong. Even spatial distortion can't shake his divine body. I can only seal him for 10 breaths. I have to go all out. Sealing the opponent's power was one of the key functions of the Great Destruction formation. Due to the limited materials that Lin Fei had, he could not unleash the full power of the formation. He could only hold his opponent for 10 breaths. Once the time was up, the formation would not be able to trap his opponent. 50 times burst, spatial distortion. Lin Fei once again exploded with 50 times the power. Wounds kept appearing on his body. Blood gushed out and his face turned pale. He was bathed in blood again. Whoosh, damn it. The power of spatial distortion was a killer move. 50 times the power of spatial distortion could be increased to 7 billion dragon divine power on the basis of 5 billion dragon divine power. A large area of the void tumbled. Muyun Tianya's power was sealed. All he had left was his physical strength. He fell into the storm of spatial distortion. Not a single part of his body was intact. Again, Lin Fei took another step forward and once again used the spatial distortion technique. Bang! Muyun Tianya was strong, but he could not withstand such a crushing force. His divine body exploded and turned into a mass of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. At this time, Lin Fei rushed in front of him. Body explosion style. Lin Fei punched his divine body. The powerful force exploded Muyun Tianya's body on the spot. That was a good punch, wasn't it? Divine power 100 tremors. This was Lin Fei's only chance to take care of his opponent. Muyun Tianya never thought that his divine body would be destroyed by a zenith heaven golden immortal. As soon as he recovered, the torrent of divine power exploded on his body. His head, left hand, and right hand exploded. Divine fire of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Inside the formation, divine fire of heaven and earth descended from the sky and burned the exploded flesh and blood. Every piece of flesh and blood turned into a Muyun Tianya. Their faces were ferocious and their aura was as cold as the 9 heavens. I'm so angry. Lin Fei, you little bastard. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Under the divine fire of heaven and earth, the Muyun Tianyas were refined into drops of blood. They were extremely pure and contained laws. Lin Fei did not hesitate to collect them. They were good stuff. Chapter 1009. Muyun Tianya roared. A strange formation made him suffer a great loss. Drops of essence were taken away, and his body was cut by knives. Take another punch from me. Muyun Tianya kept roaring. Lin Fei was more and more delighted. The attacks transformed from the divine power long saber, divine power long sword, and divine power runes bombarded Muyun Tianya. In particular, the divine demon's right hand shone with silver light. Muyun Tianya, who was extremely powerful, lost unprecedented control of this ancient formation. The power of law was sealed, and the immortal power was sealed. Only his physical body was left. His divine body was a level lower than Lin Fei's, and his physical body was destroyed once again. Brother Hei's formation is really awesome. These drops of essence are enough to improve people's strength. Lin Fei was not confident about the Great Destruction formation. He had used all the top-grade materials he had to form this formation. If it failed, the result could be imagined. Refine, refine, refine. The divine fire of heaven and earth refined every piece of flesh. Lin Fei's divine power attack turned into a storm, not giving Muyun Tianya any chance to fight back. In less than 5 breaths, Lin Fei had hundreds of drops of essence in his hand, all of which were refined from Muyun Tianya's body. After this, Muyun Tianya's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Time is almost up. Don't attack anymore. He Yao's voice came. 7 breaths had passed. Once time was up, the Great Destruction formation would lose its effect, and the last chance to leave would be gone. Old thing, thank you very much for your things. See you next time. Lin Fei blasted out another punch, which distorted the space and once again crushed Muyun Tianya's body into pieces. He waved his hand to cast a formation, and his whole body stood in it. There was a spatial fluctuation, and he was teleported out. Bastard! Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Lin Fei left, Muyun Tianya broke the seal. His strength returned, and he smashed all the silver light pillars. Then, he slammed his palm on the Great Destruction formation. Bang! The palm of anger smashed the Great Destruction formation, and the space within thousands of miles completely collapsed. Search! After breaking out of the formation, Muyun Tianya was in a state of roaring. From his gloomy face, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot in the formation. Impossible! Where did that bastard Lin Fei go? Under this seat's divine sense, I can't find his whereabouts. Muyun Tianya, who had fully activated his divine senses, continuously searched with his divine senses, but he could not find any trace of Lin Fei. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Bastard! Bastard! Bang bang bang, not far away, a towering mountain exploded and turned into dust. Lin Fei disappeared right in front of his eyes. Muyun Tianya couldn't accept this result. He was a dignified disciplinary elder, a high-ranking elder, and he had personally tried to capture Lin Fan. Yet he had suffered a great loss and lost a lot of energy. What was even more frustrating was that Lin Fei had been able to escape right under his nose. Unable to find Lin Fei's whereabouts, Muyun Tianya vented his anger on the nearby existences. After half an hour, he returned to normal, his face slightly pale. Lin Fei, it seems that I have underestimated you. Muyun Tianya's eyes were filled with coldness. This time, I have suffered a loss from the formation and my power has been sealed. Next time we meet, don't even think about trapping me. The heaven-defying space was huge. Even Muyun Tianya didn't dare to go deep into it. Even if he suspected that Lin Fei was injured, he didn't dare to chase after him. Puff! In a place in the heaven-defying space, the figure fell out. His body collapsed and reformed again, and he kept coughing up blood. Thank you, Brother He, for the teleportation formation. Lin Fei's invincible golden body collapsed again. His body was filled with a strong smell of blood, and his divine power was almost exhausted. In the end, when he was teleported, Muyun Tianya's furious attack was inevitably affected. Your injuries are too serious, especially your physical body. You'd better find a place to recover as soon as possible. Lin Fei's physical body was already riddled with holes after forcibly activating the 50-fold attack. Any heaven-stage celestial king could easily destroy Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei looked down at his body. It was already tattered, and his divine power had been squeezed out. His flesh and blood had lost their essence, chi, and spirit. He had never suffered such serious injuries. An expert in the heaven stage great perfection is nothing. When I break through the limit of divine power, I will torture him. Lin Fei didn't feel depressed at all. He, a zenith heaven golden celestial, fought with a heaven stage great perfection celestial king and gained a lot of advantages. Who could compare to him in this kind of achievement? Whoosh, 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 a large amount of chaotic chi was shaken and blown away in the blink of an eye. Little Lin, we meet again. A huge head poked out from below, and its huge eyes rolled up and down like the sun, moon, and stars, dazzling. Then, a boundless and terrifying aura looked at Lin Fei with interest. It's you! Lin Fei had been looking for the chaotic beast all along. He didn't expect to see it in this kind of situation. You little fellows, you can't stop fighting. Fortunately, it's quite interesting otherwise. I would eat all of you to fill my stomach. What? You've been here all along? Lin Fei gasped. He was looking for the chaotic beast and he was by his side? Little Lin, as soon as you came to the chaotic space, I knew, this is not a difficult matter. The huge head shook, and a middle-aged man with a ruffian aura walked out. His eyes fell on Lin Fei. I haven't transformed for a long time, I'm really not used to it. But you, little brat, grew to this extent in such a short time, it's really surprising. From the beginning, Lin Fei believed that the other party was a terrifying existence. He couldn't even detect the other party during the fight, especially after the other party transformed. His strength was unfathomable. Lin Fei said, "I have to thank Senior for your help back then. I will remember it for the rest of my life." You're really bold. The geniuses of the Nether Palace who were cultivating in seclusion were all killed by you. I slept for countless years and finally got to watch a good show. Life is as lonely as snow. The middle-aged man blew at Lin Fei, and a wave of power enveloped Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's tattered body was instantly bathed in the light of spring. His injuries instantly healed, and he reached his peak state in one go. His divine power also recovered to its peak state. Lin Fei was shocked. To recover his injuries in one go, it was truly a great method. "Thank you." Before Lin Fei could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted, "No need to thank me. You should thank your own improvement." "My own improvement?" This was very meaningful. "That's right, I will never be stingy to those who improve." The middle-aged man said thoughtfully, "You came to the heaven-defying space to seek a breakthrough. That Nether Palace's full-circle heaven realm expert is only SOSO. If your main body's divine power breaks through the limit, it won't take long for you to kill him." Of course, Lin Fei knew about this. "Senior, I did come to break through. Please give me some pointers." "Follow me." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and Lin Fei felt himself moving. After opening his eyes, he appeared in a purple chaotic aura, and a noble aura hit him. "Don't move." Lin Fei discovered that he was under the influence of a force. He was currently standing in the middle of the purple primal chaos chi, and a terrifying pressure came crashing down on him. He was easily dissolved by the middle-aged man, but to him, this power was terrifying and unfathomable. In fact, he dared to say that if that old thing from the Netherworld Palace came, he would die within a breath's time. "What is this place?" While Lin Fei was shocked, the middle-aged man transformed by the chaotic beast's strength increased to another level. "This is the primordial chaos." Lin Fei didn't know much about this primordial chaos, and he had never heard of it, but he could tell from the primordial chaos that it was an extraordinary treasure. "You're too weak now, and you don't have the right to know." The middle-aged man said faintly, "This primordial chaos is very useful to you, and it's up to you to grasp the opportunity." The middle-aged man clapped his hand, and a platform appeared out of nowhere in the primordial chaos, and Lin Fei appeared on it. "Comprehend it well. This is your opportunity, and it's up to you to grasp it. Remember, don't come out. I'm going to sleep." "Senior, how do I comprehend the primordial chaos?" Lin Fei was on the platform, and the runes' restrictions flowed. This was an ancient civilization, and the platform beneath him was formed by the runes. Outside the platform, the primordial chaos was like a terrifying beast, glaring at him. "How do you expect me to comprehend this?" From the moment the chaotic beast appeared to hear, it was too fast, and Lin Fei couldn't react at all. An hour later, Lin Fei calmed down. Even though he didn't know what the primordial chaos was, it was just like what he said. This was an opportunity that belonged to him, and it wasn't an ordinary opportunity, but a true peerless opportunity. Why did he obtain this opportunity? It was because his strength had increased quickly. As for why he was given this opportunity, what was the purpose? Lin Fei wasn't too sure, but he could see that his strength was too weak, and he didn't have the right to know. Lin Fei calmed himself down and stopped thinking about this. Anyway, he was temporarily safe. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, he would be a fool. "I wonder what the primordial chaos does." A purple primordial chaos, boundless and dazzling. Lin Fei tried to collect the primordial chaos, but it was incomparably heavy and couldn't be moved. When he tried to collect it, runes flashed in the primordial chaos, and it was rather strange. "Weird, this is really weird." After observing for a long time, Lin Fei was filled with curiosity about the primordial chaos, as well as a rare solemnity. Those runes seemed to be formed from scriptures. Could it be that a peerless cultivation technique was born in this primordial chaos? After careful observation, Lin Fei finally found something useful. There seemed to be some unknown existence recorded inside, and if he wanted to truly understand it, he had to refine the primordial chaos. How do I collect it? Chapter 1010. Resplendent light shone in the primordial chaos. A middle-aged man stood in the primordial chaos aura. The spatial pressure that could kill experts did not pose any threat to him. In fact, it did not even leave a trace. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed the vicissitudes of time, as if he had experienced life after life. A primordial chaos. Finally, there's a decent genius. His gaze landed on Lin Fei, who was on the platform. I wonder what kind of harvest that Lin brat will have in this primordial chaos that everyone dreams of. Or will he achieve nothing and waste his opportunity? I'm really looking forward to it. The middle-aged man's figure gradually faded and finally disappeared into the primordial chaos. 10 days later, Lin Fei still did not gain anything. Half a month passed. Just like before, the primordial chaos remained unmoved. 3 months, half a year, 1 year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed on the platform. To the outside world, it was just a few days. The primordial chaos is indeed not something I can control. Not far away, a patch of primordial chaos aura could not be collected no less than 10,000 times. It seemed not far, but it was separated by tens of thousands of mountains and could not be touched. I can't accept this. After 3 years of observation, Lin Fei realized that this primordial chaos was a peerless opportunity. Lin Fei even dared to say that apart from this place, there should not be a second place. The primordial chaos contained ancient runes that were even more ancient than the god power runes on his body. During this period, Lin Fei had asked Black Demon, but unfortunately, he did not get anything out of him. Clearly, Black Demon did not know the origin of this primordial chaos. In the great metropolis world, the major factions had opened up a cultivation ground in the heaven-defying space. Did they know of such a place? This was a question that Lin Fei really wanted to know. If I can refine some of the primordial chaos, I might have a new breakthrough. Lin Fei was indeed unwilling to give up this opportunity. He even suspected that this opportunity might only come once. If he wanted to come here again, he might not be able to do it even after going through a lot of hardships. Lin Fei could easily refine ordinary chaos qi. However, it was not very effective against the primordial chaos aura. There was nothing more helpless in this world than taking a step towards the door. You clearly knew that the primordial chaos represented a fortuitous opportunity, but you just couldn't enter it. There must be a way. The 5th year. Lin Fei was still on the platform. The longer he spent each day in the primordial chaos, the more Lin Fei realized how extraordinary the primordial chaos was. The primordial chaos energy is innately noble, an overlord amongst emperors. My divine sense is at most at the level of an immortal king. It's impossible for me to shake it. If I want to suppress the primordial chaos energy, I have to suppress it. Perhaps only then will I be able to draw in the primordial chaos energy. After spending 2 years and trying countless methods, Lin Fei finally found a way. Using 5 years to come up with a solution, Lin Fei sighed. God Emperor's suppression. On the 6th year, when everything was about right, Lin Fei made his move. The deity with the radiance of divinity jumped out from Lin Fei's glabella and stood on the platform. The deity looked at the nearest primordial chaos energy. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air on the primordial chaos qi closest to him. Lin Fei's celestial being took a step forward and landed on the primordial chaos qi. Not good. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the deity step out. If he was killed by the primordial chaos energy, it would be a huge loss. Are you all right? The deity landed on the primordial chaos energy and fought with the illusory figure in the purple robe. Their speed was so fast that even Lin Fei couldn't see the process. Not long later, the deity returned. I can move now? After trying to draw in the primordial chaos energy, Lin Fei absorbed it and sent it into his body. He refined it thoroughly, and his flesh started to strengthen again. These are the ancient runes? After refining the primordial chaos energy, Lin Fei obtained a few ancient runes. They were mysterious and unfathomable. There are too few ancient runes. Could it be that as the number of ancient runes increases, I can form a true scripture? Or even a peerless cultivation technique? It was a simple ancient runes. Lin Fei could tell from the words that if he could comprehend it, it would be a powerful killing technique. Again, relying on the deity to suppress the purple-robed expert in the primordial chaos, Lin Fei started to refine the primordial chaos energy wholeheartedly. What a monster! In 6 years, he managed to find a way to subdue the primordial chaos. He really didn't disappoint me. In the depths of the primordial chaos, a huge creature opened its eyes and closed them again. If those fellows knew about this, I wonder how scared they would be. The 8th year, the 10th year, the 15th year, the 20th year. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had stayed on this platform for a total of 20 years. To others, 20 years was a long time. However, to Lin Fei, it was just like a flick of a finger. The important day is finally here. On the platform, a black-robed young man sat with his legs crossed. Above his head, countless ancient runes were flying. The young man's face was filled with anticipation. Another few ancient runes flew out and appeared above Lin Fei's head, merging with the ancient runes. Strange changes occurred. After those ancient runes merged, countless ancient runes started to combine and arrange themselves. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a scripture that appeared in front of Lin Fei. As expected, over the past 10 years, Lin Fei had been refining the primordial chaos energy. He had obtained many ancient runes, but each ancient runes was slightly different. 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture. The scripture formed from the ancient runes appeared in front of Lin Fei. Although there were not many words, Lin Fei could tell at a glance that this was an extremely precious scripture, far more valuable than any other cultivation scripture in Dutian. This is amazing. This 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture can cultivate 18 of my past. 18 of my past can store immortal energy, and the 18 of me can also fuse into one, which is equivalent to 19 of me, an instant boost in combat power. The scripture formed from the ancient runes left Lin Fei immersed in joy. In that case, if I cultivate 18 of myself, with each of them storing 99 million Dragon Divine Force, wouldn't my main body's Dragon Divine Force reach 2 billion Dragon Divine Force once they fuse together? Lin Fei dared not imagine that such a powerful scripture existed in this world. If that was the case, Lin Fei could imagine that once his main body's Dragon Divine Force reached that number, he would be able to sweep away his enemies with an explosive attack. A perfect stage Heaven Immortal King would only be able to unleash a few billion Dragon Divine Force. 18 of himself could continuously cultivate their Dragon Divine Force. In other words, each of them could become a powerful existence in the future. 10 billion Dragon Divine Force shouldn't be a problem, right? 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture? In the depths, the Chaos Beast opened its eyes again and smiled. This kid's luck is pretty good. He obtained a powerful 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture. Once he cultivates it, he will have 18 incarnations, each with the full strength of the main body. This guy walks on the path of strength, and cultivating the scripture is like adding wings to a tiger. As long as he breaks through the limit of 100 million Dragon Divine Force, his strength will explode in a short period of time, and he will only get stronger and stronger. A nearly heaven-defying scripture gave Lin Fei a shortcut to increase his strength. His Dragon Divine Force had reached the limit, and breaking through the limit was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But the 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture gave him a chance. He couldn't break through the limit, but gathering a little makes a mickle, wouldn't that become a breakthrough? I've spent 20 years here, and the people outside won't allow me to stay any longer. I should take the opportunity to cultivate the 18 incarnations first. Lin Fei put aside other matters for the time being. The 18 Primordial Chaos incarnations were harder to cultivate than he imagined. The first incarnation took more than a year, and it was exactly the same. There was no law energy or immortal energy in its body, only Dragon Divine Force. Another 10 years passed. Lin Fei finally cultivated the 18 Primordial Chaos incarnations, and they stood behind him. Ho'u! After the last primordial chaos incarnation was refined, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the 18 incarnations and the surging dragon divine force, he couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Daoists, come in. Lin Fei was solemn and dignified. The incarnations entered his body, and the 990 million dragon divine force broke through the limit of 100 million like a flood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the incarnations entered, the dragon divine force in Lin Fei's body continued to rise, and finally stopped at 1.9 billion dragon divine force. Lin Fei's body was filled with dragon divine force, which the 990 million dragon divine force couldn't compare to. Now, even if he didn't use his full power, he could still seriously injure a heaven-stage immortal king. Great, my dragon divine force finally broke through again. Although it's because of the 18 incarnations, my strength has finally reached the level of a heaven-stage immortal king. After refining a large amount of primordial chaos, my physical body is incomparably strong, and I can use 50 times the power again. Now that Lin Fei cultivated the reincarnation scripture, his strength had almost reached 2 billion dragon divine force. Coupled with his strong physical body, if he encountered Wuxia and Xianxia again, he wouldn't be so helpless. Half a month later, Lin Fei was still refining the primordial chaos when Dean Greenwood sent a message. He was going to Phoenix Academy. It's a pity that I can't continue cultivating. The primordial chaos not only contained the ancient runes, but it could also replenish dragon divine force, immortal energy, and law energy. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew from the primordial chaos, and the force of the wind was so strong that Lin Fei felt dizzy and disoriented. When he reappeared, he was actually in the familiar area, in the heaven-defying space opened by the Academy. Chapter 10-11. Lin Fei was not calm. The middle-aged man's words lingered in his ears for a long time. He helped me twice in a row. The first time, he helped me cultivate the celestial demon right arm. The second time, he helped me learn the 18 Hong Meng reincarnation scripture. I owe him a big favor for this. Lin Fei did not know why the middle-aged man helped him, but he benefited a lot from it. Lin Fei did not know if anyone else had benefited from the middle-aged man other than him. The benefits he gained this time were unimaginable. It's a pity that I didn't have enough time. Lin Fei sighed and returned to the rooftop. He concealed his aura and looked like an ordinary person. Cultivating 18 incarnations has allowed my strength to increase greatly in one go. This is something that none of you can imagine. Lin Fei activated the token and teleported out. The world is going to be chaotic. Heroes will be born in chaotic times. After Lin Fei left, a faint voice could be heard from the chaotic chi. Junior brother Lin, you're finally out. Lin Fei teleported out and saw that attendant Zhang was waiting for him outside, looking extremely anxious. I've been here for too long. Lin Fei said casually. Then I have to congratulate junior brother Lin Fei. Officer Zhang said. This kind of cultivation opportunity is not something that anyone can come across. Lin Fei brushed it off with a few words. He did not want to talk too much about this matter. Officer Zhang, they're here again. After chatting with Officer Zhang for a while, Lin Fei was about to return to his invincible peak. A disciple rushed in from outside, and when he saw Lin Fei, he took a step back. Officer Zhang, is someone looking for me outside? Lin Fei was not a newbie. Seeing the disciple's expression and Officer Zhang's hesitation, how could he not tell what was going on? The disciples of the vice principal of Mount Jun's sect want to stand up for those junior brothers. For some reason, Lin Fei's casual words made Officer Zhang feel pressured. He did not want to say it, but he said it out loud. A bunch of suicidal fellows. Lin Fei snorted coldly and strode outside. Cold. It was not an ordinary kind of cold. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Attendant Zhang's body trembled. This had never happened before. Such a terrifying aura. In such a short period of time, Junior Lin Fei's strength seemed to have increased again. Maybe he can fight against Saint Sun Wen Tian and the others? Attendant Zhang chased after him. Outside the valley, a young holy sun stood in the sky. He was dressed in white, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. It was as if his entire body had melded into space. He looked to be right in front of them, but their divine senses were unable to capture any traces of him. Senior brother went in, he's out. Behind the white-robed saint stood a few saints. Among them were the North Saint, the Enlightening Saint, and the others. All of them had been defeated by Lin Fei previously. During this period of time, they had become a joke. Lin Fei flew out of the valley. The North Dark Saint immediately gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to make a move. The loss he suffered last time had made him extremely fearful. Senior brother went in, he is Lin Fei, that despicable fellow. They had been killed countless times by Lin Fei, and it had affected them greatly. They wanted nothing more than to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Only then could they vent their anger. Senior brother Wendian had been famous for a long time. He was the strongest saint's son under the headmaster. Only by standing behind senior brother Wendian would they have confidence. If it was during normal times, they would not even dare to face Lin Fei. Look at you guys. How scared did a mere Lin Fei scare you all? The heaven-seeking saint had a cold and arrogant look on his face. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and a cold aura blew on them like wind blades. North Dark Saint, you guys have guts. You still dare to come here? Do you believe that this daddy here will rob all of you? Lin Fei roared the moment he appeared. The North Dark Saint and the others couldn't help but recall the scene that happened that day. Initially, they wanted to extort treasures from Lin Fei, but who would have thought that they would suffer such a huge setback? It was like a nightmare, and they desperately wanted to forget it. Lin Fei, don't be too arrogant. Back then, we were merely caught off guard and fell for your tricks. The North Dark Saint put on a fierce front. What you did can't be considered capable. If you have the ability, come and fight with our senior brother Wenin. Your arrogance are nothing in front of senior brother Wenin. You are nothing but a despicable person. With senior brother Wenin supporting them, they felt more confident. Although the heaven-seeking saint didn't like to curry favor with others, he still enjoyed it in front of so many people. Especially when he was standing here, a newcomer like Lin Fei actually dared to ignore him. Unknowingly, he became even angrier. Lin Fei's gaze landed on Wenin. You are senior brother Wenin? If you want to interfere, I advise you not to seek trouble for yourself. You are not my opponent. Wenin just came out from a desperate situation. In addition to the fact that his master was a vice headmaster, who would dare to ignore him? Junior brother Dark North said that your words are arrogant, but as his senior brother, I didn't really believe it. Seems like it's true now. Anger flashed in Wentian's eyes. Since this is the case, as your senior brother, I really want to see how powerful my junior brother is. The North Dark Saint and the others all had expressions of joy on their faces. Their strongest senior brother was finally going to act. They could finally see the ending of Lin Fei being beaten up, venting the anger in their hearts. Swish, swish, Wenin was as expected of the strongest disciple under the vice headmaster. With a wave of his hand, he blasted out 2 beams of light, one black and one white. Just these 2 beams of light were sufficient to kill any expert below the heaven-ranked Immortal King realm. Saint Child Wenin is so powerful. Just 2 beams of light from his fist are already so tyrannical. I'm afraid senior brother Lin Fei won't be able to last much longer. Nonsense. Senior brother Lin Fei can kill heaven-ranked immortal kings, but senior brother Wenin might not be able to deal with senior brother Lin Fei. The spectators were all immortal kings, and the vast majority of them were earth-ranked immortal kings. Swish, 2 beams of light, one black and one white, revolved around Lin Fei, moving so fast that no one could see any traces of them. Junior brother Lin Fei, I heard that your physique isn't bad. I wonder if you can withstand my fist light? Wenin proudly inclined his chin. This fist light of yours? Lin Fei laughed. After being refined by the primordial chaos sword, his body wasn't affected at all. There wasn't a single mark on his body. He walked towards Wenin as the black and white beams of light broke apart. Completely unharmed? Wenin drew in a breath of cold air. How could this be possible? There wasn't even a single mark on his body. How could Lin Fei be so powerful to this extent? You are too weak. The primordial chaos sword had strengthened his undefeatable golden body. Even if Wen Yin had the strength of a heaven-ranked immortal king, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Boom, Lin Fei grabbed out with his 5 fingers, directly distorting space as a spatial abyss appeared. Wen Yin, the Dark North Saint Child and the others all fell into the abyss as they were killed. With the support of the 18 incarnations, the power of this spatial distortion was incomparably terrifying. It wasn't something they could block. Senior brother Wen Yin was insta-killed. How can this be possible? Senior brother Lin Fei is mighty. That's great. The spectators all had their mouths agape. Senior brother Lin Fei's strength was simply too terrifying. The Saint Child Wen Yin was the strongest Saint Child under the Vice Headmaster of Mount Jun, yet he was killed just like that? Too powerful. Below, Enforcer Zhang was drenched in cold sweat when he saw this. Killing someone just like that? That was a Saint Child, slapping the old face of the Vice Headmaster in front of everyone. A single spatial distortion was enough to kill them. Lin Fei didn't care about it at all. Enough, if you don't want to die again, hand over all the treasures on you. Lin Fei walked up, staring down at them with a condescending gaze, including Wen Yin. His tone was extremely cold. He definitely wouldn't be polite to people who provoked him. The Dark North Saint Child and the others wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It wasn't easy for them to get some treasures from their master, but in the blink of an eye, they were snatched away again. Wasn't this a trap? If they knew that their senior brother Wen Yin was useless, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Junior brother Lin Fei, we were wrong, we were wrong. They were afraid of dying again. Hence, they hurriedly handed over all the treasures on them. No matter what happened to their senior brother Wen Yin, they would flee first. Senior brother Wen Yin, what about you? Wen Yin was still in a state of shock. Qin Wen Yin killed him with a single move. The terrifying distorting energy was simply unblockable. Wave after wave gushed over him. He could only watch helplessly as he was killed. Junior brother Lin Fei, do you really want to go so overboard? My master is the vice headmaster of the June Mountain College. How about I admit defeat this time? It was impossible for Wen Yin to hand over his treasures in front of everyone. Lin Fei laughed uproariously. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Boom, Lin Fei stretched his hand out as a saber imbued with divine energy appeared in his hand. A beam of saber light slashed out. The Saint Child Wen Tian's Saint Light Plate was slashed apart, and his body was also split into 2. Another insta-kill. After refining the prehistoric Mongolian characters, Lin Fei's understanding of the God Force runes increased to another level. Not only did his saber contain God Force, but it also contained the power of the ancient runes. The Saint Child Wen Yin was revived once again. Another beam of saber light slashed down, and he died again. Slash after slash, Lin Fei didn't even give the Saint Child a chance to speak. He only stopped after killing the Saint Child Wen Yin 5 times. Lin Fei, I will remember this grudge. In his rage, the Saint Child Wen Yin took out his interspatial ring and left weakly. Lin Fei directly ignored their threats. He looked around and said, "What are you looking at? Do you have nothing better to do? Hurry up and leave." Hua hua hua. The Saint Child Wen Yin was killed by Lin Fei's saber strike after strike. His methods were so cruel that it made people's hair stand on end. When they heard Lin Fei's words, all of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei turned into a beam of light and returned to his invincible peak. Xiu xiu xiu. Rays of saber light shot out from Lin Fei's hand and landed in the air. The disciples exploded one after another, and they were killed instantly. Once they recovered, they didn't dare to stay any longer and left immediately. Go back and tell them that if anyone dares to come again, I will kill them all until they become ordinary people. A deafening rumble could be heard. On the invincible peak, Lin Fei retracted his gaze and laughed out loud. In the past, he didn't dare to act because he got rid of the spies. But after cultivating the 18 primordial transformation, Lin Fei had the confidence to kill all the people hiding in the air. He didn't give anyone any face. June Mountain. Chapter 10-12. Holy Heaven Academy, on a towering mountain peak. There were at least 100 pavilions, terraces, and waterside pavilions. Dense immortal qi lingered on the entire mountain peak, exuding vitality. Brother Junshan, you've lost this game. Two people were playing chess under a pavilion on the mountain peak. One of the middle-aged men picked up a chess piece and placed it on a spot. He immediately laughed. On the chessboard, as this chess piece fell, the original situation changed drastically. The dragon that was originally full of energy was cut in half, and it completely lost the right to compete. Lost. Junshan put down the chess piece. I haven't seen you for a few decades, and your chess skills have improved a lot. You've really mastered this move. I was just lucky, the middle-aged man said, but his face still revealed a bit of pride. Junshan waved his hand and put away the chess game. He placed fruits and wine on the table. The fruits all emitted a dense vitality. Even if they couldn't increase one's strength, the effect wouldn't be bad after eating them. Brother Xiang, you've been in seclusion for so many years. What brings you here today? Junshan picked up an immortal fruit and asked casually. The person in front of him was his good friend of many years, Xiang Yuan. Junshan was indeed quite curious about his arrival today. Actually, I'm here for your academy's Lin Fei. You know Lin Fei too? Junshan was curious. His good friend rarely paid attention to the outside world. Why would he be concerned about Lin Fei? I know. I was entrusted by someone to ask Junshan for a favor. Junshan didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei. All his disciples were defeated by him, causing him to lose face as the vice dean. Yet he couldn't deal with him personally. The name Lin Fei was very disgusting. Please speak. I would like to ask Brother Junshan to leak some news when Lin Fei leaves the academy. I'll be very grateful. Junshan glanced at his good friend. After a while, he said, It's a small matter. No problem. Among the higher-ups, some supported Lin Fei, and some didn't like him. Junshan didn't mind doing him a favor. Perhaps, among the higher-ups, many elders were ready to deal with Lin Fei. Wenian, you came back at the right time. When Junshan saw Wenian returning, he was preparing to introduce him to experts like Xiang Yuan. But when he noticed that there was a problem with the aura of his disciple, he waved his hand and Wenian appeared before him. Why is there a problem with your lifespan? The North Dark Saint and the others had also returned. All of them were in a sorry state, and their lifespans had been affected. Wenian lowered his head. Master, that Lin Fei is extremely despicable. I wasn't his opponent and I refused to concede. Hence, he killed me several times over on the spot. Junshan's eyes flashed, filled with killing intent. After that, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. How did you lose? Although that fellow Lin Fei has the strength to kill heaven-ranked immortal kings, he can at most fight against initial stage or peak stage heaven-ranked immortal kings. You are only a mid-stage heaven-ranked immortal king. How did he kill you? As the master, Junshan was clearer than anyone else about the strength of his disciple. It was normal for him to lose to other saint children, but it was impossible for him to lose to Lin Fei. Master, that brat Lin Fei seems to have obtained some benefits. His strength seems to have risen again, and he killed all of us the moment he attacked. The North Dark Saint sobbed. In a short period of time, he died a few more times, and his cultivation was greatly affected. Wenian felt even more sullen. Not only did he fail in a single move, he was killed instead. That terrifying strength was something he couldn't forget even now. It was like a nightmare that wouldn't disperse. The vice-headmaster of Junshan's expression sank to a terrifying degree. He believed that his disciple wouldn't lie. He then unleashed a powerful innate technique at Wenian and the others, bathing them in a gentle light. After a long time, their auras returned to normal, and they, who had been dejected, finally revealed joyful expressions. Don't look for Lin Fei for the next few days. Junshan was indeed worthy of being the vice-headmaster. Even if he was filled with anger, he didn't let it explode. Lin Fei has attacked several times. Even when you called out my name, he didn't dare to attack. I will definitely help you vent your anger. After Wenian and the others recovered from their injuries, they left the mountain peak. Brother Xiang Yuan, is the person behind you planning to deal with Lin Fei? Junshan's face darkened, and his killing intent was cold. I want to hear the truth, not polite words. The moment Lin Fei came out of the against the sky space, he killed the disciple of Jun Shan's vice headmaster without giving him any face. It was enough to shock everyone. In a short period of time, his strength had risen again. Outside the invincible peak, after the spies were killed by Lin Fei, everyone seemed to swallow their anger. No one came to look for trouble. Even Wentian was killed. Normally, no one would come to look for trouble with such a shameful matter. Unless that person was planning to follow in Wentian's footsteps, they wouldn't dare to come. After Lin Fei returned to the invincible peak, a few saints who were on good terms with him took the initiative to visit him. Evening. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu and Elder Su Yi arrived. In the Holy Heaven Academy, Vice Headmaster Qing Mu was on Lin Fei's side. Naturally, Lin Fei needed an ally. Junior brother Lin Fei, you did well. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu wasn't angry at all after Wentian was killed 4 to 5 times. Instead, he was full of smiles. That old man Jun Shan is probably jumping around in anger. I'm an easy person to talk to, but they don't know what's good for them. They keep provoking me. For people like them, I usually kill them a few times first to leave them with a good impression. Lin Fei said indifferently. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu could smell the killing intent from Lin Fei. This junior brother Lin Fei of his was truly audacious. He killed the person who came as he pleased, cleanly and cleanly. This was good as well. The stronger the strength he displayed, the more careful the elders in the upper echelons would make their choice. Lin Fei's killing intent vanished, and he smiled. Elder brother Void One, I made some gains outside. Last time I forgot about it. Now I can make up for it. Many thanks for taking care of me in the past. He produced a drop of blood and injected it into Void One's body. Su Yi's eyes lit up. This was something he didn't even dare to think about. The difference between the two of them was starting to show. The drop of blood contained a strong aura. Once it entered Su Yi's body, Su Yi sat down cross-legged, and his aura shot into the sky. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu laughed. Junior brother, you sure are generous. This is a treasure. If Su Yi were to obtain a miraculous encounter, he would definitely be able to ascend to become an immortal king. Chapter 1013. On the Invincible Peak. Vice Dean Qing Mu was shocked that Lin Fei took out the essence of the strongest cultivator and gave it to Su Yi, allowing him to break through and become an immortal king. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei. I've finally become an immortal king. I'm very grateful. Under the protection of others, Su easily refined the purest drop of blood and became an immortal king. His combat power increased greatly. This is what senior brother Su Yi deserves. I only helped him a little. Hearing junior brother Lin Fei's words, Su Yi was filled with guilt. I didn't help much at all, but I got such a huge benefit. After refining the pure blood droplets, Su Yi's understanding of laws soared. He was extremely pleased that he managed to break through to the immortal king realm. He only refined a portion of the blood droplets. He believed that as long as he had enough time, he would be able to refine the remaining blood droplets and his strength would rise even further. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu nodded in his heart as he silently mused, Junior brother Lin Fei is truly a righteous person. Back then when Void One helped him, his cultivation base rose greatly. If it wasn't for good fortune, Void One would have to wait 1,000 years before he could break through to the immortal king realm. A single drop of pure blood was able to allow Void to break through to the immortal king realm. Such a heaven-defying treasure was something that even Vice Headmaster Greenwood felt extremely moved. If he could refine one, his strength would surely rise once more and he might even reach the mid-stage of the heaven rank. Junior brother Lin Fei, I wonder if there are any more of these drops of blood? If there are, I'm willing to take out treasures to exchange for them. Vice Dean Qing Mu couldn't help but ask. He couldn't help but be moved. At this stage, every increase was extremely difficult. Vice Dean Qing Mu was naturally moved, and shamelessly wanted to take one of the drops of blood. Lin Fei laughed. Senior brother, what are you talking about? I have never forgotten that you risked your life to come here. I can at least give you a share. Lin Fei had refined a lot of the pure blood. This was refined from a heaven realm full cycle cultivator, and it was the true essence. After consuming it, It would greatly increase one's strength. Lin Fei took out a drop of pure blood and handed it to Vice Headmaster Qing Mu. This caused Vice Headmaster Qing Mu to be at a loss as to what to do. He knew that such a treasure was priceless, and not many people would be able to take it out just like that. Little did he know that this kind of thing was really useless to Lin Fei. This time, he had taken the initiative to take out the pure blood droplets to earn a favor. Lin Fei did not believe that after taking something that belonged to him, he would not feel indebted to him. This is a priceless treasure. Senior apprentice brother, you can't just take it for free. I still have some saint artifacts. Vice-Chancellor Greenwood didn't want to take things for free and insisted on taking out his own collection. In the end, Lin Fei refused. Vice Principal Qing Mu did not stay on the invincible peak for long, as he was eager to raise his cultivation. Master, this is good stuff. It's a loss to give it to them just like that. Why don't you let me eat it? Hairball appeared out of nowhere and said with a greedy look. Go away. Although Lin Fei said that, he still took out 5 drops of blood and gave them to Hairball. Hairball swallowed it without saying a word. It complained that it was not enough and wanted more. Lin Fei sent it flying with a kick. Sky Dragon, come up here. If there was something good, Lin Fei would naturally use it to increase the strength of his people. Sky Dragon was an ancient sky dragon, and he had been staying on the invincible peak for a long time. With the pure essence of an elite, it should not be a problem for him to level up. Sky Dragon was only a Daoist golden immortal, and he had been staying on the invincible peak for a long time. Without any hesitation, Sky Dragon took it and ate it. Not enough. Not enough. Lin Fei made Sky Dragon eat 5 drops of blood, and he leveled up from Daoist Golden Immortal to Immortal King, and finally stopped at Earth Immortal King. As for Heaven Immortal King, it was impossible for him to level up. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. The accumulation of Heaven Immortal King was too high, and it was not easy to level up. An Earth Immortal King, and with Sky Dragon's strong body, he was comparable to an early phase Heaven Immortal King. This is the essence of a Heaven-rank Great Circle powerhouse. In the depths of space, Vice Dean Qing Mu was sitting upright and still, and before him was an old man with a rosy complexion who was holding a drop of pure blood. It's from a Heaven-perfect phase expert. After Vice Dean Qing Mu returned with the drop of blood, he went to see the elder who supported him without any hesitation. In the Divine Heaven Academy, if one did not have the support of a powerful elder, he would not be able to become a vice dean. He would probably be removed from his position within a few days. Behind Vice Dean Qing Mu was a powerful elder. This isn't an ordinary expert at the peak of the Heaven realm. Even if this old man were to make a move, I might not be able to refine this kind of essence from him. The elder said lightly. What's so strong? Vice Dean Qing Mu knew that the elder who supported him had already reached a terrifying realm. He could kill ordinary Heaven-perfect phase experts with a wave of his hand, but this news was too shocking. This expert's essence can help you level up again. The elder said, this is an opportunity that belongs to you. Lin Fei is not as ordinary as they think. I'm afraid he has a powerful existence supporting him. Vice Dean Qing Mu took a cold breath. Doesn't that mean that those elders who are dissatisfied with Lin Fei might fall because of this? A cold light flashed in the elder's eyes. You don't have to worry about this. Lin Fei has monstrous talent. It will be good for you if you get closer to him. Vice Dean Qing Mu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he realize that he had said the wrong thing. He could not comment on the elders. After Vice Principal Qing Mu left, the elder closed his eyes and said in a low voice, this is going to be interesting. A few days later, Vice Dean Qing Mu came again. This time, apart from himself, there was another expert. Today, Vice Principal Qing Mu was in high spirits because of a joyous occasion. He immediately thanked Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei, I didn't come to disturb your cultivation, did I? Lin Fei smiled and said, I have been relaxing recently. It is my honor to have senior brother visit. I should congratulate senior brother on your great improvement in strength. That's right. After that day, Vice Dean Qing Mu went to refine it. With his accumulation, he advanced a small level in one fell swoop. Whether it was in terms of influence or strength, he greatly improved. After exchanging greetings, Vice Dean Qing Mu introduced to Lin Fei, "This is our academy's Vice Dean Luo Tian." In fact, Vice Dean Luo Tian had been sizing up Lin Fei the moment he arrived. It could be said that the academy's deans all had first-hand information on Lin Fei, this rapidly rising genius. Disciple greets Vice Dean Luo Tian. Vice Dean Luo Tian naturally wouldn't put on airs. Lin Fei could kill a heaven-stage immortal king. If he were to put on airs, it would be foolish. Junior brother Lin Fei, you and I aren't that far apart. You can call me senior brother. As for Dean, that's for outsiders. Vice Dean Luo Tian's words were actually trying to get closer. A senior brother and a vice dean, the relationship between them was obvious. Senior brother Luo Tian. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. Vice Dean Qing Mu had brought people over and introduced them warmly. Obviously, they were from the same circle. This was something he could still tell. Vice Dean Greenwood said, "Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, Luo Tian has a daughter who has been stuck at the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage for a long time. Don't you know that you're willing to part with your treasure and give it to Luo Tian's daughter?" Lin Fei already knew that one would not visit without a cause, and this was exactly what he needed. "I'm afraid there's a problem." Lin Fei naturally had to pretend to be in a difficult position. Otherwise, it would make people think that this thing was precious. "Senior brother Qing Mu, you also know that this thing isn't easy to come by. Every time you use it, there's one less." When Vice Dean Luo Tian heard this, he knew that there was hope. Otherwise, Lin Fei would have rejected him long ago. His daughter had been stuck at this stage for a long time. If she didn't improve, there would be no hope in the future. If it was an ordinary disciple, Vice Dean Luo Tian wouldn't have come in person. But Lin Fei was different. If it wasn't for Qing Mu's great improvement, he wouldn't have known that such a good thing existed. "Junior brother Lin Fei, please bear to give one to me. I'll owe you for the rest of my life," Luo Tian said humbly. "Senior brother has a lot of treasures. As long as junior brother likes it, feel free to take it." For his daughter, Luo Tian was going all out. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. Even if he was a heaven-stage immortal king, he might not be able to kill a powerhouse, let alone refine the essence. Vice Dean Qing Mu said, "Junior brother, please help Luo Tian." Lin Fei sighed lightly. "AI, forget it. Who asked you to be my senior brother?" Luo Tian let out a sigh. He took out his collection. Most of them were Saint tools. Their grades weren't low. There were Saint armors, Saint sabers, Saint spears. Clearly, he had killed many famous experts. "Junior brother Lin Fei, if there's anything you like, feel free to take it. These are spoils of war from others." Luo Tian was still very confident. Lin Fei took out the Fantian seal. "I wonder what my treasure is like?" Luo Tian looked at the Fantian seal. He was sweating. "I've let junior brother see a joke." Lin Fei smiled and put it away. He took out the heaven-shaking godly axe. "What about this?" Luo Tian felt embarrassed. He put away the Saint tools. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out a shabby ruler. "Junior brother Lin Fei, this horizon ruler of mine isn't as powerful as it was in the past. However, it's still a pseudo-immortal tool. I obtained it in a desperate situation. After 1,000 years of repair, it's barely reached the level of a pseudo-immortal tool." Chapter 1014. Pseudo-immortal artifact. Good stuff. After sending off Vice Principal Luo Tian, Lin Fei played with the horizon ruler in his hand and checked it with his divine sense. It was a seriously damaged immortal artifact. Luo Tian had spent 1,000 years and a lot of materials to repair it, but its power was average. At most, it would be a bit famous. Vice Principal Qing Mu did not leave and asked curiously, "Junior brother Lin Fei, you won't blame me for bringing people here, right?" In fact, Vice Principal Qing Mu could not refuse. He had just broken through and caused a bit of a commotion, so Vice Principal Luo Tian came to visit. Naturally, he could not hide it. Vice Principal Qing Mu felt guilty. Lin Fei was not angry at all. Instead, he was happy and said with a smile, "Why would junior brother be angry? Instead, I have to thank you." Thank me? Vice Principal Qing Mu was confused. Lin Fei played with the pseudo-immortal artifact in his hand. It could be said that it was a damaged immortal artifact. Recently, Junior Brother needs some real immortal artifacts. Even if they are damaged, didn't Senior Brother help me a lot? There is such a thing. Lin Fei's Fantian seal and heaven-shaking axe needed to be improved. He could not refine real immortal artifacts, but he could try to refine the damaged immortal artifact. Since he had some time left, he had to try it. Luo Tian used a damaged immortal artifact to exchange for it. In fact, Lin Fei was happy because it was what he needed. I wonder how many elders in our academy have this damaged immortal artifact? Lin Fei asked directly. Disciple wants to exchange it for my use. Vice Principal Qing Mu immediately knew that this was a chance to get closer to him. If Junior Brother is at ease, how about I help you with this matter? Vice Principal Qing Mu patted his chest and promised, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Then I will trouble Senior Brother. How is it troublesome? It is just a small matter. Vice Principal Qing Mu smiled. Wait for me for a few days, there should be some gains. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. There were still 7 or 8 days before he would go to the Phoenix Academy. In any case, he had nothing to do recently. After Greenwood left, Lin Fei took out the heaven-shaking godly axe and set up a formation. He then took out the Heaven's Edge ruler and tossed it into the Heaven and Earth smelt. The moment this damaged immortal weapon landed in the Heaven and Earth smelt, it released a boundless silver light. The Heaven and Earth smelt wasn't something to be trifled with. It immediately suppressed the Heaven and Earth smelt. The divine flame millstone crushed the Heaven and Earth ruler, causing the damaged immortal weapon to be unable to move at all. As time passed, the damaged immortal artifact, the Horizon ruler, began to be refined. That damaged immortal artifact that even ordinary heaven-ranked immortal kings couldn't refine was as simple as drinking water in Lin Fei's hands. 7-degree rock. 8 trigrams divine heart stone. Black fiend. One after another, supreme-grade materials were disassembled from the broken immortal artifact. Lin Fei sent these materials into the heaven-shaking axe. He wanted to upgrade this top-quality saint item to immortal item. Once it was upgraded to immortal item, it would become a divine weapon. After a long time, the heaven-shaking axe flew out again. Its grade had increased again, and it released a faint silver light. Merging a damaged immortal artifact into the heaven-shaking axe is indeed possible. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had verified his guess. Using a damaged immortal artifact to upgrade the heaven-shaking axe was one step closer to becoming an immortal item. I wonder how many damaged immortal artifacts Senior Brother Greenwood can collect for me? Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. 3 days later, I didn't let you down. I finally got a damaged immortal artifact for Junior Brother. Greenwood arrived at the Invincible Peak. He took out a storage ring and passed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his divine sense to take a look and was shocked. There were 36 immortal artifacts inside, and all of them were severely damaged. To him, these were all precious treasures. It's all thanks to Senior Brother. The 36 damaged immortal artifacts gave Lin Fei hope. Greenwood did not stay for long before he left. No matter where the immortal artifacts came from, it must be the work of the elder behind the scenes. Lin Fei did not feel the pinch at all when he gave up the pure blood. It was good enough that he got the damaged immortal artifacts. Hairball, come out now. With the 36 damaged immortal artifacts in hand, Lin Fei could not wait to upgrade his heaven-shaking axe. The best place to upgrade it was Hairball's space. Even though there were arrays set up by Lin Fei on the Invincible Peak, once the heaven-shaking axe was upgraded to an immortal artifact, the commotion would be noticed by others. With Hairball's help, Lin Fei left the Holy Heaven Academy quietly. He chose a secluded place and set up an array before starting to refine the damaged immortal artifacts. The first was a celestial sword, a true celestial sword. Unfortunately, this celestial sword had been broken by someone and broken into 2. It was most likely the work of a terrifying expert. In order to upgrade the heaven-shaking axe, Lin Fei was well prepared. If he had an immortal artifact with him, it would greatly increase his strength. Even though he had cultivated the 18 primordial reincarnation scripture, it was still important to increase his strength. Master, why did you come to such a desolate place? Hairball was someone who could not sit still. She ran away immediately. Cries of pain could be heard from the depths of the mountain. She went to kill the beasts again. Blood Shadow did not move an inch. He stood not far away from Lin Fei like a statue. If anyone appeared, he would kill them with a single slash. The first broken sword has been refined. Not long later, the first immortal sword was completely refined. Lin Fei immediately took out the second immortal artifact. It was an ancient bronze mirror. It was pierced by someone, and it was thrown into the heaven and earth smelt. The third immortal artifact, the fourth immortal artifact. Just like that, Lin Fei took out the immortal artifacts, refined them, and fused them into the immortal artifacts. He was busy in the mountain range. During this period, no one came to disturb him. 5 days later, Lin Fei's expression was filled with a rare look of exhaustion. His eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, I am about to succeed. For 5 days, he didn't sleep or rest, using all his strength to refine the broken immortal artifacts. Finally, the final one, the 36th immortal artifact, was refined. Within the heaven and earth smelt, the heaven-shaking axe shone with a bright silver light. Its entire body shone with a faint celestial aura. Merge for me! Lin Fei hollered and fused all the materials into the axe. When all the materials were merged in, the axe started to change at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. First, it shone with a bright silver light like the sun, moon, and stars. Celestial patterns appeared and the celestial aura became stronger and stronger. I wonder if adding in the primordial runes will help me improve? Just at that moment, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. He thought about the primordial runes in his body. Those were good things that he had painstakingly refined from the primordial chaos. The runes and runes could form a technique, and it would be good for upgrading immortal artifacts, right? Lin Fei couldn't help but have such a thought. The moment that thought appeared, it went out of control. Come out! One by one, primordial runes flew out. There were around 100 of them. Chapter 10:15. Within the mountain range. Lin Fei picked out a few Mongolian characters that represented the axe. These Mongolian characters felt extraordinary. He had reason to believe that after merging with them, the axe's power would increase as its grade increased. Go! Under the guidance, the Mongolian characters charged into the axe. Hua, hua, hua. Once the Mongolian characters appeared, purple light filled the air. The silver light instantly shattered and nothing was left, including the celestial patterns. They were all shattered. It's over! Lin Fei couldn't stop this at all. The Mongolian characters were extremely domineering and shattered all the silver light and celestial patterns. He was completely stunned. Now he was filled with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have been greedy. The silver light and celestial patterns disappeared. Lin Fei's heart sank. Was the heaven-shaking godly axe broken? Lin Fei couldn't sense that the axe was going to improve again. In the heaven and earth smelt, the axe floated quietly and didn't change at all. Lin Fei obviously didn't realize how domineering the Mongolian characters were. Right now, the axe was half dead. How could he not feel heartache? Kid, don't worry. Maybe things aren't as bad as you think. Hearing Black Demon's voice, Lin Fei was stunned. Is there still hope? The silver light and celestial patterns were shattered by the Mongolian characters. Black Demon laughed coldly. That's because the celestial patterns are too weak. They aren't a match for your Mongolian characters. You might be lucky this time. There's actually such a heaven-defying existence in this world. Just as he finished speaking, a purple light rose up and filled the entire heaven and earth smelt. The heaven-shaking divine axe was originally black, but at this time, it gradually turned purple, becoming a purple divine axe. Purple lines appeared, imprinted on the heaven-shaking divine axe, and gradually took shape. Boom! At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky above the mountain range. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The huge mountain range was instantly in chaos. flying beasts fled in panic as if they had encountered a great terror. This is tribulation lightning. Quick, stop it. He Yao was extremely knowledgeable and was extremely shocked. This is the tribulation thunder that will only appear when refining a weapon. Normally, it will only appear when there is a chance to become a top-notch celestial weapon. You must not let the tribulation thunder fall on the divine axe, otherwise, the power of your divine axe will be greatly affected. Lin Fei realized that after the fusion of the great Mongolian characters, the heaven-shaking godly axe was far from what it used to be. Damnable heaven! I won't allow you to touch my celestial artifact. Lin Fei turned into a beam of light, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. He punched the tribulation lightning, and a numb feeling spread through his body, causing green smoke to rise. Damn, this is killing me. Lin Fei had lost more than half of his life after the heavenly thunder. He had never expected that his great Mongolian characters would bring about such a shocking change. Boom! After barely withstanding the first bolt, Lin Fei's undefeatable golden physique managed to endure it. The lightning energy within his body continued to wreak havoc, causing him to be unable to expel it. Again! The second heavenly thunder was as thick as a bucket. Without hesitation, Lin Fei gathered his divine power and exploded with 10 times his strength. A total of 20 billion dragons' divine power slammed into the lightning, crushing it along the way. The heavenly thunder exploded with loud bangs. After the second heavenly thunder, the third heavenly thunder turned into a dark red heavenly thunder and came crashing down. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Fei could smell the scent of death. Brat Lin, you must withstand it. This is the last heavenly thunder. As long as you can withstand it, you can keep the heaven-shaking godly axe. He Yao reminded loudly. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Success or failure depends on this. Divine power 100 tremors. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He didn't use 50 times his strength, but 10 times his strength. Under the power of lightning, blood flowed from his body. Bang 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 bang. Although this dark red heavenly thunder contained great terror, Lin Fei just wanted to know how much his invincible golden body had improved after absorbing the primordial chaos. The divine power blasted the dark red heavenly lightning away, but the power of the dark red heavenly lightning was extraordinary, and it was not affected much. With a boom, it landed on Lin Fei's body and blasted him into the depths of the mountain range. The third heavenly thunder disappeared and the world returned to normal. However, the experts of Holy Heaven Academy were the first to react to this huge commotion. The vice principal of Mount June was on the mountain peak. He immediately sensed the terrifying divine power of the heavenly thunder and flew out to see the rumbling heavenly thunder. Immortal artifact. Someone is refining an immortal artifact and attracted the heavenly thunder. The vice principal of Mount June was shocked and then overjoyed. He rushed up and prepared to seize the opportunity to seize the immortal artifact. On another mountain peak, an old man who was in seclusion all year round suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who is refining an immortal artifact and attracted tribulation lightning? The heavenly Tao can't tolerate it. Immediately, this person disappeared. One after another, figures broke through the sky to search for the whereabouts of this immortal artifact. There would be pill thunder when refining elixirs. That was because the quality of the elixirs had reached an extremely high level. This kind of situation would also happen when refining sage artifacts and immortal artifacts. However, this kind of immortal artifact was a priceless treasure that could grow. Hairball, why are you still not taking the immortal artifact and leaving quickly? Lin Fei's voice came from the depths of the ground. Hairball opened her mouth and swallowed the heaven-shaking divine axe, blood shadow, and Lin Fei. Then she directly traveled through the void. I almost died. In Hairball's space, Lin Fei vomited a big mouthful of blood. The last dark red heavenly thunder was not an ordinary kind of horrifying. He almost couldn't hold on. Fortunately, the 100 tremors of divine power and his body that was refined by the primordial chaos were able to withstand it in the end. However, he was also seriously injured. Brother He, why did you attract the heavenly thunder? That was the biggest question in Lin Fei's mind. The grade of your primordial Mongolian words is too high. It can even destroy immortal runes. Naturally, it won't be absorbed by the heavenly Tao. Luckily you blocked it. He Yao sighed. Even back then, he wasn't as heaven-defying as you to create an immortal artifact that could grow. Hee, does that mean that the heaven-shaking divine axe is an immortal artifact now? Lin Fei chuckled. Of course. Its power is definitely beyond imagination. There are many experts outside who came after hearing the news. Lin Fei urged Hairball to hurry back to the Invincible Peak. The commotion caused by an immortal artifact was definitely a huge matter. Just like what He Yao said, the heavenly tribulation lightning attracted by an immortal artifact would have a huge impact. First, the experts of the Holy Heaven Academy arrived at the scene. The place was filled with the terrifying aura of heavenly thunder. It was an aura that made even their hearts palpitate. Other than that, many experts who were usually stationed in the Holy Heaven Academy appeared. Quick, find the immortal artifact. As soon as they appeared, they started to look for the immortal artifact. Even though it was attacked by the heavenly thunder, it was still quite powerful. It was also a rare treasure. No matter how they looked, the immortal artifact seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They couldn't find any clues. After searching for a while, they found that someone was fighting against the heavenly thunder. However, the immortal artifact was nowhere to be found. The immortal kings who arrived first were in trouble. A massacre started. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know any of this. After returning to the Invincible Peak, Lin Fei first treated his injuries to prevent himself from being exposed. Luckily, no one came to find him at this stage. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fei hurriedly checked on the heaven-shaking divine axe. He had suffered greatly because of this heaven-shaking divine axe. As soon as the heaven-shaking divine axe flew out, a cold, killing intent tore through the void. It was able to tear through the void even before it was activated. This shocked Lin Fei. Is this really an immortal artifact? The heaven-shaking divine axe was purple in color. It was the color of primordial chaos. The body of the axe was covered with purple divine runes, which were more mysterious than immortal runes. Lin Fei took out the immortal artifact, the golden scissors. No matter how he compared it, the aura of the heaven-shaking divine axe was worlds apart. The godly axe struck the deadly golden scissors. Kacha, this deadly golden scissors that everyone's heart was stirred by the sound of shattering. It was unbelievably sharp. Isn't this too scary? The golden scissors cut my body open. Isn't it a little too powerful after being struck by the heaven-shaking divine axe? Lin Fei didn't care about an immortal artifact. The heaven-shaking divine axe was a higher-grade immortal artifact. It was obvious which one was stronger. Kid, you're rich. Even I can't see through the grade of your heaven-shaking divine axe. It's at least a middle-grade immortal artifact. Black Demon had to admit that Lin Fei's luck was heaven-defying. It seems that this primordial chaos character hides a big secret. You better study it. Lin Fei put away the golden scissors. He was in a good mood. He refined the heaven-shaking divine axe again. Only then did he feel at ease. He tried to test its power on his body. The moment he touched it, his body was torn open. He was completely shocked. The heaven-shaking divine axe seemed to be more terrifying than he imagined. Murder weapon. This was a real murder weapon. It seems that my Fantion seal can also become an extraordinary immortal artifact. Lin Fei thought of the primordial chaos characters. They seemed to contain a unique meaning. The power of the heaven-shaking divine axe had doubled. It almost killed Lin Fei. He didn't dare to act recklessly in the short term. After obtaining a powerful immortal artifact, Lin Fei was busy studying the characteristics of the heaven-shaking divine axe. He ignored everything else. Even if there was a flood, it had nothing to do with him. Until Vice Dean Qing Mu came again. Are we setting off? In the past few days, Lin Fei naturally heard that there was a heavenly thunder in a mountain range outside Holy Heaven Academy. He suspected that someone was refining an immortal artifact. However, no one knew the exact whereabouts of the immortal artifact. Instead, some unlucky immortal kings fell in the mountain range. Lin Fei was happy. He couldn't wait for them to suspect him. He secretly rejoiced that he let Hairball bring him away. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. N. Vice Dean Qing Mu nodded. Aren't you worried? Lin Fei laughed. There's nothing to worry about. These words were filled with confidence. The heaven-shaking divine axe was an immortal artifact. Its power was extraordinary. Ordinary immortal artifacts could be split apart with one strike. Not to mention those people. Who would dare to not fear death? Chapter 10:16. Junior brother, you must be careful on this trip. Vice Dean Qing Mu came forward and brought Lin Fei to a palace in Holy Heaven Academy. Just as he was about to step into the palace, Vice Dean Qing Mu's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fei's mind. Lin Fei nodded casually and didn't ask why, but an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. For your safety, the elders specially agreed to open the long-distance teleportation array to help you. Vice Dean Qing Mu said after entering the palace. Lin Fei accepted it with peace of mind. At least the academy still had some humanity and didn't let him go out to attract hatred. There were many immortal kings hiding outside, preparing to make a move. Dean Junshan, Dean Luo Tian, Dean Fan Yun, Dean Luo Xian, Lin Fei is here. After passing through many doors, Vice Dean Qing Mu finally pushed open a door, and the four Vice Deans appeared together. Qing Mu, for a mere Lin Fei, you want us to wait for him here? You are too arrogant. Dean Junshan said in a strange tone as soon as Vice Dean Qing Mu appeared. That's right, we are the deans of the academy and have distinguished status. For the sake of opening a teleportation array, we have to wait for a junior. I also don't understand why. Is Qing Mu not going to give us an explanation? Vice Dean Fan Yun snorted and shot a sharp light towards Lin Fei. Dean Luo Tian's expression changed. As for Dean Luo Xian, she was a fairy and remained silent. Vice Dean Qing Mu's expression was not good. These two were making a fuss in public and didn't give him any face. His face sank and said, "Explanation? This is decided by the elders. Why don't you ask them instead of coming here to complain?" Although Vice Dean Qing Mu spoke politely to Lin Fei, there was a lot of anger between him and the two Vice Deans. Vice Dean Qing Mu was so protective of Lin Fei that Jun Shan and Fan Yun were not particularly happy. Lin Fei, as a saint, why didn't you greet our Vice Deans? Jun Shan didn't come to cause trouble for Qing Mu today, but for Lin Fei. He changed the topic and came for Lin Fei. Deputy Dean Qing Mu transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. He is the Deputy Dean of Mount Jun. He is narrow-minded. You have to be prepared. You are the Deputy Dean of Mount Jun? Sure enough, a disciple is like a person's virtue. Lin Fei boldly stepped forward and said shocking words. What did you say? The Deputy Dean of Mount Jun shouted, his voice deafening. Lin Fei shook his head. Look, this person is old. He can't even hear his voice, yet he still has the nerve to stay in this position. His skin is really thick. If I don't give you face, what can you do? A smile flashed across Luo Tian's eyes as he said faintly, Junior brother Lin Fei, how can you say that? Jun Shan is a deputy dean after all. In the ears of the crowd, these words did not hurt at all. Apologize, he must apologize. Fan Yun shouted angrily at Lin Fei. A saint didn't put their dean in his eyes. This was too arrogant. Lin Fei picked his ear. Vice Dean Fan Yun, you are too hot-tempered. Don't forget that I am a saint's son, and I have a bright future. If you want me to apologize, I will apologize. Then why don't you let Vice Dean Jun apologize first? You allowed your disciple to come and provoke us. I want to ask, what is going on here? Deputy Dean Qing Mu didn't say anything and let Lin Fei continue. Jun Shan's disciple came to provoke them. It was not very kind, especially when he spoke against Lin Fei. This was taking revenge on junior brother Lin Fei. The only thing he had to do was to prevent Jun Shan from being angry and humiliated and make a move on him. Jun Shan, Fan Yun, you two take a step back. Don't forget why we are here today. Seeing the situation getting worse, Deputy Dean Luo Xian spoke to stop them. Jun Shan flicked his sleeves. Being scolded by a saint, he was full of anger. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't dare to act recklessly on this occasion. Who would have thought that Lin Fei couldn't be treated like an ordinary person? He was completely uneasy. Lin Fei, your wings won. Today's matter is not over with you. Jun Shan wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but Qing Mu wouldn't let him do it on this occasion. Lin Fei met Jun Shan's gaze. Wrong. It's not that you and I are not finished, but I am not finished with you. When I return from the Phoenix Academy, this disciple will definitely find Vice Headmaster Jun Shan to exchange pointers. I'll teach you a lesson. Every mountain has its own people, and you are already old. It's time for you to abdicate. I'll be waiting. The Vice Dean of Mount Jun put away his anger, which made people confused. Blindly arrogant won't have a good ending. Fan Yun didn't like Lin Fei too much, especially his previous words, saying that they were living like dogs. Thinking of this trip to Phoenix Academy, which was full of danger, he immediately let out a breath of resentment. Lin Fei couldn't accept this decision from the higher-ups no matter what. Since he wasn't going back, there was no need to waste his breath on him. Qing Mu was afraid that it would continue, but he admired junior brother Lin Fei's courage, daring to ask the deputy dean to exchange pointers. All right, the 5 of us are all here. We can activate the long-distance teleportation array. The long-distance teleportation formation of the Holy Heaven Academy could only be activated by the 5 vice principals, and only then could it be activated. It's getting late, let's do it. The 5 deputy deans each activated a part of the long-distance teleportation array. Coincidentally, the 5 parts joined together, forming a complete teleportation array. Junior brother Lin Fei, as your senior brother, I wish you a triumphant return. When Vice Dean Qing Mu activated the teleportation formation, he sent a message. Looking at Lin Fei on the teleportation array, Jun Shan's eyes flickered as he thought, "You bastard, once you are teleported out, let's see how arrogant you are. It's a pity that I can't kill you personally, it's more or less a pity." Open. 5 light pillars rose at the same time, the teleportation array lit up, and Lin Fei was teleported out. There was no one else on the teleportation array. Let's go. Jun Shan coldly snorted, his gaze stopped on Qing Mu, and he walked out. Brother Jun Shan, I recently got some good immortal wine, let's have a drink together. Fan Yun chased after him. Usually, the two were close. All right. In the teleportation hall, only Qing Mu, Luo Xian, and Luo Tian were left. My disciple is refining pills, I'll take my leave first. Dean Luo Xian also left. Sigh, junior brother Lin Fei, you have offended both Jun Shan and Fan Yun this time. Luo Tian lightly sighed, it's really not a wise move. Chapter 10:17. Brother Jun Shan, Lin Fei is only a junior. Relying on his little strength, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His trip to Phoenix Academy will only bode ill for him. You don't need to be angry with this kind of person. Fan Yun drank a mouthful of immortal wine in a pavilion on the vice headmaster's mountain peak. Brother Fan is right, Jun Shan nodded. In our position, we've seen all kinds of geniuses. A junior like Lin Fei is nothing more than arrogance. He won't be able to achieve anything great. One day, he will die a violent death. Fan Yun had a pensive look as he thought to himself, this junior Lin Fei offended Mount Jun on the spot. Last time, he beat up the sect's disciples and plundered their treasures. It looks like Lin Fei is really doomed this time. That genius didn't die a violent death. A genius that hasn't grown is not a true genius. Let's drink. Fan Yun raised his cup. Cheers to those geniuses that have passed away. Cheers to those geniuses that have passed away. The two of them had the same mentality. They couldn't bear to see someone stronger than them. Lin Fei's rise and Qing Mu's promise to push Lin Fei to the vice headmaster's position undoubtedly touched their interests. It was bound to cause one of the headmasters to give up his position and enter the ranks of high-level elders. High-level elders sounded like they had a good reputation, but in reality, once they reached that step, the power in their hands might not be as great as their eyes. Only if you had outstanding strength would you have the right to speak. Otherwise, you would be unknown, far inferior to the power of a vice headmaster. Good fellow, this teleportation sent me millions of miles away. This saves me a lot of time traveling. Under the boundless sky, on a mountain range, a bright light shone and a person appeared. It was Lin Fei who had been teleported out. After Lin Fei used his divine sense to check, he confirmed his position. It wasn't far from Phoenix Academy, at most tens of millions of miles away. It wouldn't be long before he arrived. Lin Fei died. With a rumble, the world suddenly darkened. In the depths of the sky, a towering demonic hand reached out and slammed down towards Lin Fei's position. The power of laws hung down and sealed the void. F***CK, someone leaked the secret. The demonic hand in the sky was tens of thousands of meters wide, and it covered the sky above Lin Fei, locking down everything in the void. Clearly, it had come prepared. Lin Fei immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. Bang bang bang, the mountain range below Lin Fei exploded. The towering mountains shattered into nothingness. In an instant, there was nothing left below. It must be Jun Shan and the others who leaked the secret. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Before coming here, Qing Mu had said that the long-distance teleportation formation wasn't fixed to a specific location. Instead, it was set up by the 5 of them. In other words, only the 5 of them knew where he would be teleported to. Lin Fei was furious. Jun Shan, you treacherous villain. When I get back, I'll definitely beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the floor. There was no need to doubt that the person who leaked the secret was none other than Jun Shan. Damn, this daddy wants to see exactly how many people want to deal with me. Today, I'll deal with them all at once and start a massacre. Boom. Lin Fei punched out with his fist. His god force was like a torrent, slamming into the demonic hand. A terrifying explosion occurred, causing the dark clouds in the sky to instantly dissipate as the sky returned to normal. The demonic hand dissipated. Lin Fei felt a chill on his back. A saber of law energy slashed onto him. This was actually a sneak attack from an immortal king. Moreover, it was an immortal king at the peak stage of the earth ranked. Lin Fei's invincible golden body flickered unceasingly, dissipating the might of the attack. He turned and punched out with his fist. His god force gushed forth, tearing his opponent into pieces. Wanting to deal with me, Lin Fei? Don't be a nobody. After killing a peak-stage Earth-ranked immortal king with a single punch, Lin Fei was like a heavenly god, standing there proudly. His aura was like a pillar of light as his battle intent surged. Since they wanted to kill him halfway, he would definitely make them regret it today. Swish. Lin Fei lunged towards a certain spot in the void. With a slash of his god force saber, blood splattered as a body fell out. In the blink of an eye, he lunged to the next spot as another corpse fell out. Only after over 10 corpses fell did Lin Fei stop. These corpses were all heaven-ranked immortal kings when they were alive. When they encountered Lin Fei, they were all killed with a single slash, their heads separated from their bodies. After killing over 10 heaven-ranked immortal kings in a single breath, Lin Fei finally stood upright with his saber horizontally. Primordial runes, their might is truly extraordinary. My God Force runes are truly powerful. Just by changing the way they are formed, their might has increased. Lin Fei stood upright, thinking about the primordial runes in his heart. Just earlier, Lin Fei had a telepathic connection and changed the structure of the God Force runes, simulating a portion of the primordial runes. The might of the God Force runes that were formed from the primordial runes were greatly increased, far exceeding Lin Fei's imagination. Clap, 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 a round of applause came from the void. A black cloud flew out and transformed into 6 black-robed men. The one clapping was the leader of the group. The leader didn't conceal his monstrous demonic chi at all. Demonic sky, that idiot, dying in your hands truly deserved it. But when you meet me, Devil Child Jin, you will know that all of this is nothing in front of me. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and here I was wondering who was sneaking around. So it's the subordinates of the Sky Devil Emperor. You only have this much ability, yet you want to deal with this daddy? What a joke. Devil Child Jin launched a sneak attack but was blocked by Lin Fei. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He, Devil Child Jin, was one of the top 50 personal disciples of the Sky Devil Emperor. Lin Fei, you are truly arrogant. Fellow apprentice brothers, let's suppress him together. Do it. Sun Demon Jin gave the order, and a skeleton flew out from his forehead, turning into 1,000 zhang in size. Demonic chi surged into the sky. The remaining 5 disciples of the Sky Devil Emperor also had 5 skeletons fly out from their foreheads, turning into 1,000 zhang in size. Swish, 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 Sky Devil Life and Death Formation. After the first move failed, Devil Child Jin used the Supreme Formation to suppress Lin Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Once the formation was formed, sinister winds blew and demonic chi filled the sky. 6 demonic figures appeared, ferocious and ferocious, shaking the void. Demonic wind, demonic mountain, demonic water, thousands of demonic creatures wreaked havoc within the formation. Bang, 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 the demonic creatures shrieked and rushed over in groups. They constantly drilled into Lin Fei's body, wanting to take over his physical body, his entire body. Break for this, daddy. Lin Fei's body blurred as he transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form and punched out at the thousands of demonic creatures. Every time his fist landed, a flood of divine power would explode, and a large number of demonic creatures would explode. No one could stop him. Boom, boom, boom. Within the Sky Devil Life and Death Formation, wave after wave of terrifying power shook the entire formation. Walala, walala, the skeletons of the formation were filled with cracks. After a loud rumble, they shattered. The Sky Devil Life and Death Formation was completely broken. Pooh, pew, 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 the 6 of them each spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he break the formation? Lin Fei had already rushed out of the formation. With a divine saber in his hand, he slashed at the closest subordinate of the Sky Devil Emperor. His speed was so fast that no one could block it. He was cleaved in half, and the god runes exploded, taking his life. How dare you ambush this daddy? You must be tired of living. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand. With a loud rumble, the void trembled. The strength of the 18 incarnations merged into one, and the strength of his main body instantly reached 2 billion dragon god force. He grabbed the opponent's neck and exerted force, and the body of the Sky Devil Emperor's disciple shattered like a perfect work of art. Sun Demon Jin's heart trembled. Impossible. Didn't the intelligence say that you could barely kill early heaven realm immortal kings? How can you kill my junior apprentice brothers so quickly? As he spoke, Lin Fei consecutively killed another 3 disciples of the Sky Devil Emperor. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he unleashed his full strength. He was truly a Tyrannosaurus in human form, invincible. You are destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei waved his saber, and in a single breath, over 100 saber lights shot out. Each saber light contained 5 billion dragon god force, and the formation of the primordial Mongolian characters caused the god force runes to improve once again. The intelligence is wrong. Over 100 saber lights instantly engulfed Sun Demon Jin, and he lost all signs of life. What a joke! Over 100 beams of saber light slashed down. How could Jin Mo, who was merely a mid-stage heaven-ranked immortal king, be able to defend against over 100 attacks? He barely managed to block 30 beams of saber light before his fleshly body was blasted apart. The primordial Mongolian characters changed the structure of the God Force runes, giving me an additional 500 million dragon God Force out of nowhere. My strength has increased imperceptibly. Killing people is simply too satisfying. In the blink of an eye, he killed 6 Heaven Realm Immortal Kings, one of which was a mid-stage Heaven Realm Immortal King. Lin Fei's savagery was beyond imagination. Is there anyone else who wants to make a move? If not, I'm leaving. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. A deafening voice resounded in the air above the mountain range. It was unknown if Lin Fei's savagery, destroying the heavenly demon life and death formation, and killing 6 disciples of the heavenly demon emperor with just a wave of his hand, had frightened them, and no one dared to make a move again. Violet lightning spear. There were still people who were unwilling to give up. The sky darkened once more, and streaks of lightning descended. A 30,000 zhang long spear took the form of a lightning dragon, and with a roar, it rushed towards Lin Fei. Before the lightning arrived, the void exploded continuously. Cowardly scoundrel! Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the god fiend grabbed out with his right hand. It grew to 30,000 zhang long, and his god force surged out, crushing the lightning arcs and grabbing the lightning dragon. His god force vibrated, and a black lightning spear landed in his hand, struggling unceasingly. This spear is mine. The violet lightning spear was suppressed by Lin Fei, and he threw it into the heaven and earth smelt, suppressing it to the point where it couldn't move. Exclamations of shock and anger rang out in the void. Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed out with a saber light, leaving a huge ravine in the sky, and that person disappeared without a trace. That's more like it. Under the envelopment of Lin Fei's divine sense, the people who were hiding earlier disappeared one by one, causing him to feel somewhat disappointed. He really wanted to know who it was that wanted to deal with him. Killing him halfway? If he hadn't cultivated the 18 incarnations, he would have suffered a great loss today, and would have been suppressed by someone. I hope the Phoenix Academy won't disappoint me. Chapter 10:18. Ruins left behind from a great battle. The two high-ranking elders of the Holy Heaven Academy in the sky couldn't help but be completely moved. What a surprise! Lin Fei's strength increased again in such a short time, killing a middle-stage heaven-stage immortal king. I'm afraid there are few disciples in our academy that can match up to him. These two high-ranking elders were protecting Lin Fei along the way. No matter what, Lin Fei was a genius, and the word monster was added after genius. Based on Lin Fei's decisiveness in killing the disciple of the Sky Demon Emperor, we must ensure Lin Fei's safety no matter what. The two high-ranking elders made a decision. Nothing must happen to Lin Fei. There is a big problem with today's matter. We must find out who leaked the secret and almost caused the death of a monster genius. One of the high-ranking elders said coldly. Even they could see that Lin Fei was intercepted and killed halfway. Someone must have leaked his whereabouts and ambushed him. This made them very angry. Very angry? Let's hurry up and catch up. After Lin Fei displayed his extraordinary strength again, the two high-ranking elders were not willing to see anything happen and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the two high-ranking elders left, under the mountain ruins, a gust of cold wind blew and a ghostly figure came out. The information was wrong. Lin Fei's strength increased again. Even Demon Child Jin under the Sky Demon Emperor was killed. The person wiped the sweat on his forehead. I must go back and report the situation. Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. After killing the disciple of the Sky Demon Emperor, Lin Fei was in a good mood, especially after obtaining a few top-grade sacred tools. It could be considered as a harvest. Tens of millions of miles, in the blink of an eye. Standing in the void, Lin Fei saw the Phoenix Academy far away. Among the mountains there were countless palaces. The area was no less than that of Holy Heaven Academy. No wonder the Phoenix Academy dares to compete with the Holy Heaven Academy. They still have the capital. Lin Fei spread his divine sense and sensed the powerful strength of the Phoenix Academy. If it was before, he might have felt fearful, but now he would at most feel excited. Phoenix Academy, your father is coming. Lin Fei flew out from the void, rushing towards the Phoenix Academy. Whether or not his Fanteon seal could reach the level of an immortal artifact would depend on whether or not the Phoenix Academy would give it their all. Lin Fei's speed was so fast that there was almost nothing to stop him. After reaching the outer perimeter, he descended from the sky. There was a restrictive spell formation set up in the sky, which was quite extraordinary. At the foot of the mountain leading to the Phoenix Academy was a winding mountain path, like a stairway to heaven, endlessly extending upwards. Everyone listen up, Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei is extremely arrogant. He is trying to challenge our genius senior brothers. Academy Elder, activate the formation. If that thief Lin Fei dares to come, he will definitely climb up the stairway to heaven. Junior brothers, guard this path with me. Let's give that brat Lin Fei a good lesson. Lin Fei's ears twitched, walking on the bluestone path, wearing a black robe. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the so-called stairway to heaven, involuntarily giving people a great pressure. Who are you? This is the stairway to heaven of the Phoenix Academy. Not everyone can climb it. At the foot of the stairway to heaven, more than 10 immortal kings were guarding this place. Seeing a black-robed man coming up, one of the immortal king disciples swept over with a sharp cold light, cutting the falling leaves into pieces, overbearing and fierce. A great principal golden immortal dares to come to our academy. Isn't it easy for senior brothers to teach him a lesson? These immortal kings were all arrogant. To be able to reach this realm, each of them had a great future, plus the academy was catching up to the Holy Heaven Academy, which encouraged their arrogance. Lin Fei let the cold light fall on his body. Your Phoenix Academy is really overbearing. When the immortal king saw that his cold light couldn't suppress a great principal golden immortal, he felt very embarrassed and immediately sneered. Our Phoenix Academy is overbearing, what about you? With a swoosh, the immortal king rushed up. His face was ferocious. The power of law rotated, like a wind knife cutting over. Lin Fei casually pointed out, landing on the immortal king, but before it could reach him, it exploded with a bang, dying without an intact corpse. Not good, he killed senior brother. The people who were originally watching the show suddenly jumped up. Someone dared to kill people in Phoenix Academy? It was really going against the heavens. Kill him. Avenge senior brother. More than 10 immortal kings each took out their treasures. More than 10 treasures, with extraordinary momentum, rushed towards Lin Fei. Boom. Lin Fei stamped his foot on the ground, and the divine power in the sky burst out. Like a storm, the sacred treasures were shaken away one by one. More than 10 immortal kings vomited blood, and the sacred treasures were also damaged. He is Lin Fei. Suddenly, someone screamed. Lin Fei took the cloak and stomped down with his foot. The earth split apart like a gigantic beast opening its mouth, swallowing them whole. After that, a huge mountain came crashing down, causing the nearby mountain peaks to sink into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Not good, Lin Fei is here. The nearby disciples were shocked, watching more than 10 senior brothers being suppressed by Lin Fei. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei looked up at the stairway to heaven. His face was full of fighting spirit, letting him come to the assessment. Today is the right time to play a big game. Lin Fei opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Genius of the Phoenix Academy, hurry up and get out. This daddy, Lin Fei is here. A loud rumbling sound spread out from in front of Lin Fei. Each word contained supreme divine power. All the way up the stairway to heaven, exploded. The famous stairway to heaven, under Lin Fei's roar, completely disappeared. Genius of the Phoenix Academy, hurry up and get out. This daddy, Lin Fei is here. The terrifying voice, like a storm, swept all the way. A large piece of mountain range exploded. The mountains of the direct disciples collapsed one by one, or snapped in the middle. Ruins appeared one after another. The beams of the perfectly built palaces collapsed. The red-crowned cranes playing in the sky screamed, fell from the sky and died. The immortal beasts reared, their bellies turned upside down, blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. In the huge Phoenix Academy, there was almost no place that was intact. Almost all the buildings were forcibly torn apart by the divine power attack. Ah, this daddy's battle pet is dead. Lin Fei, you son of a bitch. This old man's batch of pellets is ruined. Little bastard, this daddy's mountain peak. Above the Phoenix Academy, all kinds of roars resounded. Many figures arrived. All of them were furious, gathering above Lin Fei. No one would have guessed that Lin Fei would be so cruel, forcefully changing the appearance of the Phoenix Academy. Chapter 10:19. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin Fei, this is really good. In the air, the 2 high-level elders gulped, unable to digest this scene. He is really good, but he seems to have gone too far. The magnificent Phoenix Academy has been ruined to such an extent. However, there is only one word to describe this: refreshing. To think that their Phoenix Academy would have such a day, ha! The 2 high-level elders communicated with their divine sense, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. This kind of crazy behavior made them realize that if they didn't do anything today, it would be difficult for them to take away Lin Fei. They were a little clear on Lin Fei's temperament. He was a typical violent person. To put it bluntly, he was a brute who only cared about killing and fighting, not thinking about anything else. According to their imaginations, when Lin Fei went to challenge the Phoenix Academy's geniuses, he would normally fight his way up to the central holy region and become famous throughout the great metropolis heavens. At the very least, everyone would know of such a person's existence. Unfortunately, the two of them never imagined that Lin Fei would use a different method to turn the Phoenix Academy upside down. Most importantly, they had underestimated Lin Fei's savage temperament. This roar was no less than poking a hornet's nest, pulling a lot of hatred for them. Seeing Lin Fei's actions, they felt incomparably happy. It wasn't that they didn't know about the Phoenix Academy's actions, but they were too lazy to bother with them. Lin Fei had helped them vent their anger. As the main culprit, Lin Fei was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't see the killing intent rising in the sky and the elders. "Don't be angry. Who told you to lay down an array formation that prevented me from going up, so I could only inform everyone like this?" When everyone heard this, they nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sophistry, this was a blatant sophistry. Who would inform others like this, tormenting the Phoenix Academy? "Lin Fei, you destroyed my mountain peak. If I don't take revenge for this, I will not be able to rest in peace." At the end of the sky, saber lights filled the sky. A middle-aged man stood on a saber, his face filled with anger. Each saber light was incomparably tyrannical, no less than a peerless master. "The Saber King is here. How can this be? The saber peak that the Saber Sovereign spent so much effort to set up was destroyed?" All the disciples were shocked. "Cut the crap. Today, I'm here to challenge. Genius disciples, come at me." Lin Fei yawned. "After I'm done with you, I still need to go back to sleep." Contempt. Looking down on the entire Phoenix Academy. "Heaven's will is like a blade." That Saber King stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A mysterious aura appeared in his hand and turned into a smooth and round saber covered in densely packed runes. It contained a trace of heavenly might as it chopped straight at Lin Fei. Shio. The saber locked onto Lin Fei, and a faint heavenly might followed. Using his hand as a saber, Lin Fei also sent out a saber light to meet the Saber Sovereign's so-called heaven's will as a saber. Arrogant. This junior Lin Fei is too arrogant. He dares to ignore the Saber Sovereign's heaven's will as a saber. An elder angrily said, "The Saber Sovereign's heaven's will is like a saber." He comprehended a trace of heaven's will and merged it with it, killing without a trace. "Lin Fei is so arrogant he will lose for sure." Another elder said, "That's right, the Saber Sovereign comprehended heaven's will. His saber art is illusory, but it contains a trace of heavenly might. It is like God's help, like a tiger with wings." Although they could not make a move for the time being, this peerless genius Saber Sovereign's saber was enough to make Lin Fei bleed. It's empty." Lin Fei's saber slashed out. The heavens will flash to the left, passing through the void and slashed at his face. A trace of heaven's will attacked, rushing into his sea of consciousness. "Ha, you will lose for sure. This seat's heaven's will is like a saber. That is a trace of heaven's will, and heaven's will has always been unfathomable. How can a mortal catch a trace of it? You will be defeated under this seat's saber." The Saber Sovereign laughed. He was certain that he would defeat Lin Fei. "A trace of heaven's will is nothing." Lin Fei coldly snorted and allowed the heaven's will to land on his body. Sparks flew everywhere, but this saber could not harm him at all. There was not even a wound left on his body. "You take my saber as well." The divine energy saber flew out, and Lin Fei grabbed it. Then he ferociously chopped down. It was ferocious and tyrannical, like a bolt of lightning. The saber struck the so-called Saber Sovereign's body, immediately splitting him in half. Blood spurted everywhere. The expressions of the disciples who were prepared to cheer for the Saber Sovereign froze. They could only watch helplessly as the Saber Sovereign was split in half. The Saber Sovereign was killed in one saber strike. Moreover, he was not in the academy, so there was no way for him to revive. An elder jumped out and pointed at Lin Fei. "Your methods are too cruel. The Saber Sovereign comprehended heaven's will like a saber. Even if it was just a trace, he could still improve in the future. With the flexibility of heaven's will, he could become a pillar of the academy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was killed by Lin Fei. How could they accept this? Lin Fei laughed. This daddy is cruel? Bullshit? Didn't you see that this daddy took his heaven's will like a saber? This daddy only used one saber strike. Who told him to not be able to block it? And he still calls himself the Saber Sovereign? Isn't he ashamed? He might as well change his name to One Saber to Death. The elder was utterly aggrieved. Everyone present saw that Lin Fei blocked the Saber Sovereign's saber. It was normal for the Saber Sovereign to block Lin Fei's saber. If he couldn't block it, it meant that he was not strong enough. But how could they dare to say this? This was slapping the Academy's face. Lin Fei continued, Today, this daddy is here to cause a scene. Who else is there? Come up quickly. The earlier we fight, the earlier we leave. Everyone's time is precious. Don't be too arrogant, Lin Fei. Another white-clothed man appeared in the sky. A divine pagoda flew out from between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, it became 10,000 zhang tall. Runes flashed as it rushed towards Lin Fei. This is senior brother Li Jun's Xianming Divine Pagoda. As the Xianming Divine Pagoda pressed down, two streams of qi rushed out from the pagoda, one black and one white. With terrifying killing intent, they formed a heaven and earth great millstone. While the heaven and earth great millstone moved, and a large area of the void shattered. A terrifying force surged towards Lin Fei, slicing through his body over 100 times, leaving white marks on his skin. *CK, these two streams of qi transformed into divine dragons. Their power is extraordinary. They can even leave marks on my invincible golden body. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The Phoenix Academy still had some ability. The two gas divine dragons were unable to tear apart Lin Fei's body. The Phoenix Academy's elder's eyes almost popped out. How could this be possible? These two gas divine dragons had a special origin. In order to refine these two gas divine dragons, they had lost more than 10 Earth-stage immortal kings and a Heaven-stage immortal king before they could completely refine them into treasures. Again, Li Jun was also dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth and continued to drive the heaven and earth great millstone. He did not believe that he could not shake Lin Fei's body. No matter how powerful his body refining technique was, it would still be crushed into pieces. The two gas divine millstones were like a storm, constantly cutting at Lin Fei's body, but could not break through, leaving only white marks. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. One by one, the god runes flew out and hit the heaven and earth great millstone. Since he refined the primordial ancient characters, the god force runes had improved. Every time the god force runes hit the millstone, the cutting power began to weaken, until a loud sound rang out, and the heaven and earth great millstone collapsed. Come here. Lin Fei sent Feng Daozi, who had less than 10% of his original strength, flying. He grabbed at the gas divine dragons. The three-headed, six-armed Xianming god pagoda in the sky grabbed the two gas divine dragons, and threw them into the heaven and earth smelt regardless of how they struggled. Even without these two gas divine dragons, you will still be defeated. Xiao. Beams of saber light slashed at Li Jun. Just as he said, these two gas divine dragons were his trump cards. Once they were taken away, the Xianming god pagoda's power would be greatly reduced, and he would not be able to suppress it. Lin Fei had beaten him to the brink of death the moment he got close. If not for the two gas divine dragons, he would have already died. Two consecutive genius disciples, each of whom could fight against a heaven-stage immortal king, were defeated in the blink of an eye. This was out of their expectations, and they felt very disappointed. The information is wrong. In the information, Lin Fei's battle prowess was not this powerful. Especially those god power runes, which contained a strange power. They couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, Lin Fei's strength would once again increase, and he would cultivate a powerful physique refining technique. Who else is still unconvinced? Hurry up and make your move. You guys are still Phoenix Academy, Didn't you want to trample on Sacred Heaven Academy? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear like a great bell. It was deafening, and it was like a slap to their faces. The disciples of Phoenix Academy were indeed very proud. Sacred Heaven Academy was declining year by year, especially without a king-conferred genius. There was a great trend of decline. Lin Fei, you are too presumptuous. We, the three brothers of the profound emperor, will deal with you. Three youths that looked exactly the same came together. The elder with an ugly expression couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The three brothers of the profound emperor can fight against 5 heaven-stage immortal kings. Let's see how this junior Lin Fei can resist. What if the three brothers of the profound emperor lose? No one knew which elder spoke, but the elder who originally saw hope became silent. The loss of a saber king made their hearts ache. In addition to the loss of treasures, they simply couldn't accept this result. If the three brothers of the profound emperor lost, heaven-covering illusion. When the three brothers of the profound emperor came up, one of the youths made a hand seal. Everyone discovered that the three brothers of the profound emperor and Lin Fei had all disappeared. This is the heaven-covering illusion? Causing people to be trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves? Many disciples took in a cold breath. Old man, what do we do now? The three brothers of the profound emperor are the trump card of Phoenix Academy. Many genius disciples of our academy have lost to them. In the void, a high-ranking elder said in a deep voice. Let's see the situation. If it takes too long, then we will make our move. To be able to make 2 high-ranking elders pay attention to the three brothers of the profound emperor, they were naturally not ordinary. Lin Fei fell into the heaven-covering illusion, and his surroundings were gray. Chapter 1020. Phoenix Academy, the profound sovereign's three brothers took action, regaining some of the popularity of the academy. Lin Fei, the junior that they didn't care about in their eyes, first covered the entire academy with a roar, causing mountains to collapse and buildings to collapse, injuring the academy's disciples. Everything he did was heinous, unforgivable. Even killing 100 times wouldn't be enough to appease their anger. The profound sovereign's three brothers were unique existences in the academy. They were born to be brothers, and they had once defeated many genius disciples of the Elysium Academy. Return this seat's life. In the sky-covering illusory realm, the first Saber King to be killed brought a gust of chilly wind, descending from the sky. Then, another genius disciple descended one after another. The genius disciples were filled with resentment, as if they walked out from hell. So they are all the enemies that I killed. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of surprise. The profound sovereign's three brothers really had some ability. Who cares if you are dead or alive? At worst, this daddy will send you to hell again. Trying to use the heart demon to shake this daddy, you are too naive. Big. Lin Fei's body expanded, becoming 500,000 zhang tall. One after another, god power runes flew out, forming a huge god power storm, sweeping all the way. Regardless of whether it was the heart demon or others, they instantly fell into the storm vortex and were shredded into pieces. The profound sovereign's three brothers, using this to deal with me is useless. Lin Fei punched upwards, and the god power was like a heavenly pillar. The huge sky-covering illusory realm shook, and the newly revived heart demon was obliterated again. Peng, Lin Fei punched more than 10 times in one breath, and the light pillar soared into the sky. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the sky-covering illusory realm shook continuously, gradually unable to withstand, as if it was about to break. I can't let this continue. This guy's god power is shocking, and he wants to shake the sky-covering illusory realm. If this continues, the illusory realm will shatter. Xiao, one on the left and one on the right, each took out a treasure. The profound sovereign's eldest brother took out a sacred saber, while the second brother took out a black divine needle, specialized in breaking the physical body. When the two took out their treasures, the sacred saber and divine needle turned into millions of pieces, each vivid and lifelike, with the same aura. Lin Fei, admit defeat. The profound sovereign's three brothers have always been the bane of your Elysium Academy. After entering our heaven-concealing illusion, no matter how strong you are, you will still suffer a crushing defeat. You killed senior brother Saber King and heavily injured Li Jun. Everything you did is more than enough to kill you 100 times over. Killing intent filled the sky, and the tens of thousands of sacred sabers and divine needles. It could be called a killing move. You guys are really capable. Using the sky concealment illusion to create an illusion, real and fake. No wonder you guys are so confident. Unfortunately, you met me. Heaven, God power Li illusory. To phase stage, reet, and illusory domain, to Fei Lin fate to his teat. Get lost. Lin Feishan flicked his right hand in the direction of the illusory realm. At a height of 500,000 zhang, with this flick, a Saint Saber was shot out. The three-headed, six-armed Saint Saber slammed in the direction of the Saint Saber, and a human figure fell out, coughing up blood. Numerous God Force runes transformed into a saber that slashed down, cleaving the human figure in two. Big brother! A scream came from the sky-covering illusory realm. Lin Fei took another step forward, and the sky-covering illusory realm was on the verge of collapse. Another figure fell out, and it was the profound sovereign's third brother who created the illusory realm. With one of them dead, the illusory realm was gone, and Lin Fei slammed his palm down, turning his opponent into a meat patty. Unless it was true power, it was useless against Lin Fei. And you? After killing 2 people consecutively, Lin Fei was relaxed. With a slash, he also slashed his opponent in half. This slash contained 5 billion divine dragon force, and it was incomparably sharp with the Grand Mist characters. Killing him was as easy as flipping one's hand, and he was just relying on the illusory realm. With the 3 profound sovereign brothers dead, the sky-covering illusory realm shattered, and Lin Fei returned to his original appearance, appearing in front of everyone. Your hope seems to be useless. The sky-covering illusory realm shattered, and the 3 profound sovereign brothers didn't come out. The hearts of the Phoenix Academy's elders sank again, and the corpses appeared, too horrible to look at. Hateful Junior, you actually dared to kill my sect's disciple? A middle-aged elder looked like he had lost his father, and his anger soared to the sky. Blood flowed out of his eyes, and he couldn't accept this reality. The 3 profound sovereign brothers were his most outstanding disciples, but they died in the hands of this evil person, Lin Fei. Lin Fei flicked his fingernails. Who can be blamed for not being skilled enough? Could it be that you old thing want to take revenge for your disciple? Trying to kill me? Don't make me look down on your academy. The middle-aged elder flew into a rage, and his immortal energy slashed through the void. He sighed inwardly at Lin Fei's sinister and cunning, cutting off their chance to make a move. The 3 profound sovereign brothers couldn't suppress Lin Fei, and they died in his hands instead. Every time they lost a genius expert, the Academy Dean's heart was bleeding, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. They never thought that one day, a holy son of the Holy Heaven Academy could suppress the geniuses of their academy and continuously slap their faces. Elder Fu, this evil person, Lin Fei, isn't exchanging pointers at all. He's here to annihilate our academy's geniuses. Let us kill him and destroy a genius of the Holy Heaven Academy. Elder Fu, we can't let this kid Lin Fei continue like this. Our academy's genius disciples will suffer heavy losses, and we must make a decision as soon as possible. The group of elders of the Phoenix Academy looked at one of the higher-ups. We still underestimated Lin Fei's strength, which resulted in us losing several geniuses in a row. The Holy Heaven Academy has produced an incredible peerless genius. Elder Fu was a one-armed old man, and he had a gloomy expression. Indeed, we can't let this continue. We must stop the spars. For this spar, just admit defeat for the time being. The words of the higher-ups caused a huge uproar. Admit defeat? How could this be done? An elder with a slightly inferior status said unwillingly, Elder, isn't this making us lower our heads? We have to suppress Lin Fei at least, and we can't let him go back. Lin Fei naturally can't be allowed to go back. This matter needs to be considered at length. Furthermore, the Holy Heaven Academy has sent 2 experts. Once we make a move, it will be equivalent to shedding all pretenses. It will damage our academy's reputation in public. Killing intent flashed in Elder Fu's eyes. The higher-ups were going to make a move. Didn't your academy claim to be replacing the Holy Heaven Academy? Why are there no geniuses willing to come out? Don't tell me you're afraid. Lin Fei snorted coldly as he swept his gaze across the academy's disciples. The geniuses of the academy lowered their heads in shame, and they were filled with fear. Only a few of them dared to look at Lin Fei's gaze. In a spar, they would either be killed or heavily injured. Who would dare to stand out? Didn't they see that the 3 profound emperor brothers were already dead? Chapter 1021. You guys admit defeat? Lin Fei blinked, his voice loud and clear. These words were like knocking on the hearts of the Phoenix Academy disciples, making them feel very uncomfortable. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. For Phoenix Academy to say, admit defeat, in front of them, they could not do it. After pondering for a while, they used the same meaning to make Lin Fei stop, so as to not lose any of the Academy's geniuses. How would they know that Lin Fei did not know what was good for him to say these words in front of them, making them clench their teeth in anger? They had the urge to slap Lin Fei to death. Our academy has already said this, can't you take a step back? If you don't say it, everyone will know. Is there any meaning in saying it? This old man likes to hear it. The 2 high-level elders in the air almost burst out laughing. Phoenix Academy's trick, how could they not see it? But they did not expect it to be seen through by junior brother Lin Fei. Phoenix Academy is really shameless. Obviously they don't want to continue, but they have to say it in such a scholarly manner. Junior brother Lin Fei is straightforward enough. Isn't it just a loss? Just say it in front of them. Lin Fei's actions had caused Phoenix Academy to lose face. The 2 high-level elders were undoubtedly the happiest ones. It was no different from eating honey, feeling refreshed. Phoenix Academy, you have such a day. He felt exhilarated and exhilarated. Lin Fei, don't talk nonsense. Since when did our academy admit defeat? One of the elders jumped out, righteously shouting. Lin Fei blinked. So you're saying you don't want to admit defeat? That's easy. Let your geniuses come out. I haven't had enough fun yet. Today we'll have to fight at least 100 rounds. They still want to fight? 100 rounds? The Phoenix Academy disciples were like cats that had their tails stepped on. They almost jumped up. The elders who thought they were doing this for the good of the academy were instantly stared at by countless eyes. Their hearts trembled as they said, I'm doing this for the good of the academy. Lin Fei, that bastard, he doesn't know what's good for him. Phoenix Academy did not want to continue. 100 rounds? Who knows how many geniuses they would lose? Blood would flow like a river. Only a fool would allow this to continue. All right. Another elder stepped forward. Lin Fei, you're a saint's son after all. Our academy's geniuses aren't your match yet. Are you still not satisfied? Must you continue to make trouble? You're wrong. I'm here to exchange pointers. I haven't had my fill yet. Lin Fei said with a straight face. Moreover, you haven't admitted defeat. Of course I have to continue, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Shameless. Can you be even more shameless? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Lin Fei ignored their gazes and pointed at a celestial king's disciple not far away. Look at your pretentious appearance. My hands are itching again. Come out and spar with me. Don't worry, I'll definitely be merciful. Show mercy? F***ck, you won't be lenient. You'll definitely take my life. That celestial king's disciple was so scared that his limbs went soft. He cursed in his heart and refused to come down. Who would dare to come down and fight with an evil person like you? He didn't want to see his senior brothers below. Holy Son Lin Fei, your strength is unparalleled. I admit my inferiority. How about I admit defeat in this battle? That celestial king admitted defeat without any backbone. He couldn't raise his fighting spirit. Clearly, he was trying to trick him. The Phoenix Academy's elder's face was very ugly, but he couldn't rebuke him. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was pestering endlessly. It was purely intentional. No. If you admit defeat before we even fight, Who knows if you're hiding something or not? Lin Fei refused to budge. We have to fight and determine the victor. That celestial king was so scared that he wanted to run away. But he was worried that if he ran away, Lin Fei, this evil person, would stab him in the back. He absolutely couldn't block it. He didn't know what to do. Holy Son Lin Fei, I really didn't hide anything. I admit defeat, okay? He said in a mournful voice. You really admit defeat? Lin Fei asked. Admit defeat? If you admit defeat, hand over your storage ring. Whenever I fight, I have a habit of collecting the spoils of war. You haven't even handed over your storage ring, so it's not admitting defeat. My saber. Lin Fei said fiercely. I'll give it, I'll give it. The Phoenix Academy's elder's face was frighteningly black. After taking the storage ring, Lin Fei glanced at it casually and said disdainfully, Damn, a poor ghost. He robbed the storage ring of an celestial king's disciple, but he still wanted to slap him in the face. He was looking down on their Phoenix Academy. You guys, are you unconvinced? Lin Fei pointed with his finger. If you're not convinced, just make your move. I guarantee that each of you will eat my saber. It'll be very comfortable. With this threat from Lin Fei, the celestial kings of Phoenix Academy didn't dare to say a word. Eat your saber? Wouldn't that be crippled? But Lin Fei's arrogance outside their academy made them feel sullen and helpless. They were all dignified geniuses of Phoenix Academy. Their battle strength was superior to others, but one day they couldn't make a move against a holy sun. Lin Fei turned his head. See, they all want to come down and exchange pointers with me. Who asked me to be a good person? There's a lot of time today. If today isn't enough, I'll continue tomorrow. If tomorrow isn't enough, I'll continue the day after tomorrow. There will always be time. The Phoenix Academy elders almost vomited blood. They had never seen such a thick-skinned guy. It was clearly a threat, but he turned black and white upside down, thinking that they couldn't see it. This was forcing them to admit defeat. Holy Son Lin Fei, do you think this is interesting? A middle-aged man in a brocade robe said angrily. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You're that person, I don't talk to nobodies. Presumptuous, this is our academy's vice dean, Zhong Tian. Oh, so it's the dean. Lin Fei didn't look surprised at all. No wonder you speak so loudly. Who said I'm messing around? I'm exchanging pointers, and you haven't personally admitted defeat. Of course, I have to continue. Otherwise, if this gets out, people will think that I'm afraid of the geniuses of your academy. Then I won't be able to wash my name clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Scoundrel! This kid was a scoundrel. My hands are itching again. Lin Fei said seriously, his eyes darting around, scaring those celestial king disciples. One or two of them ignored the situation and ran away on the spot. Holy Son Lin Fei, what do you want before you stop? Vice Dean Zhong Tian frowned, constantly suppressing his anger. Holy Son Lin Fei was too much. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Fei said with a smile. If you want me to stop, that's fine. You know me, victory and defeat are very important. Who asked me to not be rich? I'm just a country bumpkin from the lower realm, I don't have anything I want. I can't compare with them, so I can only rely on plundering. So, you have to give me some compensation. Just give me 10 celestial weapons. You're asking for too much, impossible. Vice Dean Zhong Tian's anger soared to the sky, his body trembling. Not only did he kill the academy's geniuses, he even came to extort them. Did he really think that their academy was a sick cat? Lin Fei said disappointedly, then I'd better continue. At worst, I'll just have to work hard, at least I'll get something. Swish, swish, Lin Fei's silhouette vanished as he sprinted towards an earth-ranked consummate stage Immortal King. With a slash of his saber, a cold light shot over. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian took out his holy light disc and blocked this saber strike. The impact caused Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian's blood and qi to churn. Holy Son Lin Fei, if you have something to say, then say it nicely. Why must you resort to violence? Elder Fu, who had been silent all this while, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to attack without the slightest scruple, the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Lin Fei stopped. You're the one who said it best. If you're willing to compensate me, why would I need to attack? Killing, no, it's sparring. It's a very mentally exhausting thing. Actually, deep down, I'm still a peace-loving person, and I hate fighting and killing the most. The Phoenix Academy elders could be considered to have experienced what it meant to be a shameless person. To be able to turn black into white, and white into black, there was probably no other person in this world besides Lin Fei. 10 immortal artifacts is impossible. State your other conditions. Lin Fei said disdainfully, F***ck, you guys are a famous academy in the great metropolis world, how can you not take out 10 immortal artifacts? Aren't you just trying to trick people? AI? If 10 immortal artifacts aren't enough, then give me 30 damaged immortal artifacts. That should be fine, right? I heard that damaged immortal artifacts are also quite powerful, so we can just give it some consideration. Wasn't this the same as not saying anything? 30 damaged immortal artifacts, still demanding an exorbitant price. Throughout the history of the Academy, who dared to demand such an exorbitant price from the Academy? Sure, as you wish. Elder Fu agreed. You're still the easiest to negotiate with. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier, saving everyone a lot of trouble? I'll reluctantly accept it. Lin Fei sneered inwardly, that dignified old thing, I'm afraid you've calculated it well, giving me something first and ambushing my old man afterwards. Little Tion, go and take out the 30 damaged immortal artifacts. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian nodded. He turned and went to retrieve the damaged immortal artifacts, but a voice rang out in his mind, place a special divine sense on each of the 30 damaged immortal artifacts. The things of our academy aren't so easily taken. Spit them out the way you took them. Lin Fei, you're dead for sure. Swaggering around without any scruples, even Elder Fu is angered. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have a high-level elder secretly protecting you. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian flashed with joy. He turned into a beam of light and went to retrieve the damaged immortal artifacts. Lin Fei was extremely calm. As for the elders who wished they could kill him, he completely ignored them. Before long, Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian returned. With a dark expression, he took out a storage ring. You brat, consider yourself lucky that our Elder Fu won't bother with you. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the academy. Your Phoenix Academy has a resounding reputation, so you can't afford to lose and want to secretly kill me, right? Take your things and leave. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian threw out the storage ring. Changing the topic, everything is inside. Chapter 1022. You still dare to come? Shameless as expected. Phoenix Academy's elders were filled with killing intent. Extorting once was enough, and you still dare to do it a second time? Do you really think we won't dare to make a move? If it wasn't for the influence, we would have already made a move and killed you 100 times. The Phoenix Academy had spoken such bold words, wanting to replace the Heavenly Academy as a heavy responsibility. Today's matter had completely thrown them away. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Academy had suppressed everyone with his skills. The Phoenix Academy was destined to become a joke. Everyone present had underestimated Lin Fei's ferocity. He didn't play by the rules and did whatever he wanted. Elder Fu's figure disappeared in front of everyone after instructing Zhong Tian. Lin Fei, you've caused great damage to our academy's reputation. Even if you have the protection of the elders, don't even think about returning to Heavenly Academy. Phoenix Academy, deep in the void. It was also a huge palace with space-time turbulence around it. Just from the layout alone, it could be seen that Phoenix Academy wasn't weak and had the foundation to compete with Heavenly Academy. Shameless brat, I suggest we immediately kill him. We can't let him go back. Lin Fei is only a perfected golden immortal, but his battle prowess is abnormal, close to a heaven-stage immortal king. In less than 100 years, he will become a great threat to our academy. We must eradicate him. In the palace, the senior elders were filled with cold killing intent, filled with murderous intent. In the past 100 years, Phoenix Academy's reputation had been increasing day by day. The academy had nurtured many geniuses, and everyone in the region knew about them. Today, The holy son of the Elysium Academy had caused the academy to suffer greatly because of him. This holy son was incomparably tyrannical and merciless. He would take the lives of others at every turn. If it wasn't for them having misgivings about the consequences, they would have killed him long ago and wouldn't have allowed him to continue. The scene outside the academy was witnessed by all the higher-ups and elders. Their hearts were filled with anger, and their killing intent had long been aroused. This realm and strength were already amazing. If this continued, they would have to deal with him. Quiet, the thunderous voice of the most powerful elder suppressed everyone's anger. The Divine Heaven Academy has sent a pretty good gift. It's an eye-opener. Since we've sent a gift, we have to return the favor. We can't be lacking in etiquette and let others laugh at us. Elder Tian Kuei, Elder Earthly Star, please bring along Zhong Tian, Dai Ming and Hong Lei, the 3 vice deans, and give them a big gift. His calm voice set the direction with a wave of his hand. The eyes of the elders in the upper echelon lit up. Courtesy demands reciprocation. What a brilliant move. You guys arranged for Holy Son Lin Fei to kill several elders of my academy. We will admit defeat, then we will ambush the other party in private and kill the exceptional geniuses of the opposing academies. Just nice. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you guys came to slap our faces, we will also send a gift. I guarantee that Divine Heaven Academy will want to cry but have no tears. Not at all, not at all. The 2 elders in the upper echelon stood up with killing intent flashing between their brows. A holy son was nothing more than relying on the secret protection of 2 high-ranking elders. The moment he lost his protection, he would be nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. If the 3 vice deans were to make a move, they would be able to easily kill him. After all, the Holy Heavens Academy could only suffer in silence. After all, they had never made a move, so it couldn't be considered as bullying the weak. Phoenix Academy still has a lot of resources. At this moment, Lin Fei had turned into a stream of light. The corner of his mouth rose into an arc as he examined the 30 damaged immortal artifacts. Although the 30 immortal artifacts were heavily damaged, their power was still there. They were slightly stronger than supreme-grade sacred artifacts. This was what Lin Fei needed to upgrade the Fanteon seal to a true immortal artifact. If I knew that you guys had ill intentions, you wouldn't have given me the immortal artifacts. After Lin Fei examined the immortal artifacts, a mark was placed on each of them. Others might not be able to tell, but he was different. After checking with the system, he got the result. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't think that he could easily take away the immortal artifacts. To deal with me? Sooner or later, I'll torture you guys until your teeth fall out. After hundreds of millions of miles, Lin Fei was a large distance away from the Phoenix Academy's area. He was above a mountain range, and he was secretly on guard. The person who attacked didn't seem to be there. Lin Fei didn't let his guard down. He continued flying towards the Elysium Academy. He didn't believe that the people of the Phoenix Academy could really endure this. If they could, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle would belong to them. Half a day later, Lin Fei was in a deserted place. It was a place with a radius of tens of millions of miles. It was dead silent, and he couldn't see the end. Little bastard, you killed the genius of my sect. Not long after he stepped into the deserted area, the sky was filled with wind and clouds. Sand and pebbles were flying everywhere. The originally clear sky was plunged into endless darkness. A roar was heard. A terrifying aura shrouded Lin Fei. A thick finger flew out from the void. The finger was covered with the power of law, and it coiled around Lin Fei. Bang bang bang, the finger jabbed downwards, and a mountain behind Lin Fei exploded with a boom. It could not withstand the pressure of this finger. Finally making a move. Lin Fei licked the corner of his mouth. I thought you guys couldn't hold back. How dare you? Who dares to kill a disciple of my academy? In the dusky sky, another giant hand reached out and slapped the opponent's finger. The finger that was covered with the power of law shattered inch by inch. Immediately, a person appeared and rushed into the dusky void. The void continued to shatter, and 2 figures were fighting. Behind each of them was a round disk of holy light, and it was earth-shattering. At least you guys have the heart to arrange a perfect heaven stage immortal king to protect me. Another expert appeared in the void. His aura wasn't any weaker than the opponent's. In the blink of an eye, he was blocked by another person, and the battlefield shifted to the endless void. The Phoenix Academy really has the capital to send 2 perfect heaven stage immortal kings to deal with me. 2 great experts appeared one after another, and held back the 2 experts behind him. Lin Fei believed that the next move would appear. Kill. Under the dusky sky, a gust of cold wind blew over. Xiu xiu xiu. As the cold wind blew, the figure flickered, and cold light danced. In an instant, the person who came blasted out hundreds of cold lights, each containing terrifying power. All of them landed on Lin Fei's body, clearly intending to kill him in one hit. Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you can't break through my defense. As the voice faded, a person dashed out and punched out. The void shook, and the attack arrived in front of the black-robed man. The black-robed man didn't care, and let the punch hit him. You've been tricked. The black-robed man was pierced, but there was no blood mist. Instead, he wrapped around Lin Fei's arm, and his whole body turned into a black shadow, like a tornado, twining around Lin Fei.